Rotimi Daniels, àwíkòkò lójú ọlọ́rọ̀. Rotimi máa gbọ́ abẹ́nu ẹ̀nà ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn fake pastor. Olúwa ọ̀pọ̀ gbogbo politician pátápátá. Olúwa Rotimi ẹ̀sọ́ fún babaláwo èké kó tọwọ́. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you're going to be watching this episode today. Facebook family, I appreciate you for being here. TikTok family, I salute you all. All truth lovers on YouTube, I believe you can hear me very well. I welcome everybody to this very short live video. You will have noticed that I don't come online often, and whatever I feel led to drop, I quickly drop, majorly because I am not always talking because of money, because of followers, because of fame. In fact, I can say that the few experiences of this life that I have seen, I would say that I have seen it all. I have seen it all, and that is why probably today's live video I am going to be a bit emotional while I call a spade a spade. And to all Isheshe people in the house, most especially the ones who truly love Isheshe for what Isheshe used to be, I am going to be seeking your indulgence. I'm going to be saying sorry for what I will admit today, because ẹrú kan ló mú ni bú ìgbà ẹrú. And to so many people who have been asking me, Rotimi Daniels, Awikoko, where exactly do you stand? Because there are some of your videos we will see, and it will be as if you are telling us to go back to Isheshe. Some have asked me, why is it that you always refer to God as the biblical God? And I always call out the biblical God. I've asked so many questions to which they themselves don't even have answers to. We use today's short live video to try as much as possible to answer these numerous questions, because so many people that have been asking me these questions, why I stopped being a Christian or to be called one, it is not possible for them to scroll down my page to know where I stand. Okay, they don't, it's not easy for them, and I understand. And somebody also asked me on a post which I made about 2-3 days ago on Facebook page, and asking me, okay, if you call biblical, if you call God or the gods of Adeboye and Co, if you call it the biblical God, and you don't believe in this God, how do we Africans serve God? You know, as Africans, we must serve God through one medium, and a lot of questions relating to where I stand, and I get it. Where do I start today? Number one, I am somebody who, irrespective of what you believe in, I will ask you first and foremost, how much of the truth can you stand when it comes to questioning what sorry, Please, Facebook family, help me continue to like and love. They are flagging me already. Please help me continue to like and love. TikTok family, please help me continue to like and love. Help me also press the share button. YouTube family, I hope you can hear me very well. Mr. My very good friend Dodo. Somebody said Egbon, you na Jagaba. No, if you don't see I'm all. When I say I have seen it all, the meaning is not that I have achieved everything, that I have everything. It means that I have seen this life, this world of vacuum. I have seen it all. Let me give you an example, and I hope that this touches somebody today. Do you know that if the likes of Usain Bolt and the current gold medal winners in the just concluded Olympic Games in Paris, when they are running their race, maybe this illustration is going to touch both the pastor or all the pastors, the afars, and the Sheshe people. Now, when the sprinters are running their race, or when they want to start their race, before the gun is shot for them to start the race, in their minds, they already have a mindset of where the finish line is. And because they have a view of the finish line, they keep forging ahead, they keep running the race, they keep, forging ahead in a way that, eventually they all get to the finish line. I have seen a post on Facebook before where the guy had muzzle pull, and the father from the spectators came out. Bumex lady, the father had to come from the spectators stand to help the son. I don't know how many of you still remember or saw that video. And he helped the son up, and the guy was limping till he got to the finish line. However, the race that we are running in this life, it makes me so sad. It makes me so emotional. It makes me so confused and tired that our finish line on this planet Earth is the death. The death happens to be the finish line for us, irrespective of high and mighty that you might have become, irrespective of how low you think you are, irrespective of how powerful, how influential, irrespective of how rich and wealthy, irrespective of how poor you think you might be. Death is the finish line. More unfortunately, nobody has a record of when that finish line for everybody, for each individual, will be reached. Let me give you an instance. In Ibadan, about, I think it was on, today is a Saturday, I think on Tuesday, there was an accident, a very terrible fatal accident by Agbowo Express. When you're coming from UI through Agbowo, you get to Express going towards Ojo and then Iwo Road. There was a terrible accident that happened. And this accident, as at immediately the time it happened, 25 people already lost their lives. That was a finishing line. Now, a lot of other people were badly injured. Maybe by now, some of them will have also given up the ghost. I am laying this template so that the people that will get angry at me today, the evil Isheshe ones that we have, most especially on our social media apps, maybe after today's live video, they will call my name, they will get my post or my picture on social media, they will do whatever they want to do and call me. You know, the way they do their things, the way we have seen in the movies, they will call me and I will give up the ghost. So maybe tomorrow you will not hear of Rotimi Daniels again. I am always ready. Or maybe at the end of this video, so many of you who are on our social media apps and handles that you call yourself Isheshe, you will think about the struggle I'm having today and turn a new leaf. The decision is yours. But irrespective of how powerful that you might be as an Isheshe person, there is something I can tell you today. You might have the date which you want somebody to run mad, to die, to all these wicked things. You might know the leaves and herbs and some other things to join together to destroy somebody's life. You might be so powerful that you can call at 12 a.m. or 12 p.m. something evil will happen somewhere or something good will happen. But as powerful as you are, can you please tell us the day that the death beckons on your door? If you know the day, do you know the time that you will sleep and not wake up again? Do you know the exact minute of the day that you will raise your hands? Those hands will not be lifted again. Today that you are hearing me, when you are sick and you are in the sick bed, you will say, cover me, oh, wow. You will say, please cover me, oh, I don't want to be naked. But there is a day that comes when they raise your hands, the hands will drop. Today you can cut leaves, you can cut herbs, you can do a lot of evil things to your neighbors. But that day comes when they lift your legs, Baba Ewa Lord Jaiwe Ategbo. Ẹsẹ̀ yìí ò ní lè kúrò nílé. They will say, Yanifa, please come and say something concerning what we started yesterday. Yanifa is long gone. But when we remember that day, when we know that that day is coming, maybe today, as evil Isheshe practitioners, maybe we will turn a new leaf. I remember when we were young, early 80s, I remember one of the songs we sang then. We didn't know that the likes of Adeboye, Oyedepo, Kumi, all of them will come and take control. We didn't know that they will be taking over the helms of affairs of things. Oh my God, they have started doing something to my TikTok. This is highly unfortunate, for real. Let's do it like this.
They irritate my skin a lot more than I should. Like, this was my skin just 2 weeks ago. So no.
Live resume. Manage it, Loleni. I was saying something. When we were in primary school, when we were in secondary, there was this song that we were always singing then. That great day is coming. That great day is coming. All men shall stand before the throne of God and give account of themselves. You will stand, I will stand, my mother will stand, my mother will stand. All men shall stand before the throne of God and give account of themselves. Oh, my darling Jesus, when your word is set on fire, you will be my comforter, you will be my healer. Rock of, yeah, thank you, Jesus, Rock of Ages. You remember that song? I remember in my nursery and primary school, Trinity Home Nursery and Primary School, Ibadan. There were days we would sing this song during the days of Daddy Ogumefun, Colon Delefenire. We would be singing this song then. And I remember some of us, as young as we were, we would be tearing up. So there is a day that we'll go and give account. Now, let's dive into what I have today. To all my Christian friends and followers, you might have been very angry with me for the direction of my post. But if you had taken time to calm down and think through about my post, it is one issue that the biblical and Quranic stories are either true or false. It is a different story entirely. Thank you so much, Bright, for the gift. I appreciate you. It is another thing that we begin to question how much you know concerning the Quran, if you're a Muslim friend and follower, and how much of the Bible that you know if you're a Christian friend or follower. Before we now begin to dive into how much of the truth that you love that you can accept, then how much of love and humanity is inside of you. Let me give you an instance. I have a very wonderful sister on Facebook. I was at work about 2 days ago, and then she sent some messages to me. I opened that message. As I opened it, I realized that the guy who sent the message to her had already sent a message to me. But it is so sad that this guy could not wait to get the adequate response from me. And what did this guy say to me? He came in my inbox. He said, Awi Koko, I have always appreciated all your posts. I even like the way you rain curses. That is how he put it. The way you rain curses on these pastors. I love the way you treat them. You treat their issues. I love the liberation that you are doing. But I have to block you off now because I don't like the way you are talking about my God. Oh, so in the Bible, you have accepted that I am allowed, or from the Bible, I am allowed to rain curses on these pastors. You love the way that I have been attacking them. But now the same God, the same biblical God that has been helping them to perpetrate this for so many years, you don't want me to expose that God. At this point, I realized that there is so much work to do. Omim Belamu. That our people love hypocrisy so much that they don't want to listen to the truth. And on today's episode of this live stream on my page, All of you Isheshe practitioners that will be hearing me, all of you Isheshe people, be it Babalawo, Oníṣègùn, or Adáhunṣe, ẹ bá jẹ̀bùrẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ fọwọ́ wọ́nú kẹ́ ẹ gbóòótọ́ lẹ́nu Àwíkoko. Tí n bá ti wá sọ tán, gbogbo àrà tó bá wù yín tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè bá gbà fún yín, ẹ lọ dá. Because it has gotten to a height where we must call a spade a spade. Number one, why are we trying to turn people away from pastors, away from affairs, away from even using the Bible and Quran because of the evidences that we have? Because of the truth that we know, that we do not care for our lives, that we are thinking about the coming generations. And we say, you know what? I have to put my life on the line to spread this truth around. Knowing that religion is one aspect, if you want to get yourself killed easily, touch on religion. Because the people that masterminded the putting together of the things we call religion, they always kill, they are always ready to kill, be it Islam, be it Christianity. Unfortunately, there was a time I was beating my chest because of some things I knew back then that Isheshe Lagba. And I know that some people have come to me, Rotimi Daniels. If Isheshe Lagba, if Isheshe is Agba, if it is this, if it is that, can you even point us to the Babalawo that can help us to do this, that can help us to do that? Oh, gbomije lójú mi to realize that the ones who even came on my live video, the ones who came to advertise themselves as the high and mighty, the ones who spoke as if they can turn the sky to the ground, they can make the ground to stand still. It is so shameful that all of them are the same thing. And I remember when one of the incidents happened, that a Babalawo will get in touch. He got linked with a friend that I have in the US. Within the space of 3-4 days, my friend had coughed out more than ₦1 million lórí kíni. The same set of people will be coming and advertising Isheshe. Ẹnu wọn dùn gan. Ẹnu wọn dùn gan. How can my friend that was running away from the lies and wickedness of Christianity and thinking that she can come home to Isheshe, how can we direct her to Isheshe when the person leading her on is even worse than the pastors that you morons are asking us to leave? Authority dele ka sọ fúnra wa lẹ́nu. Within the space of 4, there is no pastor. I am telling you the truth. Where leku wọn máa ń jẹlé, and to a very reasonable extent, authority dele ka sọ fúnra wa. We still have very good men of God out there. Unfortunately, more than 80-90% of them are good for nothing entities that are only out to steal, to kill, and to destroy. The last time I checked in Islam, there will still be some good affairs that will call a spade as far as Awikoko is concerned. They call a spade irrespective of the dangers that are involved. And to a very reasonable extent, ẹ̀yin àgbálẹ̀ Yorùbá lọ ẹbọ ẹni tọmọ kékeré ò bá bá tàn á bá àrọ̀bá àrọ̀bá ní bàbá tàn èmi tiẹ̀ bá àrọ̀bá mo tún bá ìtàn tó ló ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi ni. When I was growing up under my granddad and my grandmom, 2 Muslim affairs, Alhajis, were the ones that dropped their pickups, 404 Peugeot pickup. There was a point where they would stand, they would park in the morning, and they would take all of us, all my neighbors, all my friends, they would take us to our different schools. Irrespective of the fact that they were Muslims, conk Muslims. If today I am biased in my talking, even the Eledumare will judge me if I don't mention the good things they have done. And back then, we will close at 2. On Fridays, it was always 1 p.m. In the history of my going to Sango High School, Ibadan. If only these men were still alive today, I would gladly go and prostrate to them for telling me what love and humanity is without carrying Quran. I'm so emotional right now because if they didn't give us a pickup then, probably some of us, some of my friends will not become what they have become today. So many of them will not become what they have become today because the high school then was foundational to what we became in life. And then Isheshe friends will come into that pickup. Christian friends will come into that pickup. Muslim friends will come into that pickup. All of us have good stories to tell today. Unfortunately, where did we end up today? Because of you morons that took over the wheels of religion. I remember on Fridays, it will be the Muslim that will lead us on the assembly ground. And we loved one another. And it is because of this flashback of love and humanity and truth that I cannot stand aside and not speak for this generation and the generation that is coming. How did we get here? Now that we are seeing that probably the Bible and Quran were packaged for us to be enslaved in Africa. Isheshe Lagba. But how many Isheshe people that are looking at me today can beat their chest that truly Isheshe Lagba when we are lacking love and humanity? How can Isheshe be Agba when a friend that I know very well as a brother on TikTok will give 30 or 40,000 to a babalawo on this TikTok? Tó bá dá mi jẹ lẹ́ni máa dárúkọ babaláwo rádaràda yẹn. If I shake kan, I don't know, he sent his profile to me. Somebody, the money is even the least of the guy's problem. But this was a friend who wanted to embrace Isheshe with the whole of his heart, with the whole of his being, because he has seen the lies in Christianity, has seen the lies in Islam. You asked for 30,000 or something thousand. He gave extra. The first week passed. The second week went by. The third week, Viam. The fourth week, after a month, it was the person that was now calling the guy, the babalawo, only for the good for nothing thief, jobless idiot, to be saying that he doesn't even remember this my friend again. Yet you collected money from that person. How are you guys different from pastors and Afa that you are condemning every day? How? Please, can somebody make it make sense to me? How are you different? Like I said in the beginning, I am sorry to some of you, just only minute percentage of you guys who truly love Isheshe for what Isheshe is. But today is the day we call a spade a spade. I am sick and tired of this hypocrisy. I can be calling out a pastor today. It's okay, come and defend your Bible. I can on platform of I can't be or Abiola or something like that. They are doing wonderful job calling out the Muslim clerics, asking questions from the Quran. The Muslim clerics are not able to answer any of their questions. They are doing wonderful job on that platform. Akara Ogun is doing also a wonderful job on Clubhouse because he's a friend who is not afraid to expose any babalawo. But my question today is, some of you that are truly loving Isheshe for what Isheshe used to be, are you sure? Yes, Akobi Oloba, thank you so much. They are doing very wonderful job on that platform. At the end of the day, with all their sweat to call a spade, to expose Islam, with all the things I am doing, to turn people to truth, love, and humanity, rather than pages of the Bible. People are always asking, where do we turn to? How do we start? It is a very shameful thing that there is no babalawo on this TikTok that you can even trust. I had one, for now. Please, TikTok family, I will need your help to be liking and loving this live today. They are really flagging me. Please. They are flagging me seriously. Irọ́ dẹ̀ náà pa. Irọ́ náà pa. Now, today, seeing all this, the man will come, he will blast, he will talk, sweet mouth. When I heard as a babalawo, and one of the things they do is, dafa, so that you will use that money to do a tutu. And when they want to lie to you, they say, nito dafa ti o she tutu, are lo nse kinika, all this. Let's talk about Itefa. In the Nigeria day context, seeing how everything is, I have asked some people, numerous people, some people, okay, tell you about Itefa. How much will it cost? Would you believe it that they will tell you it ranges, they don't have any price. They say 500,000, 600,000, some even charge to, if you are abroad, there is a range of price that they will charge you. Okay, with the mindset that they want to encourage people to come back to Isheshe. How are you encouraging the masses, the poor masses, to come back to Isheshe when you want to tefalasan 500,000 and above? Do you want to tell me that if I can raise 500,000 naira up to 1 million, I want to later abroad, the people in diaspora can bear me witness how much they have charged them? At the end of the day, you charge 1 million, 2 million. You want to tell me that if I were to be in Nigeria today and I can raise 500,000 to do that, and then when they give excuse, they say, pé torí àwọn babaláwo tán máa pè wọ́n máa pọ̀ àpapín lásán náà ń ṣe. wọ́n ní àwọn ń ṣe nǹkan báyìí àwọn ń ṣe nǹkan báyìí kí ló dé? Do you know how many people in diaspora that cannot talk because they're afraid that the babalawo that has victimized them can even do juju against them? Do you know? Do you know? Ẹja bára wa sòtọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ni. At the end of the day, of what importance, of what benefit will it be? Is it that I am living the lives of ages only to be coming home to meet more voracious enemies on ground? Okay. I mentioned the name of the man to a female friend of mine. She said that one that I already asked her out. Hey, fair now. Then when we are talking about pastors sleeping around, Isheshe people will quickly carry the news. They help us spread it around. I have not seen any one of them call out their babalawos that are doing all these dirty things. Put up their pictures, put up their posts, and they can bring attention. The Yorubas went and came back. Wọ́n lẹ́ni tó bá máa gba àkàrà lọ́wọ́ ọmọdé ó gbúdọ̀ tọ́ oyin sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́. Whosoever will collect beans cake from a child must be ready to supply honey so that the child will easily let go of the beans cake. Is it this scamming all on social media that you Isheshe people are doing that you want to make to serve as honey? I beseech you, I beg of you today, some of you that have been asking questions, Rotimi, okay, where do we start? What do we do? I will tell you for a fact today. If we have confirmed that all the stories in this Bible are lies, seeing that Jesus has not been able to heal any sick person right in our presence, seeing that Omoto Fufuyi, Jeremiah Omoto Fufuyi has gone to delete all the water he's selling from his website, seeing how he's running helter skelter, seeing the case as it is going between himself and very dark man, seeing how Oyedepo, Kumuyi, all of them could not come out boldly and go with us to the hospital and sing Onishegunla, it tells me that they are all liars. It tells me that there is something that somebody is not ready to talk about. I posted something on Facebook, the comment a friend made. He was always posting, or he always posts my videos. He is there in Australia. And he told me one of the pastors who is always seeing the post asked him to stop because the videos are shedding light on the grey parts that they don't want in Christianity. Meaning that it is all lies. The one that my friends are doing, exposing the Islam, there has not been any affair that is able to answer their question. And one of the major questions they ask on everyday basis is, give us 5 good things that Muhammad has done or he did while he was on planet Earth. You need to listen to the responses. When they now say he did this, he did that, okay, go into Hadith, go into Quran, go into this, go and bring it out. Let us see. Their fast will not turn it to fight. They now turn it to quarrel. The best one so far is still what we can see of Isheshe, saying that they are always doing some things and we will see and everything. Unfortunately, I will land here so that my talk is not much, so that people can come and help me contribute if I am right or wrong. When you say Isheshe like that, ibi agba la ma ń bá àgbà. When you say ìṣẹ̀ṣe làgbà, àgbà ò gbọ́dọ̀ máa ṣòro bí èwe. When they came on my platform about a few months ago, I only asked them a question and they all ran away. When we were small, and you know yourself and your friend, maybe you want to have a fight in the class. No, don't fight in the class. Let's go outside. And our friends will take us outside. And you oníṣẹ̀ṣe máa gbọ́n tí mò ń sọ yìí. Torí àìlójútì àti jẹkújẹ. Ọ̀rọ̀ ayé àdà ilé ayé tẹ́ ẹ̀ mú nǹkan kan wá tẹ́ ẹ̀ ní mú nǹkan kan lọ. Ibi táwí kókó bá ti rò tọrọ ó máa sọ, even if it's lit. Mo máa ń sọ fún yín. Èmi á máa wá bẹ̀rù pé kẹ́ ẹ má pa èmi. Mímọ́ rẹ̀ ọba ògo ògo, mímọ́ rẹ̀ ọba ògo. Mo wọlé ayé kò sóhun kan níbẹ̀, mímọ́ rẹ̀ ọba ògo. Mo wọlé ayé kò sí nǹkan kan níbẹ̀, mímọ́ rẹ̀ ọba ògo. Yàrá mọ́ bí yàrá. Èmi á máa wá bẹ̀rù pé kẹ́ ẹ má pa mí. Ikú yẹn gan lèmi yẹn ń wá ni mo ṣe fẹ́ tátọ́ sí yín lọ́rùn. Àwọn tó ń bẹ̀rù yín ni ò mọ̀ wípé Elédùmarè lọ́ba pa tó lè pa tẹ́nìkan ò lè jí, tó lè jí tẹ́nìkan ò lè pa. Ọba tí ò ṣe dá lọ́nà, ewé tẹ̀ ń já lẹ́ni tẹ́ fi ń ṣe nǹkan tẹ̀ ń ṣe, ta ló jẹ́ kó máa já? Ẹni tẹ́lẹ́dùmarè yín ò lè mú kò tí ì dá. Now, what am I saying? They will take us outside. Look at it, they will take us outside. When we draw a line, a line will be drawn in between both of us. And ilé bàbá tiẹ̀ lélẹ̀, this is your father's house. This is my own father's house. The people that are spectators, they will not say, if any one of you knows that he is not Omale, he is not a bastard, let him first press that line. All of us will not start, both of us will not start looking. All of a sudden, me, bastard, I will just step it. The person steps on the line, both of us will now begin to fight. So at times, we will fight till blood gushes out of our mouth or any part of our body. Go and ask anybody who went to such schools. What am I saying today? Because somebody could step on that line to tell you that your father is a bastard, you're a bastard. You will fight. Maybe those were the days that I started mounting up this agidi when they say somebody is stubborn. If I could not hold you then, I will bite you. Ara jaleyiwa otele daddy me. I will have forgotten. You know, mentally, I'll have forgotten that my father has not even built any house there. My grandfather's house. To share people today. About Isheshe people today. And Isheshe man, because of money, he is part of those that are crying, you know, Isheshe like that, Isheshe like that, Isheshe like that. When we post about pastor, they share it. When we post about Afa, they share it. And they join us only for me to realize that they are green snakes under green grasses. Today, an Isheshe man will give our pastors, will give them juju, will give them voodoo. Thank you so much, Nuzi Love. I am coming there to that point. Always flaunting money rituals on social media. And yet, Isheshe people cannot bombard such pages and report the pages. The way we are doing to our pastors, we have not seen them do that before. They only cry underneath the ground. Green snakes under green grasses. They now give that juju, they give the charms to pastors. This is the man who joined them in Eshu is not Satan protest. And of which some of us knew from our nursery and primary school, we did some history. Eshu is actually one of the deities that we should be worshiping, we should be serving, we should be observing, we should be respecting in the history of Yoruba. The bastard, the moron, who is your Isheshe person now, will now go and carry charms and give a pastor. For how much? At the end of the day, the same pastor will now go to his church. He will plant those charms and voodoos, give it to him by an Isheshe person. And when the members are gathered, about to gather, and I say, jẹ́ ká tẹ èṣù mọ́lẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin oníṣẹ̀ṣe tẹ́ ń ṣerú iṣẹ́ burúkú báyìí. Àwọn ọ̀rúnmọlẹ̀ ò ní jẹ́ kí aṣọ yín mọ́ láíláí. Àwọn ọ̀rúnmọlẹ̀ gbárùnmọlẹ̀ wọn ò ní jẹ́ kí ẹ rájẹ jẹ, ẹ mọ̀ lé ẹ̀ ní bá lẹ́yìn kan jákujàku yìí. Wọ́n á máa wá tẹ èṣù mọ́lẹ̀. They will not, a pastor that has gone to meet Isheshe person to collect charms. How are the charms yẹn mọ́lẹ̀, bury it in the ceiling? You saw the video, right? Underneath the ground, in the walls of the doors, and then the same pastor will now be telling the members, begin to step on the devil, on Eshu, begin to step on Eshu. The same Babalawo will be hearing their prayer points, but because of money, he dares not talk. Ṣé rí gbogbo ẹ̀yin babaláwo, gbogbo ẹ̀yin oníṣègùn, gbogbo ẹ̀yin adáhùn ṣe tí a jẹ ìwà àbàjẹ́ ìṣímọ́ lọ́wọ́ sẹ̀. Tẹ́ ẹ bá já ewé fún orí fífọ́ kò ní ṣiṣẹ́ mọ́. Tẹ́ ẹ bá wa egbò fún inú rírun kò ní jẹ́ mọ́. Àfi tẹ́ ẹ bá lọ wo àwọ̀ bàjẹ́ ìbọ̀lẹ̀. Nígbà ayé ìṣẹ̀wá, nígbà ayé àwọn bàbá wa, wọ́n ní tẹ́lọ́rùn náà, wọ́n níṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe. Iṣẹ́ wo lẹ̀yin olórí burúkú orí social media yìí ń ṣe? Tẹ́ wá sọlé ayé dogun, ayé yín ò wùyàn rárá, ẹ̀yin olórí burúkú rádaràdà, ẹ̀yin ó ń dọ̀tí òṣì. Àwọn tó ń bẹ̀rù, àwọn tó jẹ́ victims yín tó ń bẹ̀rù yín tí wọ́n fẹ́ pariwo yín síta ni. Ṣùgbọ́n èmi nígbàgbọ́ pé ntẹ́lẹ́dùmarè ò lè mú kò tí ì dà. Ẹ̀yin èèyàn jákujàku yìí. I am trying to make a balance in this live video, so that some of you are thinking that Rotimi is actually bringing, is actually pointing them to Isheshe. I am not pointing you to Isheshe. If in your father's house, you still have people that are doing it, that can tell you the truth about what they do in your father's house, you are very lucky. You are one of the luckiest people on planet Earth. Unfortunately for so many of us, we don't even have any one person that is doing it the way they were doing it in our father's household. And then I cannot go to anybody for it. Mo fẹ́ tẹ̀fá wá di pé mo kí ni mo fẹ́ tẹ̀fá fún tí n bá lè raise 1 million láti tẹ̀fá pé kí n má bàa jẹ̀wọ̀. Kí ló dé tẹ́ ìwọ̀ jíjẹ ni ò pa mí kí n tó rí 1 million. Ibi tó yẹ ká gbà ronú ayé wa nìyẹn. Adéríkẹ́. What am I trying to say today? All of you that have been asking questions, what is now the solution? What is the way out? Omotola Odedipe, Mr. Rotimi, what about Babalawos that are also Christians and go to church? What do we say about them? Thank you so much for that question. I will tell you how dangerous it is outside today. How many of you remember a video? I still have the video. Maybe I will post it. Sam Ojo. Sam Ojo might be posing as a pastor because they know that you and I love lies. We always love lies. But I can tell you categorically, it is not even that Sam Ojo is even going to Babalawos, and I think he himself allegedly is even a Babalawo. We have seen that is how dangerous it is in our world today, in Nigeria. You will go to a church, you don't know that it is Babalawo. So many Christians who were raised as Christians, they come across a book that their grandfathers used for this Isheshe work, and they carried it, they turned to Babalawo. I understand that. So many people who were raised as Muslims too, who happened to come across some of these books written by their babas, they decided that money is coming to Isheshe now. So many people are coming to Isheshe, they turn to Isheshe practitioner. So I know that it has been interwoven. Oh my God. TikTok, please.
You know, they say that money talks, but with how expensive everything is these days, though.
Irọ́ pa lẹ́ni. What am I trying to say? It has been highly interwoven. That is why some of you, as you are looking at me, you have evidences of the fact that you went to see a babalawo, you went to a church, you went to see Anes, you went to Sele, you went to Pentecostal pastor. Only for the pastor to be introducing you to Isheshe. The question you have never asked yourselves is, how does he know about that Isheshe? So that I can make a balance, because that is the excuse of the true Isheshe practitioners. They say that most of these pastors are actually Isheshe people. So I'm making the balance now. And that is why it is very difficult to even turn to any of these people. And you're going to be asking me, Rotimi, okay, what is now the way forward? I will tell you, if you like, accept it today. If you like, don't accept it. If you happen to be alive, I will be here. You will come and share your story of being victimized. If you go to a church today and a pastor is going to be saying, let us pray, and you could open your mouth. Please let me power tap. They are really flagging me on this TikTok. Ọkàn gbogbo yín ò ní balẹ̀ lẹ́yìn èèyàn pálapàla. A máa gba àwọn èèyàn lọ́wọ́ yín. Please, if you are a victim to anybody on this app, either Facebook, YouTube, or TikTok, you went there for some whatever and you collected your money, or no matter what might have happened between you and that babalawo Oníṣègùn Adáhunṣe, Alfa pastor, don't hesitate to reach out to me. I am begging you. We will call them out. Láwọn èèyàn játijàti, ẹ wá sọlé ayédogun, ẹ mú àwọn ọmọ adarí hun, ẹ sọ wọ́n di wèrè. Wèrè ò ní tán nídìílé gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń ṣerú ìwà bàjẹ́ báyìí. Ìsinmi ó jìnnà sí yín lẹ́yìn èèyàn jákujàku yìí. Now, if you could go to a church and you could open your mouth to pray and shout, Father, why do you think that you cannot do that under your roof? It is still my question today. Why is it difficult? You know where the shoe pinches the most. So no amount of prayer that a pastor can pray that can be like you speaking to God directly. Tó ní ètùtù kankan tó yẹ kó ṣe. Tó bá wá hun Elédùmarè yẹn kó gbàdúrà yẹn lásìkò tó máa gbọ́. Tí ò bá dẹ̀ tún wá, tó bá wá hun kó má gbọ́. At the end of the day, ọ̀rọ̀ àwa àti Elédùmarè yẹn dàbí ewúrẹ́ tó ń fẹsẹ̀ halẹ̀. If you have a goat, and the goat is scratching the ground with its legs, blah, 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 blah. What can that goat do to you, the owner? That is how our case is with God Almighty. Thank you so much, Yami Labake Ojowara. I always appreciate you, ma. What can that goat do to you as the owner? I'm asking. But when it comes to God, this God must do it. Ọ̀dọ̀ Dékúnlé Epaphras lọ́lọ́ yẹn wà. Mo fẹ́ lọ ra omi, mo fẹ́ lọ ta omi. Ọ̀dọ̀ Sam Òjó, ọ̀dọ̀ Táíwò Òjó ló tún wà. Ọ̀dọ̀ Ezekiah ló wà. Ọ̀dọ̀ kìnnìkan, ọ̀dọ̀ Àgbàlá Gabriel ló tún wà. All this nonsense kò kí ń sú yín ni. If you can say you're going to a mosque to pray for five times a day, I don't know how many minutes each time that you go to pray in the mosque. If you are going there to pray, why can't you start under your roof? Why can't you let go of this generality? Do you think that God cannot hear you under your roof? Let me tell you another thing that we do in Christendom. At the end of the day, a pastor, in the beginning of the program, like Sam Ojo and all of them with the Amolori Buruko Dekule Epaphrasi, radai. Wọ́n lè máa pariwo ẹ máa gbàdúrà. Immediately after all the noise, he goes to the podium and the first thing he opens in his Bible is Isaiah 59. Ọlọ́run tẹ́ ń gbàdúrà ṣé tí ẹ di ni? Said, am my ear so deaf that I can't hear what you are saying? Am my hand so short that I cannot save you? And then Isheshe, the basics of Isheshe, your language is Isheshe. Your father and your mother, they are your Isheshe. Isheshe Nini. Your culture, it is your Isheshe. You see all these babalawos and everything, unlike the ones we had before. And so many ladies also will fall victim to their charms. And they are all interwoven in all these movements. Islam, Isheshe, Christianity. And there is only one purpose for all of them. Only one purpose: to destroy you, to collect the little you have. If care is not taken, to also enslave you. To also enslave you. And immediately you fall victim. You can never come out easily. And that is why I'm using this live video to warn you. Some of you will be saying, are you sure this thing? After allowing people to talk, there is a small illustration. Okay, I will bring in people to come and talk. I will be happy if I can have our online babalawos to come and defend, to come and talk. Can me bear the question, Lawo? If you are on Facebook, you want to call in, please, you can send messenger message to me on Rotimi Daniels profile, not on the page. I have a profile, Rotimi Daniels. I have a page, Rotimi Daniels Talk Show. So if you want to call in for your contribution, please use the profile, which is Rotimi Daniels. On TikTok, please, if you want to join me, you can signify and send a request to bring you on to come and make your contribution. Okay? Please. And on YouTube, please, if you're on YouTube, I am working on how to get another phone. I am praying to God for blessing to be able to buy another phone, because already I am using 3 to run on Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. I need another one that I will use for my WhatsApp, so that people can call me on it while having programs, because I know so many people on YouTube, they want to contribute too. But by my next live video, I promise I will be able to do it. Just pray for me, bear with me. So on YouTube, if you also have a Facebook page to use, you can reach me on Rotimi Daniels. Send a message to me on Rotimi Daniels. I will be able to receive it. Then I will call you on it. All right, Nosy Love, please unmute and share with us what you have. Hello? Hello?
Good evening.
Good evening, we can hear you now.
Yeah. What you raise is a very good topic.
Thank you so much.
The problem is that in Kotala and Mokofin share local,
Ló
we're the one
pọ̀.
killing ourselves.
Hmm.
We have this God at the tip of our fingers, in her palm, but we don't believe in it. In Konin no Joaloju. Yeah, in Konin no Joaloju. I'm born a Muslim. I'm a Muslim, but I'm sorry, I don't go to mosques.
Okay.
I don't have a car. I do my things myself.
Good.
I have tried. I was on a live one day. I was telling people, and all this online affair, they almost strangled me online that day. I said, the biggest mistake you can do in your life is go for any life partner, koloba afar, pastor. Yeah, I'm a living testimony to that. It's 90% of it doesn't work out. It doesn't. You yourself, you know what is going on within yourself. You know who you like. You know who you like because of money. You know who you like genuinely.
Please repeat that. Please,
You know who you like because of money. You know who you like because of intimacy. And you know who you like genuinely. But you just want somebody to push you to do something. That is why you're doing it. You want to touch you here. To learn a motto for afa àbí pastor. To learn bo pastor àbí afa. Òrìṣà tó lóun fún àṣẹ sí láti tẹríba fún lẹ́yìn òun. Òun làwọn òbí ẹ̀. Ó tọ́jú àwọn òbí ẹ̀. Ó wá lọ já ìdámẹ́wàá kan. Ó rò bí ìdámẹ́wàá yẹn máa work fún ẹ. Tí ò ṣeré ni. There are some things that they are just psychology. They are psychology. They are nǹkan tó ìwọ tó mọ nǹkan tẹ́nìkan gbé sí ẹ̀yìnkùlé ẹ̀. Wà wá débẹ̀ wá ní Ọlọ́run Rotimi, Ọlọ́run Nozi Love, Ọlọ́run kìíní kan tó pé owó gbogbo mọ nǹkan tẹ́nì ń pè lọ́lọ́.
Tó ń gbé lọ́lọ́. I wish I could screen record this. Oh my God.
Ọmọ nǹkan tẹ́nì yẹn ń pè lọ́lọ́. Ìwádìí débẹ̀ wá máa ṣe Ọlọ́run kìíní kan gbà mí. 90% of them you rántí ọjọ́ tó ti pe Jésù àbí mú ọmọ ìgbẹ̀yìn. Ọlọ́run kìíní kan lẹ máa pè. Ọlọ́run tẹ̀ mọ nǹkan tó ń gbogbo jókòó nínú yàrá tó ń pè. And another thing is, I don't know. Ọlọ́run dáríjì mi tó bá dàbí ẹ̀ṣẹ̀. The story of Èṣù àti Ọlọ́run story yẹn ò clear dọ́là.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Because Ọlọ́run tó lè pa odidi Sodom and Gomorrah jẹ́. Ọlọ́run tó lè dá ayé ṣùgbọ́n wá ní Èṣù wá máa ṣẹ̀ tí ò ní lè discipline ó wá tì sí àwọn èèyàn pé ẹ̀yìn èèyàn lọ máa.
Ó yẹ lọ máa ẹnu àbá yìí.
I used to tell people I don't inherit enmity. Ọlọ́run àti Èṣù àárín wọn nìyẹn. Ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ tó lè ṣẹ̀ mí jù láyé mi tí rí nǹkan tó lè ṣe fún mi tí mi lè dáríjì ẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n tó bá ti lè make statement Èṣù ní àmì ò lè kọ́lọ̀ dáríjì mi ọ̀sán àti ọ̀làmì lè dáríjì ẹ̀ o. Because Èṣù rówó ló ń parọ́ mọ́. I do tell people tó bá jẹ́ pé tòótọ́ ni ọjọ́ àgbéǹde wà Ọlọ́run ò ní sọ̀rọ̀ o. Èṣù ló máa dájọ́. Èṣù ló máa dájọ́ náà. Because àti wọ́n tó sọ pé Èṣù ni àti Èṣù ni ẹ̀yin méjèèjì wọ́n jọba dúró dọ́gba Èṣù wá máa bí ẹ́ ìgbà wo àsìkò wo ni mo wá bá ẹ. Ni mo sọ fún ẹ. Ìwọ àtẹ Ọlọ́run wá máa ra jókòó ní bóyá ìwà Èṣù tó sọ pé ṣé ẹ̀yìn ó yà ẹjọ́ máa yanjú ẹ̀.
I dey feel you, right there. I dey feel you. You are making my day.
We just hypocrisy à ń tọra wa. Òun ni a kàn wá àwa gbogbo ọ̀dà àwa wá ẹni tá a máa mú. Òun ló jẹ́ kó máa rí wa mú. Ìwọ tó ṣiṣẹ́. For example, òun gba salary 100k lóṣù in the Nigeria of today. Ó jẹ́ fẹ́ lọ Lexus. Ó wá lọ sílé babaláwo. Kọ́lọ̀ fọ̀rúnkẹ́ bàbá mi ó máa sọ kí ni ká ní ò lè délé aládáhùn ṣe kọ́ má rí nǹkan sọ sí ẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ilé pásítọ̀ àti ilé àfà. Kò sí ni wọ́n máa sọ páyé ń ṣe ẹ̀ náà. But nọ́kùn ààrẹ nínú ààrẹ ṣó ayé ń ṣe ẹ́. Àgbà náà wọnú owó ẹ̀ wọ́n ló ń ṣàgbàna fúnra rẹ̀. Òun gba 500,000, òun fi 200,000 ṣàgbèrè. 100,000 lè kó sí mọ́tò. Ó wá ní kíní kan gbowó lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ láàárín ìwọ àtẹlẹ́dà ẹ̀ ṣé nǹkan kan gbowó lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. But we want magic. We don't want miracle. We want magic. We want magic because some things are logical, but we don't want to accept it. And ẹni tó ń sọ fún yín pé mo ríran sí ẹ kó ń lọ lóyìnbó ẹni yẹn ń to document ẹ o ó ń build account ẹ ó wá proof of kí lorúkọ ẹ proof of fund ó wá sọ fún ẹ pé káwọ́ sókè sọ pé wàá lọ lóyìnbó ó dẹ̀ build account ẹ ìwọ ń sanwó sínú account ẹ láti fi build account ẹ ó sọ pé kí wọ́n máa dúró de magic because I'm not going to call that miracle.
ẹjọ ẹ bá mi ṣáléèdì látẹwọ ẹjọ torí ọ̀rọ̀ ẹjọ ẹ bá mi látẹwọ ẹjọ.
ó sọ pé òun dúró de magic ìyẹn dẹ̀ ń build tiẹ̀ ẹni tó gọ̀ ló ń gbégunnu náà ó believe in magic wọ́n ní kẹ́ dáwó fún pásítọ̀ fẹ́ kọ́lé ìwọ fẹ́ ṣe sọ́jú wọ́n ní kí wọ́n máa gbàdúrà ṣọ́ọ̀dẹ̀ ní ẹni. So sometimes all these àfáà babaláwo pastor I don't blame them sometimes. Ọ̀gá mi kan máa sọ pé àgùntàn rírà ẹ̀mí lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tó gba búrẹ́dì lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. Wọ́n ti rí pé magic òun là ń wá. Ó sọ pé òrìṣẹ́. Ó lọ church láàárọ̀ Monday. Ó lọ church ní Wednesday. Ó lọ church ní alẹ́ Friday. Alẹ́ Sunday wọ́n tún ṣe after service ó tún dúró. Ìgbà wo ló fẹ́ máa lọ interview àbí fún exam tó ní sùn? Bàbá máa parọ́ yìí pé ìyá Káúsára kan tó yẹ pé ẹran tó wà nínú pọ́tì ẹ̀gàn kò jẹ́ tó wá sọ pé òun ló ń ṣọ́ ẹ ẹni tí ò tí ì rí tí ẹ rò.
Nǹkan ti ṣe wá.
I don't know. You will sit down and somebody will come to you and tell you that ìyá ẹ ló ń ṣe é. Bàbá ẹ ló ń ṣe é. And you yourself you believe it. Èyí wọ́n máa fún aláàfáà lówó kó gbàdúrà fún ẹ. Ṣé after Gafuru láì tó kọ́kọ́ ṣe ìtọrọ dáríjì tó kọ́kọ́ ṣe ìwọ ló ṣe fún ni ṣọ́dá ó ní after Gafuru láì àdìkẹ́ ni kò sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ara ẹ̀ ló tọrọ dáríjì ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ fún. Ó máa kọ́kọ́ gba tiẹ̀ kó tó gba tẹlòmíì but we don't know we don't I think we should go back to our source. We should go back to our source. Go and worship what you have at home. What you have at home, your parents.
Thank you so much.
Clean your own heart. Jẹ́ ká dàbí yẹn kọ́kọ́ da fún ẹ náà.
Ẹ má tí ì lọ bẹ̀ yẹn ibẹ̀ ni mo fẹ́ round up sí ẹ ti fẹ́ kọwọ́ bọ̀ nǹkan lójú sísítà mi ẹ má tí ì kọwọ́ bọ̀ nǹkan.
Yeah, be confident of yourself. Bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ṣe wáyé mi ò dáa o mo máa sọ fọ́lọ́ ẹlẹ́ṣẹ̀ gidi ni mí but mo máa ń ṣírègùn fọ́lọ́ Ọlọ́run tó bá jẹ́ pé mo ṣe báyìí fún mi.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Mi ò kí n lórúkọ anybody share anything. People around you are suffering. People around you are dying. And you are there giving tithes to somebody that is using the car that you yourself cannot use in the next 10 years. You are impressing a pastor that is already made. And some people are dying somewhere of hunger. No, it's not done.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry to say,
Thank you so much.
They are all scam.
Ben.
All scam. All pọ̀ nínú DM. Oògùn kan tí mo mọ̀ tó ṣúọ̀ tó wà ń ta nísìnyìí kò dẹ̀ kí n ṣoògùn náà scam náà ni. Oṣoolẹ̀ ọṣẹ gbé wá ọṣẹ gbé lọ.
They are even so shameless that wọ́n máa ń polówó ẹ̀ lórí online.
Of course, and I will tell them ẹnìkan sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́jọ́ kan lórí online kan bọ́ ẹnìkan ní láti DM mi pé kẹ́mi máa sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́. Ó sọ pé igun tẹ bá gun pọ̀ tẹ máa fi ṣe kíní kan kìnnìkan náà kọ́mẹ̀ntì pé àmọ́ máa bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn dáadáa ó lówó gan ló ra intro because ó sọ pé tó bá ṣọṣẹ yẹn tán kò ní sẹ́ni tó máa lówó tẹ̀ nìyẹn mọ́ ní ìwọ tó ń ṣọṣẹ gangan ṣé ìbọn ilé mélòó ló ní Naija ṣé ó kọ́ wà lára first ten tó lówó jù Nàìjíríà ìwọ tó fẹ́ ṣọṣẹ fún yàn ni o Yorùbá ṣe máa sọ pé tí tó bá máa dáṣọ fún
yàn tọrọ ẹ̀ lákọ́kọ́ wò
ìwọ tó yẹ pé àwọn ọmọ ẹ ọlọ́pàá gbé wọn jù sílẹ̀ lórí pé wọ́n ṣe yahoo 10,000 naira wọ́n ṣe yahoo 100 pounds ìwọ wá fẹ́ ṣọṣẹ gbé wá tó máa gbé 100 million wá fẹ́ nìkan àwọn ọ̀dẹ̀ náà but I think misplaced priority ó pọ̀ nínú nǹkan tó ń ṣe wá and I don't know is it brainwashing am I going to call it brainwashing.
Olè nǹkan táwa náà fẹ́ jẹ náà ń sọ fún wa sẹ́ olè làwa náà tá à ń wá wọn lọ.
Ẹ ti gẹ̀ẹ́sẹ̀ olè gbé olè gbà ní.
Èèyàn pọ̀ tó máa sọ ẹ fún wa láyé o.
Ẹ ní sùúrù bàbá mi.
Ẹ wo èmi ò mo tẹ̀ ti round up nǹkan tí mo sọ.
Ẹ ṣé bàbá ẹ ṣé. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. much, everybody.
Thank you
Yeah,
so
you're
much.
welcome, my sister. You said it all.
Yeah.
Mr. Rotimi, let me know if I can proceed.
All right, AJ, oh yeah, Egbon's okay.
See that, my sister. Don't sorrow, she has said it all. I only came on your live program because I saw a video you posted about a woman. Tí wọ́n ní wọ́n drug wípé ó fẹ́yàn kan lówó, ó wá lọ bá ẹni yẹn. Níbi kan bákan bóyá pẹ̀lú yẹn wá bá fún. My brother, you don't blame that pastor. Woman yẹn ni kẹ̀ blame. Ohun ojú wa lójú rí. Ìwọ tó fúnyàn lówó, téèyàn kan wá bá ẹ tó wá ní kò níṣòwò, wípé kó wá bá àwọn àsọsọ place. Now, wọ́n sọ pé ìyàwó lé ni. Ṣé ó sọ fọ́kọ ẹ̀gbà tó ń lọ síbẹ̀?
Kò sọ.
Question number one. Kò sọ fọ́kọ ẹ̀.
Kò sọ.
Ohun ojú wa, ohun lójú rí. It's as simple as that. You don't blame that pastor. Ohun ojú wa lójú. Ìgbà tó drug ẹ̀ tó bá sùn tó lóun ò mọ nǹkan tó ṣe òun. Òun dábì òun gangan náà tó ń lọ síbẹ̀ láì sọ fọ́kọ ẹ̀.
Nǹkan tí irú pásítọ̀ yẹn máa bẹ̀rù fún ni wípé torí pé wọ́n mọ̀ wọ́n as pásítọ̀ tó bá yẹ pé regular guy bíi tèmi ni or bóyá regular guy bíi ti tẹ̀yìn ni kí ló kẹ́ anybody nígbà tí ì ṣe pé rape wọ́n jọ consent pé wọ́n fẹ́ bára wọn sùn ní now.
Ẹ blame obìnrin yẹn náà at the same time.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Sọ fọ́kọ ẹ̀ tó lọ kí ló dé tó ṣe sọ fọ́kọ ẹ̀ ìyẹn kan náà. So ìyẹn aside ọ̀rọ̀ títí pé tí wọ́n sister mi sọ tán sister mi ti ní ilẹ̀ 2 nights ago I was mo control on TikTok náà. A guy he had 50,000 naira in his account last couple tó ní láyé àti lọ́run ó fún pastor and the pastor was like last couple tó ní 50,000 naira tó ní láyé àti lọ́run ó fún mi màá dúró tiẹ̀. And this same guy will now be calling his friends in diaspora. Owó lówó lọ́wọ́, ẹjọ́ fún òun lówó. Ṣé you get? This same person, a máa call our friends ẹ̀, ó gbé kọ́ fún òun lówó. Now let's now assume bó lọ fún interview lọ́la. Ṣé bóyá màá sábà fẹ́ máa yáwó mọ́tò náà nìyẹn? Òun odidi owó ẹ̀ kò kó léèyàn kan lọ́wọ́. Òun lówó yín, ó fi ń gàzọ́. Èèyàn kankan ò rí nǹkan kan o. Even you that you are talking to me right now. As I'm talking to you, mi ò rí nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lẹ́yìn mi. Mo wá fẹ́ máa sọ pé mo fẹ́ máa rí ọjọ́ iwájú èèyàn. This is 1 p.m. Canada time. Mi ò mọ nǹkan tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ by 7 p.m.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Èèyàn kan wá ní pé òun rí ọjọ́ iwájú ọ̀la ẹ̀. Just like my sister said, ẹni tó ń gbàdúrà fún ẹ, wípé ìwọ wà lóyìnbó, wípé wà travel, òun gangan tó tiẹ̀ lọ́wọ́. Proof of fund ló ń wá. Ó ń tó tiẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ confam ni. It's high time we flush these people out of our system.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, all of them.
All of them. Ọ̀pọ̀ láwọn tó ń ba ìlú yẹn jẹ́. Ìlú yìí ni gbogbo wa jọ wà, and somebody will be telling you, oh, you don't need visa to travel. You will just disappear, meet yourself there. You don't need plane to go to London. Táwọn bá dẹ̀ sick, tó bá sín, tètè bá ń dùn wọ́n. The next available jet, wọ́n ti lọ sí London, US, Canada, wọ́n ti gba treatment. But then you bá sick, wọ́n máa fún yín ní holy water kẹ́ máa mú. But tẹ́ bá wá kú, wọ́n á ní bọ́ọ̀lù ṣe fẹ́ nìyẹn.
Wọ́n ní we serve a mysterious God.
Exactly. It doesn't make sense. Ní friend mi kan, ó ṣe wọ London bóyá bí last year ni. Lára àwọn tó máa níwọ̀n ní Japan yẹn ni. But he was able to scale through. Nísìnyí ló ṣe mọ́ ẹ pé pastor kan búrẹ́dì lọ ń jálè wò lọ́wọ́. When he said it, I was shocked. Lára àwọn popular pastor yẹn ni tó ní private university in Nigeria. Yes. Ìsìn ló ṣe mọ̀ ló ní AJ wo bàbá kìíní yẹn búrẹ́dì ló ń jálè àwọn lọ́mọ ní so ó ṣe mọ́ pé ipe búrẹ́dì ló ń jálè lọ́wọ́ tó ń parọ́ fún yín. Ó lóun ti já. Yes. Jálè àwọn lọ́mọ ní so ó ṣe mọ́ pé somebody yẹn kọ́ wọlé committed yọ. Ìkan náà ló jí ní US ló ní Ọlọ́run sọ fún God told me not to travel to Nigeria. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà tó ti mẹ́nu ẹ̀ tó ti mọ bó ṣe jẹ́ tó ti rí yàtọ̀. You are now staying in US, decide to leave Nigeria.
Jennifer, happy to have you here. Good evening.
We know what's going on. Let's flush these bad people.
We will. We won't stop this awareness. We won't.
We need to flush them out.
Thank you so much, Babami.
Industry like need. We don't need churches and Abba or anything in Nigeria. Industry.
Thank you so much.
To prosper without any industry. Church land build káàkiri.
Ṣé báwọn Táíwò Òjó, Sam Òjó, all of them, ẹ wo adúrú nǹkan tí wọ́n ti ní pamọ́ tí wọ́n ń pè ní campground fún prayers. These are dropout o. mi ìmọ̀ qualification Táíwò Òjó because torí Táíwò Òjó bá pẹ́ máa mọ̀ pé kì í ṣe nǹkan tá a need nìyẹn débi wípé ẹ wá ń pray mo rí one of the prayer point tí madman yẹn ó ń sọ fáwọn géńdé ọkùnrin tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ pé kàn fọwọ́ kan abẹ́ wọn gbogbo ibi tí mo ti fa abẹ́ kàn Ọlọ́run Ayọ̀ Babalọ́lá wá mú mi jáde sórí wá ti dàrú Nàìjíríà ni
orí wọn ti dàrú.
débi tí mo ti fa abẹ́ kàn ó yẹ pé Nàìjíríà nìkan la ti ń fa abẹ́ kàn táwọn rogun e nídìí socket
ẹ sà
ní Canada ní US àwọn èèyàn máa kúrò ní club I am not saying that maybe it's good but ẹ jẹ́ ká streamline ẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá à ń sọ ń sìn èèyàn máa kúrò ní club wá gbọ́mọ inú mọ́tò ń gbà mí ilẹ̀ tí máa bára yín ṣe nǹkan náà wọn ò rógun ẹ̀bẹ̀ àárọ̀ ọjọ́ kejì oníkálukú tún gba ibiṣẹ́ ẹ̀ lọ ó kà kó ti mọ iye tó máa wọlé every 2 weeks or every week or every month depending on the employer's payment plan kí ló dé tó ẹ pé Nàìjíríà láti ń rógun bí bá sùn ẹ má fàyà lu àyà o má fìdí kàn dí o má fẹsẹ̀ gbẹ ṣó lórí ibú lẹ́yìn pásítọ̀ yìí ni.
ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ kọ́kọ́ fún yín ṣe rí ẹ mọ bí tó ti máa mú wọn tó bá ní kó ṣe prayer fáwọn tó bá ní wàá lówó tó gbé bá ṣe àmì o wàá lọ́kọ àmì ọ̀ ti máa pẹ́ bí ìṣòro ẹ̀ nìyẹn.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
That's where they will now come in. Ibi ìṣòro ẹ̀ nìyẹn wọ́n á máa sọ fún yín pé ọkùnrin lágbájá báyìí òun ni ìṣòro ẹ̀. Nobody sees nothing kò sẹ́nibody tó rí nǹkan kan. Nobody. Even I'm sorry to say this kò tẹ̀sán tó lè mọ Adébóyè wọn gan you no dey see anything.
Which Adébóyè.
Bàbá yẹn ti mú gbogbo ó ti mú gbogbo tí ò bá mú gbogbo ni wàá sọ fún mi ní December wàá lọ travel lọ sí London summer winter time.
Ó di summer.
If not for madness tí ò bá ṣe kó mú gbòòrò kò ní máa sọ yẹn ìlú yẹn náà kàn ní gbogbo àjọ wà yìí.
àwọn tó tiẹ̀ ti wà ní UK 20-30 years wọ́n ti confam ẹ̀ pé kò ṣẹlẹ̀ rí irọ́ ni bàbá yẹn ń pa.
kò lè ṣẹlẹ̀ kò lè happen ó máa tutù ṣáá ni kò ṣẹlẹ̀ wàá sọ fún mi pé Canada tí mo wà ní December ó máa di summer wàláì kò lè ṣẹlẹ̀.
Thank you so much bàbá mi ẹ jẹ́ kí n gbẹ́ lómi wọlé.
ẹ jẹ́ kí mi dá bí ó bá àwọn lómi ìfẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀.
Bumex lady please unmute jàre we are talking about all this babaláwo tó ń sọ pé all this ìṣẹ̀ṣe làgbà ìṣẹ̀ṣe is not àgbà as far as I'm concerned kò sí olóòótọ́ ọmọ nu wọn tó bá wà kò sí lórí social media so if you are picking number on social media pé Christianity ti disappointed Islam ti disappointed ó wá lọ mú number lórí social media fún ṣẹ̀ṣe you are entering one chance you are jumping from frying pan to fire I can beat my chest and tell you Bumex lady ẹ bá mi gbóhùn sókè.
Ẹ kálẹ́ gbogbo lé o.
Ẹ kálẹ́ jàre.
I will just say it briefly because èmi náà sì wà lẹ́nu iṣẹ́.
Okay.
Ṣé rí gbogbo pé èṣù ìṣẹ̀ṣe kinní kan yẹn ọ̀tán fi ń tàn wá kiri irọ́ ni. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ nǹkan kan briefly there is a little problem nínú family mi.
Okay.
Tó bá ti di stage kan àwọn èèyàn kan kú as in bóyá ó wà nílùú.
I irritate my skin a lot more than I should. Like this was my skin just 2 weeks ago.
Pusha, I decree and I decree.
Lẹ́ni tó sọ̀rọ̀ yìí fún mi wọ́n ń pè ìlú kan ní Ẹ̀kìnrin Adé ní Kogi State pásítọ̀ ni bàbá yẹn ṣùgbọ́n àwọn pásítọ̀ tó ṣe wípé wọ́n yẹṣẹ́ wò ni. Bàbá yẹn ní ṣòmòrò tó ń ṣe nídìílé yín tó ń fi ẹlẹ́dẹ̀ bọ. Ó ní bẹ́ẹ̀ ni bàbá ó ní bó o bá lọ bọ́ ìwọ náà máa kú torí pé àsìkò tó yẹ kẹ́ ẹ bọ́ tẹ́ ẹ bọ́ làwọn wèrè pásítọ̀ yín sọ fún yín pé ẹ̀gbọ́n lọ́rùn gbọ́ yẹn ó dẹ̀ tí kú dán. Láti ìgbà tá a ti wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí í ṣe kinní yẹn bàbá kò sẹ́nìbọ̀dì tó kú àdá pàtíkúlà èjì mọ́ o. Ṣùgbọ́n Adébóyè àjókòó sórí ibì ká wá máa sọ fẹ́yìn wípé wọ́n ti wá jẹ́ ká mọ̀ wípé in our lineage alógun kò sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ pé ogun ń jà wá o. O ò ṣiṣẹ́ from Monday to Sunday wàá padà sí church ní Sunday wàá lò lọ́sùn dúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run out of 365 days ìta ní ó fi 300 days wà lórí òkè òun pé Olúwa Ọlọ́run gan wẹ̀ pé you are mad.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ọlọ́run wẹ̀ pé you are mad orí ẹ ti dàrú níbi tó ti ń pè òun yẹn tọ́lọ́run tó bá wà ìpò ẹ ní òrà ẹ̀mọ́ kọ̀ọ̀dù lórí gan wàá mọ̀ á wá ìpò yẹn ní òrà ẹ̀mọ́ kọ̀ọ̀dù gidi torí káwá fi wé wípé agbèrò tó wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tó ń gbóṣòdì 50 naira from Monday to Saturday. Ìwọ tó wà lórí òkè tó ń ṣe ha Ọlọ́run bàbá lọ́lá o Ọlọ́run kìíní kan ta ló fẹ́ mówó lọlé bàbá ta ló fẹ́ mówó lọlé ṣàgbèrò ní mówó lọlé wàá wá padà délé wàá wá lọ máa tọrọ gàyà Ọlọ́run á ṣe kìíní kan. We have been brainwashed ibi tá a dé yìí a mọ̀ pé yes we have get to this particular place but ìsìn ànígbà fún wọn mọ́.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni no
bí mo ṣe
green.
wà tó bá àtàkì mi màá àtàkì ẹ̀mí I don't fucking care ìwà Adébóyè Kúmúyì mò ń tẹnu mọ́ live and direct kò ní kúre láyé
Àmín
kò
àṣẹ.
ní kúre bí ti wú ọmọ.
Níbi tó bá yé àwọn èèyàn jẹ́ dé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
níbi ẹni tí mo gbé lọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀ ní Kaduna state ní kékeré ẹ̀gbọ́n mọ́ sí mi ní òní first born wọn ó bá yé àǹtí Esther jẹ́ títí dọ̀la bá a ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀. Ó bà láìfù woman yẹn jẹ́ gbogbo kàríà ẹ̀ tó yẹ kó ṣe láyé ìṣesìn ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ni o pastor no ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì ni o Deeper Life ló lọ títí for like good 40 years ayé àǹtí Esther dẹ̀ bàjẹ́ ìsìn lọ́pọ̀lọ́ wọn ṣẹ̀ wá sí tó bá ń bá mi sọ̀rọ̀ at times ìsìn tá a bá wà ní fídíò kọ̀ wọ́n máa sunkún ní máa gbé Kúmúyì ṣépè Kúmúyì ní kẹ́ ẹ má lo mo gbọ́ àṣírí kan recently àsìkò gbà tí Kúmúyì ní kán má lo TV mọ́ ṣé mọ̀ pé Kúmúyì ti ń lo plasma TV tí wọ́n import wá láti US.
Nílé.
Tó dẹ̀ ní kán lọ I'm a victim of the people tá a dìjọ lọ gbé TV dànù tá a lọ jù sí ọ̀n pèbí kan ní Bọ́là ní Kaduna State Bọ́là la lọ ju TV wa black and white sí Bọ́là òun la lọ jù sí. Ó wá ṣe tán sí I ask for forgiveness God forgive me you can be using it kò ní kúre bí ti wù mọ́ àti rán dìrẹ̀ ẹ̀.
Àṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
So from now let everybody àti gbọ́nsìn okay redemption camp tán lọ last èèyàn mélòó ló lọ. Èèyàn mélòó ló lọ.
Wọ́n ti ń bọ̀ àwọn èèyàn ti ń bọ̀ díẹ̀díẹ̀.
wọ́n fẹ́ fi ṣe sacrifice ẹni tó bá gbọ́ kúlẹ̀kúlẹ̀ redemption camp á mọ̀ wípé wọ́n lọ ń ṣe sacrifice ni á mọ̀ ń pa ẹ̀ àmọ́ iye ẹ̀jẹ̀ tó ń ta sílẹ̀ ń bẹ̀ kan tó lọ.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Yes.
Àwọn
àmọ́ iye
èèyàn
àwọn
rádaràda.
babaláwo tó ń wà ń bẹ̀ gbogbo àdúrà tẹ̀ ń gbà yẹn àwọn babaláwo wà ń bẹ̀ àṣẹ náà ń lò fún yín ṣe fẹ́ gbọ́. So we just need to kí kálukú wa ká sán ṣòkòtò wa at
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
this point káwọn ọmọ wa ká má jìn sí kòtò tá a
Thank
ti
you
jìn.
so much ìyá mi.
So that does
I
it.
appreciate you so much for that wonderful
Orí mo ṣe
contribution.
ṣiṣẹ́ lọ.
Ọmọ Elédùmarè your turn ẹ bá mi gbóhùn sókè. Ẹ má gbàgbé àwọn babaláwo orí social media àwọn ọ̀ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ làgbà.
So now, nǹkan mo fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti bí nǹkan bí tí women sísọ dé because she has said most of the things but mo fẹ́ buttress point ṣẹ́rí babaláwo wà ìṣẹ̀ṣe wà ọ̀pọ̀ through social media. Rotimi, thank you so much for bringing that to light.
Thank you so much sir.
Because àwọn èèyàn torí pé àfẹ́ wà accountable they were serious but àti ẹ̀kọ́ pé lazy Nigerian youth inú bí wọn pé ó sọ pé lazy. Yes, we are lazy. We are very, very lazy. And I will not lie to you. We just want to jump from level 0 to 1,000. No processing. No, we don't want to go through planning. We don't care about planning. So, can you try like this? Now, when it comes to these pastors, you know what I do on my page, right?
Mm-hmm.
You already know.
Mm-hmm.
You see, multi messages, account me back of the 3 months back. If I screenshot some messages on my DM and send it to you, that pastors and fasts are sent to me. One gave me 14 days, one gave me 7 days. That in 7 days time I'm going to die. So the second 7 days, ni wọ́n fẹ́ fún mi, wọ́n introduce me sí position kan ló mú like position yẹn fún promotion ní iṣẹ́ so ó ní pé nonsense ń sọ and what's it called and èèyàn kan ti hàn mí tó so and then you see àwa gangan ni problem àwa gangan ó ní ọ̀rọ̀ ìdílé tó ní kálukú ní tó ò bá ti ṣe bí Bumex ṣe sọ yìí aláìṣe Bumex ṣe wà ní.
Yeah, ó ṣe máa wà ní section.
Comment section.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni wọ́n wà ń bẹ̀.
Mo fẹ́ fún Bumex ní gift but a máa sọ̀rọ̀.
I can quickly bring her up again. Bumex, please send the request again
so I can give her a gift. So kí ni mo try láti sọ ni pé orò ìdílé tá a bá ti ṣe ayé wa máa bàjẹ́. I say this all the time of my life. Sórí orò ìdílé ohun gbogbo òrìṣà àwọn òyìnbó gbé tí wọn wá and ẹ bá sọ pé òun pé Ọlọ́run lọ sí Ọlọ́run mú báyìí ó yàtọ̀ sí Elédùmarè o kò kí ń ṣòun l'Elédùmarè o Elédùmarè ń bínú kó payé rẹ̀ o òun bínú kó pààyàn kò sọ fún ọmọ Yorùbá ní pé kó lọ gbalẹ̀ Ìgbò kan lọ pa ogun tó wà ń bẹ̀ o so ká bá ń sunkún ká máa ríran Bible àti Quran olè náà wá fi jà torí missionary làwọn méjèèjì bá wá sí Áfíríkà olè dẹ̀ náà wá fi jà so ẹni tó jáyàn lólè ókè èèyàn wọlé èèyàn kan sí ó pa lọ́mọ ó pa ìyàwó ẹ̀ ó pa bàbá ó pa ìyá ó wá ń lọ wá ní kó gbàwé kó máa kà ṣé tóyìnbó bá mọ ọ̀nà téèyàn máa fi enjoy through eternity ṣọ́ máa fi hàn wá ní. They will not. This is why we have to do everything to drop this nonsense. Mo dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè pé ó ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀ already. Generation yìí ti wake up débi pé àwọn èèyàn ti ń dọ́ọ̀pù church wọn. Ìṣẹ̀ṣe wà o. Supernatural powers ẹ̀ wà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni ó wà àwọn tó jẹ́ kàńdá àwọn onírọ̀ yẹn là ń tákù lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ wọn ò jẹ́ kó encourage àwọn èèyàn rárá ta ló ń ṣe oògùn fáwọn babaláwo àtàfà ṣé báwọn ń ṣẹ̀ṣe náà ni.
Now ó tún wá sọ ó mẹ́sàn-án wá sọ̀rọ̀ kan pé redemption camp tó ń lọ yẹn pé àwọn babaláwo wọn gbẹ̀rọ ṣìkò kò sí irọ́ ń bẹ̀ 1000%, 1,000,000,000 ìbàlẹ́sẹ̀sọ ni lady yẹn sọ. In fact ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà lọ́kàn mi 100% ẹ̀ ń sọ ó dẹ̀ sọ through experience torí pé kí ni tó bá tọ́wẹ̀ kan ẹ lọ máa fọwọ́ kan tọ́wẹ̀ ní ọ̀tà àwọn babaláwo náà ṣiṣẹ́ sí o scam 1,000,000,000 tí bàbá mi tó bá gbé èmi ti mọ àwọn kankan kí ó tó di pé ọ̀rọ̀ pọ̀sí mi ṣẹlẹ̀ tí pọ̀sí mi sì kú ni àwọn ìlú kú hepatitis ló pa wọ́n torí pé wọ́n lé wọn lọ church wọ́n máa ṣe kinní kan tí bàbá yẹn ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń pọ̀ nǹkan yẹ́lò tó fi ń pọ̀ cream ẹ ṣì ń gbàdúrà sí so in fact
thank you so much.
I am happy I'm hearing this today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Baba. Thank you so much. Tani Eshu, I will bring you on now. It's your turn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe pàápàá. It's your turn. Tani Eshu.
Ẹ káalẹ́, ẹ káàsán lé o.
Ẹ káalẹ́ mà.
In fact mi ò mọ tí n bá ní kí n gbàdúrà ọlọ́pàá jẹ́ kí n ṣe pé fún yín ṣùgbọ́n Olódùmarè ò ní fi yín sílẹ̀.
Àṣẹ Ìdùmarè.
Torí iṣẹ́ tẹ̀ ń ṣe mo mọ̀ pé àwọn èèyàn ń bínú àwọn èèyàn ń bínú seriously.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ẹ̀ ń tú àṣírí wọn ni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Agbára wọn ò dẹ̀ ní ká yín.
Àṣẹ Ìdùmarè.
As long as bí Ọlọ́run ṣe ń bẹ tí ẹ̀mí ẹ̀ ń bẹ agbára wọn ò ní ká yín.
Àṣẹ Ìdùmarè.
When you leave this plane that means pé universe ò ní ìdí yín mọ́ ni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Agbára èèyàn kankan kò ní ká yín.
Àṣẹ Ìdùmarè.
Gbogbo lé mo kí yín o. Ṣe rí iṣu ìṣẹ̀ṣe yìí àwọn bàbá wa àwọn ni wọ́n gbàbọ̀dé fún wa. Àwọn ni because àwọn ni wọ́n fún àwọn pastor àwọn imam àwọn ni wọ́n fún wọn ní agbára yìí láti máa lu àwọn èèyàn jìbìtì. So I think we are focusing on the wrong part of it. Àwọn pastor àtàwọn àfáà kò ní problem. Àwọn bàbá wa ni. Nígbà tó bá ti fún wọn ní agbára yẹn tán wọ́n wá lọ sí ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì wọ́n máa tẹ èṣù mọ́lẹ̀ wọ́n á dẹ̀ tún padà wọ́n á lọ rì ní ìwọ̀n agbára yẹn. Nǹkan tí mo lè sọ pé ṣe rí èṣù àti Ọlọ́run nǹkan kan náà ni. Nígbà tí Job nígbà nínú Bible.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Èṣù ò lè dá nǹkan kan ṣe lẹ́yìn Ọlọ́run Ọlọ́run ò lè dá nǹkan kan ṣe lẹ́yìn èṣù.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Èṣù Ọlọ́run ní láti pe èṣù pé wá pàdé mi ò rí ọ̀rẹ́ mi yẹn ni mo fẹ́ kó jẹ́ńgà mo fẹ́ kó mess up seriously. Ó dẹ̀ ní bàbá as long as tó bá ti fún mi láṣẹ I dey go. Ọlọ́run nínú Bible ló pa àwọn èèyàn jù èèyàn mélòó ni ẹ̀yin Sátánì nínú Bible pa. I understand ṣe rí àti miss ẹ̀ bọ́ a ní láti padà sílé problem wa ni pé ilé tá a fẹ́ padà sí ìgan ó tún wá ti bàjẹ́.
Ó burú ju bí tá a fẹ́ sá lọ tá a ti fẹ́ sá kúrò nǹkan tí mò ń sọ lórí ètò lẹ́ni gangan nìyẹn.
àwọn eégún lé kábọ̀ òṣè odò àwọn tá a fẹ́ lọ bá nílé láti bá wa bọ́ kan wọn ò sí mọ́.
That's correct.
wọn ò sí mọ́ owó ni gbogbo wọn ń wá káàkiri kí ni ìṣẹ̀ṣe jẹ́ kí n interpret ní English bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ṣe mọ̀ ìṣẹ̀ṣe is the doing force ìṣe the ancient ṣe the doing. I understand.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So that force has been will always be.
Which I will always say that start from our parents. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àwọn Nigerians àwọn Yorùbá ń claim pé Ifá ń gba ayé kan is a very nonsense talk. Ifá ò lè gba ayé kan. What is Ifá? Ifá is a knowledge, a universal multiversal knowledge. Kì í ṣe Yorùbá nìkan lónìí, kì í ṣe Igbo, kì í ṣe India, everywhere ló wà. So kò ṣe fẹ́ gba ayé kan ó wà níbi tó wà. You just have to tap into it. Babaláwo tó wà willing láti help ẹ, ó máa kọ́ ẹ láti di Ọlọ́run ara ẹ. Pastor tó fẹ́ help ẹ, ó máa kọ́ ẹ pé ìwọ fúnra rẹ you are God.
Not to be serving him, not to be subjected by him. True.
But they want you to be loyal to them. Kó máa ṣe daddy. Ṣé wàá rí problem again? Ó ní àwọn obìnrin. Táwọn obìnrin bá ti lọ sí church mọ́, the coming generation ayé wọn máa dà.
Ìyá mi ní wá yín tì.
Torí àwọn ìyá títí wa ló sọ wá di nǹkan táwa dì lẹ́nu.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ìgbájú àti ìgbámú la fi lọ sí church.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Tó o bá ti lọ màá sọ fún bàbá ẹ.
Wọ́n á ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀. I understand. Táwọn obìnrin ò bá ti mi ò force religion lórí anybody o. Gbogbo àwọn religion yìí scam.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Spirituality wọn bí mọ́ gbogbo wa ni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
You just have to seek it. But you cannot be religion.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ má bá mi power tap ẹ má jẹ́ kán flag wa ẹ jọ̀ọ́. Topic yìí lágbára go sensitive.
You can't be religious and be intelligent. Religion na for people wey no dey think. Spirituality máa jẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ pé ṣẹ́rí Ifá is beyond pé à ń pa ewúrẹ́ àfi ń bọ̀fá. Spirituality máa jẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ pé agbára tó wà nílé ayé yìí kì í ṣe agbára pé òkè mo kàn pé èṣù because ṣẹ́rí èṣù Ṣàngó and all of these things representation on the surface wọn ní gbogbo àwọn ère tẹ̀ rí yẹn. They are energies, portals in which you tap into. I understand.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Tó bá gbá fáǹsì pé ọ̀yẹ̀kú na energy. Inú energy yẹn ni wọ́n máa sọ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ fún ẹ. Kì í ṣe pé okay it's just about ewúrẹ́ wọn bọ Ifá bọ nǹkan táwọn oníṣẹ́ ìṣe especially àwa ọ̀dọ́ tá a ṣe ń join ìṣẹ̀ṣe tá a concentrate lé lórí ni. The sacrificial part of it pé okay mo ṣe ìtẹ́fà wọ́n fún mi 2 million mo ṣe ìtẹ́fà wọ́n fún mi ní 5 million. Ìṣẹ̀ṣe ní àwọn òyìnbó ni wọ́n fi ṣe gbogbo fún táwa tá a pe ara wa ní ọmọ Ọ̀rúnmìlà power house of knowledge. Tá a lè ṣe fún tá a lè ṣe kankan kí náà fi ìṣẹ̀ṣe kankan ṣe láti gbà tá a ti ń tẹ̀fà tá a ti ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ kí la fi ṣe.
Kí la fi ṣe?
Àwọn tó ń fi ìṣẹ̀ṣe tí wọ́n ṣe fún tó fi ń ṣe microwave àwa la tún ló ń kówó rà why should kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ because the aspect that focus on is mi ò fẹ́ kí ogun ìyá lẹ́mi tí máa ti mú eku àti ẹja tí máa ti fi bọ̀ fáwọn ti tán. When Ifá picks you as in the knowledge itself of the universe when it picks you ó máa rán ẹ lọ sọ́dọ̀ oníṣẹ̀ṣe to máa set on the path to your destiny. But tó o bá ti jẹ́ pé òkè ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀ ló introduce ẹ sóníṣẹ̀ṣe wọ́n máa gbà ẹ́. Nǹkan tó fẹ́ kọ́kọ́ sọ fúnra ẹ ni pé mi ò need nǹkan kan outside of me. Everything wà nínú mi. That way orí ẹ máa tọ́ ẹ. Ó lè jọ́dọ̀ pastor náà ló máa rán ẹ lọ. Ó lè jọ́dọ̀ imam ni kì í ṣe gbogbo wọn ni ló ń ṣe burúkú. Because it's a knowledge, right?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ó wà lọ́dọ̀ àwọn pastor, ó wà lọ́dọ̀ tọ́lọ́run bá fẹ́ kí gbogbo wa ṣe nǹkan kan náà ni kò dín dá varieties.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
I understand. So
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
this knowledge ó wà scattered. But tá a bá ti lè ṣera wa lọ́kàn torí owó wàhálà tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ rẹ̀ àánú àwọn tó ń padà bọ̀ ń ṣẹ̀ṣe àánú wọn ló ṣe mí jù. Ẹ ṣeun gan sà.
Thank you so much, Yami. I really appreciate you. Work and random thoughts. Eba Agbons, okay. Thank you so much, Yami Tani issue. Ekale.
Yeah, it's good to have you, Abby. It's good. Yeah, I'm happy that you brought me up on this live. Anyways, what I wanted to say is religion, Isheshe. I don't really know much about Isheshe. I'm not even going to lie.
Okay.
Yoruba, and I know a bit. But Isheshe falls under religion, and I would like us to look at it from a broader point of view. Now, you know that there are two things that is used to rule falls under religion, and I would like, which is religion and politics. I would like us to look at it from a broader point of view.
So,
Ibo ni noise yẹn ti ń wá. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n gbé free thinker your contribution pàápàá máa gbé ọ̀rẹ́ mi wọlé padà.
Ẹ kálẹ́ bàbá mi.
Ẹ kálẹ́.
Agbátàárọ̀.
Yes.
Ẹ fún gbogbo ìgbà.
Ẹ wo gbogbo ìgbà ni o. Ní jẹ́ kó sú wa, ní jẹ́ kó rẹwà. Sister Rosie, please help me mute the speaker, the mic from your side. Help me mute it.
Ní jẹ́ ó sú wa lóòótọ́ ni o.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ẹnìkan sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan, ó ní wàhálà tá a wọ̀ pé kinní kan. Wàhálà tá a wọ̀ kò kí ń ṣe fọ́ọ̀tì wa o, because àfẹsẹ̀ ara wa wọnú wàhálà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àwọn parents wa, àwọn náà bá ara yìí pé àwọn náà betray wa.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Wọ́n jẹ́ ká fọ́ sí trap àwọn pastors and affairs yẹn. Èmi ti jára mi ti pẹ́ díẹ̀ náà pé Quran àti Bible yẹn scam. Mo come across verse kan nínú Bible ní ṣèjẹta kọ́ nìyẹn ní àbíjọ́ wo nìyẹn. Níta ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ politics nípa àwọn Nigerian government tó ti fẹ́ excuse ẹ̀mí kúrò lára gbogbo wa yìí. Ẹnìkan wá níbi ká lọ wo Romans 13 verse 1. Wọ́n máa ń kọ sínú Bible níbẹ̀ wípé kí gbogbo ẹ̀dá tó bá wà any country náà bá ṣe àti wàṣà kéèyàn gbà fún government wà ní country yẹn. So ẹ mọ̀ àwọn wò pé Ọlọ́run ló establish government yẹn. Àwọn máa wò pé ṣé ìjọba Tinubu tó jẹ́ pé ó jí ìbò tó fi débi tó dé yẹn ni ṣé ìjọba ṣé Ọlọ́run náà
ló yàn síbẹ̀
yẹn náà tó fi jẹ́ pé a gbọ́dọ̀ accept government. So àwọn èèyàn ní láti understand concept religion wípé complete mental slavery
ni religion bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Yes, religion generally both Islam ni o both Christianity ni o tẹ́ bá lọ ka nǹkan tó wà nínú àti Quran àti Bible yẹn tí wọ́n bá ka dáadáa ẹ máa rí pé story tó ń sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gan-an ti ẹ̀ relate mọ́ wa rárá.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
They just use that to enslave us mentally. Because nísìnyí láti kékeré wọ́n ti ń lé ọmọ kékeré tí ò ti mọ anything lọ sí church. Ó lọ ń ka Rhapsody, ó ń ka Noah Conhack, wọ́n náà mọ lọ sí ilé kéwú. From there wọ́n máa kọ́, wọ́n máa fi àwọn nǹkan tí ò normal wọ́n máa gbé sí brain yẹn. Ẹ dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé àwọn àfáà àti pásítọ̀ they are there just to protect their own source of income because they are earning a living from that religion.
Kò tiẹ̀ kì í ṣe kékeré.
So they will have to protect it. Even tó ti jẹ́ pé àwọn gbogbo fúnra wọn mọ̀ wípé àwọn scam àwọn èèyàn ni. Mo fẹ́ orúkọ bo pásítọ̀ kan láṣìírí ní Òṣù lọ́nà Iléṣà. Ẹ bí pé pásítọ̀ yẹn ó wà fortunate láti ẹni yẹn wà fortunate láti pàdé pásítọ̀ yẹn ọ̀rẹ́ jọ ni wọ́n colleague ni wọ́n jọ lọ sí school ni. Pásítọ̀ yẹn ti ń lo BMW báyìí nísìnyí. Ọ̀rẹ́ yẹn wá ń bi wípé ọ̀rẹ́ mi báwo ló ṣe tó sí gbogbo nǹkan sáré dánmọ́rán wá sọ fún yẹn pé kí ni pé kódà mọ́tò méjì lòun nínà pé léyìí kóhun tó sì ní mí nílé. Get yẹn wá ní báwo ló ṣe wá ní ni pé òun lọ sí seminary school ni bàtà òun lọ sí seminary school pé from there òun ti di pastor nìyẹn kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ ó yà gbogbo òun ṣe wà nínú church òun èèyàn méjì ló ní filling station nínú church òun tóun bá nídìí epo báyìí ní ìsìn wọn á kàn drive lọ sí station ìkan nínú wọn ni wọn á dẹ̀ pray fún wọn bẹ́ẹ̀ wọn á tọ̀pù káà òun fóun get point yẹn.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
tó jẹ́ sẹ́ni pé oúnjẹ tó ń jẹ gan níbi tó wà gan àwọn ọmọ ọjọ́ tó ń tajà nínú market náà tún máa kó tó bá dé ọjà kó fẹ́ lọ rájà àtìyàwó òun wheelbarrow náà máa fi báwọn ti oúnjẹ dé ẹnu mọ́tò báyìí. ṣẹ́gẹ́t àwọn pásítọ̀ fúnra wọn àti àáfà fúnra wọn wọ́n mọ̀ pé àwọn kan enslave àwọn èèyàn ni.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
because èmi ò rí ibi kankan ní US tí wọ́n ti bímọ tí wọ́n máa ń pe pásítọ̀ kó wá bá wọn sọmọ lórúkọ àbí wọ́n pàfà kó wá bá wọn sọmọ lórúkọ. when Rihanna gave birth fúnra rẹ̀ ló sọ pé ẹ̀ní ráyọ̀tì àbí kí ló sọ ayé ò dẹ̀ parẹ́ kò dẹ̀ nípa ọmọ yẹn kò ní prosper ju ẹni tó sọ ní good luck ní Nàìjíríà bíbá yìí lọ. so kí wàá ní nǹkan tí ó dààmú ayé àwọn èèyàn nǹkan tí mo kàn fi ni pé àwọn ìyá yẹn gangan ni a ní láti work on.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
tẹ bá dé church àwọn náà pọ̀ jù.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
ó máa ń dùn mí tí bá kọjá ní Ìbàdàn expressway ní Ìbàdàn Ifẹ̀ road bíbá yìí máa nǹkan tọrọ ò dá lẹ́nu ẹ̀ dáadáa tó ń pè ní Ọlọ́run òjijì àbí kí náà ń pè yẹn. tí ọ̀rọ̀ ò dá lẹ́nu ẹ̀ dáadáa máa imagine pé ibo ni máa ti rí àwọn crowd tó wà nínú church.
òun náà fi àìkàwé títí ẹ̀ ó fi máwọn ìyá ọlọ́jà yẹn mọ́lẹ̀ àwọn ló pọ̀ jù ń bẹ̀.
in fact Awíkókó ẹni láti kọjá bẹ̀yẹn kẹrí èrò tó máa ń wà níbẹ̀ yẹn. bẹ́ẹ̀ni. ṣáwọn èèyàn tó sì stupid tó level.
ó ṣiṣẹ́ débẹ̀ ni o àwọn tá à ń bá wílé ní àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe tó gbé kinní lọ́wọ́ yìí àwọn ló fa wàhálà yìí o.
àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe ti sọ àwọn ti rọ́bìṣì ara àwọn ti rọ́bìṣì ìṣẹ̀ṣe because mi ò fi bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ̀ púpọ̀ ẹ̀ lọ́ọ̀dù nípa ìṣẹ̀ṣe náà.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
gbogbo wọn tẹ bá lọ wo dáadáa náà gba most of our pastors agbára tó ń lò yẹn àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe náà ló máa gbé fún wọn.
exactly now ṣé bó ni mo ṣe sọ tán wọn á máa ní kàn tẹ èṣù mọ́lẹ̀.
àwọn pastors yẹn nǹkan tó fi ń control àwọn crowd yẹn kò kí ń ṣojú lásán.
kì í ṣojú lásán.
kò jẹ́ sẹ́dẹ̀ wípé ẹlòmíì ó lè jẹun ẹ̀mẹ́ta tẹ́lẹ̀ fún rẹ̀ ẹlòmíì mọ́tò tó ní ó ti fi sóòsìdì fún church.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n ti wreck family mi to completely.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
so in fact
ẹ ṣe bàbá mi.
láti ẹ fọkàn jẹ́ pé religion yẹn náà bẹ̀rẹ̀ rẹ̀ sí arms government the extension government náà.
a máa pe gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì náà a ṣì máa kàn sí wọn sẹ́ẹ̀ because if you look at the madness tó wà nígboro ń sìn ṣé ẹ rí pọ́sì tó ń lọ viral tí àwọn ará chọ́ọ̀chì kó igi sókè àtàdá what if there was a mentally derailed person láàrin wọn tó gba àdá yẹn tó ń ṣá àwọn èèyàn. ìyẹn number one. Number two, have you seen where Jeremiah Motofufuyi gathered people behind him? Step forward. ó ń fàtẹ́gùn sí wọn and he has started using his own sons his own child to do the same madness. ẹ̀dẹ̀ ní ká má pariwo síjọba a máa pariwo síjọba àsìkò ń bọ̀ díẹ̀díẹ̀ ni.
Nigeria government ní láti bá wa ṣe nǹkan lórí ọ̀rọ̀ religion yẹn.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
too much.
Unfortunately, they need religion to function to do their evil things too. But onílé agbára wọn ò ní òun ò ní léwó onílé ni ò ní gbà. ẹ ṣé bàbá mi. Orims B. Orims, your turn please. ẹ mà kálẹ̀. ẹ kálẹ̀. kí la fẹ́ ṣe sọ́rọ̀ àwọn oníṣẹ̀yẹ tán rò pé àwọn superior ju àwọn tá à ń sá lọ lọ́dọ̀ wọn báyìí torí tí wọ́n gan tiẹ̀ fẹ́ wá le jù.
ṣẹ́rí àní dákẹ́ náà ni àwọn máa pariwo wọn síta náà ni torí tá a bá ní káwò àti ìpìlẹ̀ ló ti wọ́ ó wà nínú báìbù wọn ní típìlẹ̀ bá bàjẹ́ kí ni olódodo ó ṣe. tẹ́rẹ́ àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe yẹn àwọn náà ti fà láti ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀pẹ̀. torí tá a bá ní káwò ṣẹ́rí mi gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹnìkan I don't believe in all those pastors because all of them they are fake. Ìgbà tí 2008 mo gbé nílé ìyá àjọ woman yẹn ní church. Tẹ́rí inú mi máa ń bàjẹ́ tí bá yá àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n wá sí church yẹn ilé yẹn gangan ni church yẹn wà ní backyard. Ìyá yẹn mọ
àwọn ọmọ ìjọ tó lówó lọ́wọ́ táwọn tó lówó lọ́wọ́ bá yọ lọ́ọ̀kan tí wọ́n bá ń bọ̀ báyìí kí mọ́mì máa wo fíìmù lọ́wọ́ á ní kó sáré pa tv ó yẹ ẹ̀yin ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ báíbù wà ó yẹ ṣe kinní kan ìyá alágbájá ti ń bọ̀ ó yẹ lọ́wọ́
Chai.
ẹ̀yin jẹ́ kí ọmọ ọjọ́ tí ò lówó lọ́wọ́ kó yọ lọ́ọ̀kan màmá máa sọ fún wọn ní pé ẹ̀wẹ̀ sọ pé mi ò sí ilé mo lọ sórí òkè wọ́n máa sá wọnú yàrá lọ ni wọ́n lọ sùn.
kí lorúkọ chọ́ọ̀chì tí ìyá yẹn operate.
in fact ìyá yẹn ti kú báyìí.
àkútúkù wọn lọ́nà ọ̀run àwọn ń rasẹ̀.
seriously àwọn ọmọ wọn tó gbé ní ọ̀dọ̀ wọn èpè náà fi máa ń jí wọn láràárọ̀ Tìmílẹ́yìn èpè gún but ẹ jẹ́ kán rí pọ́mọ ọjọ́ kan wà tó sí ìwọ ọmọ ẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ ti dáa fún ẹ màmá máa wò bá ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn ọmọ ọjọ́ lọ tán ayé àwọn ọmọ yẹn ti bàjẹ́ níbi nínà bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ́ mo gbé nílé babaláwo rí nígbà tí mi ò lówó lọ́wọ́ tí mò ń wálé tí mi kò tẹ́ mo kọ̀ èlò ni mo ní lọ́wọ́ mo ní 8,000 lọ́wọ́ mo fẹ́ gbalé níbo mo ti fẹ́ rí lọ́rẹ́ mi kan ní àti mi bá mind pé kìíní mi ò ní choice mo láti gbàbẹ̀ máa yẹn so amaze mi bí mo débẹ̀ mo ṣàlàyé fún wọn the man took 6,000 from me and only okay lọ mú 2,000 lọ fi kẹ́rù ẹ̀ wá mi ò mú nǹkan kan débẹ̀ nǹkan tó kàn sọ fún mi ni pé jọ̀wọ́n torí àwọn máa fọ́ lọ́hùn bẹ̀ àwọn ò kì í ṣépè nínú ilé orí àfọ̀ṣẹ́ wà má ṣe pé.
wọ́n sòótọ́.
wọ́n sòótọ́ wọ́n ní àdúrà ni kó máa ṣe mi ò rí èpè lẹ́nu wọn rí. àwọn sì ni mo lè sọ pé first couple tí mo máa rí pé ọkọ àti àwọn wọn kì í jà mi mọ bó ṣe ṣe wọ́n understand ara wọn ìdílé aláyọ̀ nílé yẹn ṣé mo jẹ méjèèjì mo ẹ máa wá rí ibẹ̀ ni mo ti ń rí àwọn pastors tó máa gba ẹ̀yìn kùlé wọlé tí wọ́n á wá gbára wá ẹlòmíì tó máa ti parí church service tán ní Sunday lè máa rí tó máa yọ kẹ́lẹ́kẹ́lẹ́ gbẹ̀yìn kùlé wọlé màá wá dúró màá wò wọ́n báyìí tí n bá padà bọ̀ síta màá ní àdádì wá ní àwọn pásítọ̀ yín nìyẹn máa láwọn pásítọ̀ wọn ni kò kí ń ṣe pásítọ̀ tèmi torí mi ò kí ń lọ church.
kí wàá nìdí ẹ̀ tìrú àwọn bàbá yẹn ṣe máa ń ṣiṣẹ́ fáwọn pásítọ̀ tó dẹ̀ gbà kán gbẹ̀yìn wọlé.
kò kí ń ṣẹ̀bi wọn kọ́sítọ́mà làwọn wà. irú èmi báyìí mi ò lọ bá wọn pé kán ṣe nǹkan fún mi. kọ́sítọ́mà làwọn wá client làwọn wá wọ́n patronize wọn ni ṣé mo bá àwọn pásítọ̀ yẹn gan ló ń sanwó jù fún wọn torí ẹ̀ náà ṣe ń gbàgbára lé wọn lọ́wọ́.
àti wá wọ̀ báyìí o.
Ọlọ́run nìkan ló lè yọ wá brother mi. To be honest with you ó sad then àwọn parents wa náà wọn help situation irú èmi báyìí okay church mi lè sọ pé mi ò dàgbà sí church àbí wọ́n máa ń wọ́ wa lọ church ní báyìí but I thank God for my life ìgbà tí mo gbọ́n tí mo lajú tí mo rí gbogbo ẹ̀ mo rò pé no church yẹn is a scam. Ọ̀sẹ̀ bá wo àwọn pastors àwọn kìnìún ẹlòmíì tí ó bá ti kúnlẹ̀ síwájú pastor kan máa gbọ́ wọlé lórí irú ọwọ́ òṣùwò ló fẹ́ gbélé mi lórí kí ló fẹ́ fà. Wọ́n tí ẹlòmíì gan worship pastor ju ọkọ tó wà nínú ilé ẹ̀ lọ tọ́pọ̀ ẹ máa ju pastor church ẹ̀ lọ tọ́pọ̀ ẹ bá sọ̀rọ̀ fún nínú ilé ó lè ní kó gbẹnu sàn. But tí pastor tó jẹ́ bíi last born ìyọkọ ẹ̀ tó bá sọ̀rọ̀ bá ní yes àdájì á máa kúnlẹ̀ bọ́ ni. So ṣẹ́rí gbogbo kínní yẹn ọwọ́ ara wa báyìí la fún wa tún ara wa ṣe lẹ́yìn kọ̀ọ̀kan àwọn ìyá yẹn náà ìyá máa pariwo ní cause irú àwọn youth tó àwọn ọmọ wọn tó ṣẹ̀ ń grow òun làánú wọn ṣe ní ẹnìkan sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan nínú comment section mo dẹ́ni ẹ ló wọ́n ní pé youth pé Nigerian youth are not lazy majority of them are lazy.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
ẹ máa ṣe arúgbó ló ń lùlù church ni àwọn pásítọ̀ tó yẹ pé owó tó fẹ́ pásápò ni wọ́n wá wọ́n máa ní káwọn èèyàn kọ́ wá sí church wọ́n á fi church program sí Monday 9 a.m. 9 to 12 a.m. a responsible human being wo ló máa wà níbi iṣẹ́ ló máa yẹ kó lọ síbi iṣẹ́ ní moment yẹn tó máa wò pé church ni kò ń gbà lọ. ó wrong now.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
ṣé ìròyìn tí mo wà bíbá ẹ jẹ́ pé tí n bá lọ síbi iṣẹ́ ní Sunday mo ti mọ̀ pé double pay ni fún mi.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
mo máa sọ pé mo lọ jókòó sí church òjì kan kí ni mo fẹ́ lọ mú.
àwa pariwo.
sọ fẹ́ fún mi lówó mi àwọn tẹ́ pé àpò mi gan-an fẹ́ gbà. Last year December I sent 100k to my dad. Ìgbà tó di January mi àti wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ and he told me like
àwọn míì kan tákọ̀ with the money tí mo send sáwọn olówó tí mo fún yín ẹ fi ṣe kí ni MFM ni wọ́n lọ mo láyé pásítọ̀ yìí máa jẹ́ ìdàtún mo ní ládùúgbò owó tí ó ní ẹ̀yin tó ń fún lówó mo ní ẹ ti ní ànító àníṣẹ́kù òun lẹ ṣe ń dáṣe pásítọ̀ lówó ẹ wò mí dáadáa ẹ má béèrè owó lọ́wọ́ mi mọ́.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
cause ó dùn mí gan-an ní ẹ kí ló lè tó yẹn mo ní ó dùn mí torí wo oògùn ojú mi níṣẹ́ mọ́ṣẹ́ tí mo ṣe
nínú òtútù burúkú bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
nínú òtútù mo ṣiṣẹ́ nínú fíńdà lọ́jọ́ kan mo bú sẹ́kún pé kí ló dé ṣe fẹ́ pa mí ni mo sọ fọ́gà mi mo níṣẹ́ ọkùnrin lélẹ̀ ó sọ fún mi pé kò síṣẹ́ kan tó jẹ́ṣẹ́ ọkùnrin ó ní ṣèbówó kan náà gbogbo wa jọ ń gbà
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
tó bá ní kí n lọ ni màá lọ mo ní irú owó yẹn lẹ́yìn wá fún pásítọ̀ yìí kò ní jèrè.
àṣẹ.
gbogbo nǹkan báyẹn ṣe mọ ọmọ náà ókè tí máa fẹ́ ṣe fún wọn nígbà míì sì máa tún rò pé ṣé wọ́n tún ní kówó mi lọ́dọ̀ pásítọ̀ nsìn nǹkan tí máa mọ̀ pé wọ́n need ní moment yẹn ni máa fẹ́ ṣe so that kò ní ṣẹ́kù lè tán máa lọ máa waste owó.
thank you so much mi mọ̀ bóyá rí fídíò tí mo ṣe with respect to nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ sọ yìí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní diaspora tẹ́ bá ti rẹ́ni tó ń kówó yín lọ church kó jẹ́ ìyá àti bàbá ni ẹ kọ́kọ́ jẹ́ kó yé wọn wípé tọ̀ ẹ lè mọ da pure water sí bá bíṣì mọ́ o.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ máa pọ́n omi kànga sínú omi òkun.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
possible ó ní ẹni yìí ti yó òun pastors mélòó bí èèyàn ṣe mú tó ní naija pastors mélòó ló fi trailer ló fi gbé báàgì rice pé ó yá ẹ̀yin ọmọ ọjọ́ o ó yá ẹ pín fún branches àgàgà máa kí lórúkọ redeem yẹn olórí burúkú ni wọn
olórí ibú ni gbogbo wọn.
bí àwọn èèyàn ṣe máa ń pọ̀ tó ní redemption camp yẹn ó déyàn ó di at least kò tẹ̀ ṣe ó yẹ kó tẹ̀ já trailer báàgì mẹ́wàá pé àwọn tó wá ní program tèmi ẹ̀ pín fún wọn.
Adébóyè olórí ibú tó bàbá yẹn láyé yìí.
ọjọ́ kan ni mo tẹ̀ wo pé òkè kí n tẹ̀ ìgbà táwọn èèyàn preach fún mi ẹ̀ kí n máa lọ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì kí ní kọ̀ọ̀kan rìdíìmù kan wà nítòsí ládùúgbò mi ibi tí mo wò pé òkè jẹ́ kí lọ́jọ́ tí mo sọ létí ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ní kí n fẹ́ lọ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ o mọ̀ má lọ o assistant pastor ó fún ìyàwó ọmọ ìjọ lóyún àlóhùn ọ̀dẹ́ rí nǹkan kan báàgì nínú ẹ̀ nínú same church pastor ò rí nǹkan kan ṣe sí rìdíìmù náà ni àwọn ọmọ ọjọ́ wọn kí ni wọ́n ṣe fashion parade àbí àwọn
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
wọ́n á dẹ̀ tó rojú ẹlẹ́jọ́ kò sí love kò sí anything téèyàn bá really fẹ́ ṣe religion is love your neighbor wọ́n máa ìdá mẹ́wàá àtọ̀rẹ́ yìí òun náà máa jà fún wọ́n máa sọ pé èmi ò kàkà kí n fún pásítọ̀ kankan ní ìdá mẹ́wàá mi ẹni tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó fún lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ mi máa ṣe fún.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni ó ti tán igi ẹ̀ nìyẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
for real so àwọn babaláwo àbí àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe tí wọ́n ń ṣe fún wọn a lè dá wọn lẹ́bi jù wọ́n patronize ara wọn ni they are customers àwọn wọ́n rajà lọ́wọ́ ara wọn ni àwọn tó lè pay wọn well nìyẹn ṣé nígbà tí ìwé Adébóyè tó ní bàbá kan gbẹ́jọ́ tó kó millions of naira ṣé èmi lè kó mílíọ̀nù fún babaláwo kan ni kò sí nǹkan tó jẹ mo máa sọ fáwọn èèyàn pé ẹnu èèyàn lèèyàn fi máa ń kọ méje Ọlọ́run tá a dẹ̀ ń sọ èkó jìnnà sí wa.
bọ̀ mo tiẹ̀ fẹ́ béèrè question kan kí n tó jẹ́ kẹ́lòmíì sọ̀rọ̀ sísítà mi ẹ dúró ná mo fẹ́ béèrè nǹkan kan question yẹn ṣe àlùjọ̀nù jẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ wá ń sìn ni. If I attend a church,
okay,
the pastor has gone. I want to say this in English so that others will understand.
All right.
Now, the pastor is a customer to a babalawo. He is using his achieved power that he paid babalawo for, using to manipulate my life. Then, I find by chance, somebody who saw that being a church member mo ń kú lọ díẹ̀díẹ̀ wá introduce mo máa mú ẹ débì kan orí bí mi ṣe ń ṣe yọ̀tọ̀mí iṣẹ́ mi ń lọ déédéé mi ìbá yé èèyàn jẹ́ mi ṣe kíní kan mo mà ní bàbá kan ń gbẹ́jọ́ mà ní. Now the friend now say okay Rotimi let's go since that I'm suffering but I am a church member, I am a church goer where the pastor has consulted babalawo to tie us down as a church members. Now, oh my God, TikTok, oh my God.
One, you know, there's this very
TikTok, irọ́ lẹ fi pa. Emma flag in the show. Because this illustration is very important for us to think through things. Hope we're still there. Now, that my friend now gave me a date to go and show me the man that he has in Igbejo. This happens to be, if the same Babalawo happens to be the same person who has empowered this other pastor who is using our glory, tying us down and everything. What is the way out for that Babalawo? Will the Babalawo carry the ọ̀pẹ̀lẹ̀ gbẹ̀? Ibi tí wàrábìnrin ọkùnrin ń korí bọ̀ tó lóun lọ sí ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì wọ́n dẹ̀yìn mọ́lẹ̀ ń bẹ̀ ni. Is the Babalawo going to? I don't understand how that will work. Bóyá kí n tiẹ̀ fi ṣe drama. The same Babalawo tó ṣiṣẹ́ fún pásítọ̀ mi tó dẹ̀ mí mọ́lẹ̀. Ó ní the same Babalawo tó gbé mi bá ń sìn pé kó gbà mí lẹ̀. Báwo ni Babalawo ṣe fẹ́ ṣe?
The Babalawo will not come out for you pé wọ́n dé ìmọ́lẹ̀ síbẹ̀ ni. Ọ̀tọ̀ ní bí ìṣẹ̀mọ̀ àwọn Yorùbá ni ọ̀tọ̀ ní tán ṣe máa gbé fún yín ọ̀tọ̀ ní tán yẹn máa pè.
Ṣé ẹ ti rí pé onírọ́ ni gbogbo wa báyìí? Ṣé ibi tí mo lọ gangan nìyẹn? You see that all of us, we are rogues, we are thieves. Thank you so much, ìyá mi. Ẹ jẹ́ á máa dé tó bọ̀. OFP kennel service tẹ́ ẹ bá fẹ́ rajá ajá tó jẹ́ pure breed tẹ́ ẹ ní lọ ra Rottweiler torí ẹ̀ dàbí orí olóńgbò. OFP kennel ní kẹ́ ẹ sọ fún yóò bá yín. Alright, ẹ bá mi gbóhùn sókè. OFP kennel. Ẹ kálẹ́.
Ẹ kálẹ́ gbogbo ilé mo kí everybody. Ṣe rí Ọlọ́run ti gbà wá. Àwa ló kù ká gbára wa.
Ká gbára wa.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, Ọlọ́run ń ṣèkà. Ọlọ́run nífẹ̀ẹ́ wa. Bó ṣe dá wa, ó fi gbogbo nǹkan lé wa lọ́wọ́. Ó fi gbogbo nǹkan sí àyíká wa tá a nílò. Tá a bá wò ó ṣe jẹ́ pé ọdọọdún ó lásìkò tí a gbin àgbàdo oṣù méjì àárí àgbàdo jẹ. Lẹ́yìn àgbàdo àyè tó bá fẹ́ mògì àmògì. Ọdọọdún ni watermelon ń jáde. Ọdọọdún ni ọsàn ń jáde tó ń ṣera wa lóore tó ń fún wa ní vitamin C.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ìwọ tó bá rọsàn mu wàá ra òògùn ẹ̀. Ó ti jẹ́ pé ọdọọdún ni iṣu ń jáde tá a bá gbin iṣu nìyẹn o. Ìyẹn tá a bá gbin o. Ó ti jẹ́ pé ọdọọdún ni the same ilẹ̀ ń produce ẹ̀wà, ó ń produce ẹ̀gúsí, ó ń produce oríṣiríṣi nǹkan ìyẹn tá a bá gbìn wọ́n. Bọ̀ ní ìsìn wọn ò fún wa láàyè ká gbìn wọ́n. Wọ́n ní ká máa padà sọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run yẹn ká máa pariwo pé kó pèsè fún wa. Are we mad or something?
How else can we describe us, sir? Nǹkan ti ṣe wá.
Terry now nǹkan tó kàn tẹ̀ máa ń piss me off jù náà ni pé ìgbà míì ẹ tó bá gbé èkó ló máa understand nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ yìí. Ẹ máa rí complex or bóyá bí group of people tó ń kàn ní shops. Àwọn shops tó máa ń tò tẹ̀lé ra bí bóyá 4-5 shops ní ẹgbẹ́ títì yẹn. Tí ẹ bí ilé wọn máa fi ilé yẹn gbé inú ẹ̀ ilé ni àwọn èèyàn ń gbé bẹ̀. Tẹ bá máa rí wọn á ti wọlé yẹn wọn á lé gbogbo àwọn tó ń ta nǹkan níbẹ̀ yẹn dànù. Kó tó bí oṣù kan oṣù méjì tẹ bá máa padà lọ bẹ̀ church náà fi kọ́. Àwọn tó ń ta ọjà ní bíṣọ̀pù 5-6 yẹn wọ́n lé wọn dànù ládùúgbò yẹn. Nǹkan tó ń tà yẹn àwọn aládùúgbò yẹn ò lè ríra mọ́. Church náà máa fi kọ́. Tẹ bá wọ́ọ̀ṣì náà ẹni tó bá gbé lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ dáadáa or Ìbàdàn all those places Òkú ń try náà láti ra many places kọ́ máa fi ta àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n ń tà yẹn. Irú nǹkan tí Bòkú ń ṣe yẹn many churches náà ra lépa wọ́n á fi kọ́ church. Ṣé fẹ́ ló máa ṣe church ń san salary fún yàn ni? Nǹkan tó pèsè mi off jù nìyẹn because Ọlọ́run ti fún wa ní agbára ó fún wa lógún láti ṣiṣẹ́. Kò sọ fún wa pé ká máa pariwo pé òun all the time. Ẹlòmíì ò níṣòro iṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe ló lò sí expenses ẹ̀.
but torí pé brainwash tó wà nílẹ̀ láti lẹ̀ wá
wọ́n ní
àgbáyé
ogun ló ń ṣe wá.
àwọn ayégun ráàyè tara wọn mọ́ gan nísìnyí pé wọ́n aráyè ṣe yẹn.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ̀ẹ̀mélòó náà ti gbóúnjẹ wá sójú oorun wa mọ́ ń sìn yìí.
many places wọ́n á ta church á lọ rà wọ́n á fi kọ́ church kí wọ́n máa pray. ṣẹ́rí Èkó Ìbàdàn mo ń blame àwọn many landlords tó yẹ pé wọ́n ti fẹ́ ra property wọn tó wọ́n ti gbọ́ pé church ni wọ́n á sáré ta torí pé àwọn èèyàn aráyè kówó tó pọ̀ sílẹ̀ wọ́n á lè tètè sanwó. many landlords ṣẹ́rí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ látọrí landlord gan jù especially Èkó ibi tó dẹ̀ kan fi kọ́ gba àwọn èèyàn sí ẹ̀sà àdúgbò tán máa gba 5 or 10 boys 10 girls síbi kankan fi máa ṣiṣẹ́ kò sí á relieve àdúgbò yẹn torí pé àwọn tó ti gbà ṣiṣẹ́ tó ń ráyè lọ bí iṣẹ́ yẹn báyìí kan sọ pé òun ò nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí ẹni tó bá jẹ́ idle person.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
but idle làwọn church ń create káàkiri ilẹ̀ ibi tó yẹ kán fi máa fi ṣiṣẹ́ ẹ̀ rà ẹ̀ fi kọ́ church wọn máa pray àwọn tó yẹ tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ gbẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ lé wọn dànù kán máa pray àwọn yẹn wọ́n ti di idle sí gbòòrò nìyẹn wọ́n máa wáṣẹ́ káàkiri ṣe yí millions of people tó ń wáṣẹ́ léde ẹ̀dẹ̀ ìmọ̀ye millions of houses tí wọ́n fi kọ́ church ní street kọ̀ọ̀kan àfihàn ládùúgbò mi lásán mi tí mo wáyé mo lè ka like 10 churches kò dẹ̀ sí complex kankan táwọn èèyàn tó ń gba àwọn èèyàn sí ọ supermarket kankan tó ń gba àwọn èèyàn sí pé kí wọ́n máa ṣiṣẹ́ complex cleaner as cleaner ní supermarket kan lásán kó máa gba 15,000 lóṣù náà mọ́ ni but wọ́n á lé wọn dànù wọ́n á fi kọ́ church kí wọ́n máa pray wọ́n á máa gba ìdá mẹ́wàá ọ̀yẹ̀ offering first fruit wọ́n á máa gbà but wọ́n produce iṣẹ́ àwọn ni gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì rí tí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì fi ń ṣe wá bó ṣe wù wọ́n. Imagine protest tó ń ṣe kọjá yìí kí each church GGO kọ̀ọ̀kan kọ́ àná sínú church wọn pé we are occupying the street to fight for our rights. ẹ sà kò ń ṣe nǹkan dáhùn sọ lẹ́nu ni epo á ti padà sí bóyá 300 tó yẹ kó wà epo á ti padà sí bẹ́ẹ̀.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
kí each GGO kọ́ àná sínú church wọn pé let's occupy the street.
Apare, yeah, that is Rwanda. More than 600 churches. Not even like 5,000 something.
More than 6,500 churches in Rwanda.
Not closed down.
Government closed down.
All religious centers. They closed them down. Benny.
Close it down. I don't want to what about Lord, to say religion.
Shele.
Have geography masters. So I want to say government Nigeria, they wọ́n gbé wa wò wọ́n wé wa wọ́n rí ibi tá a fọ́ sí ibẹ̀ náà ti fi iná ra wa nídìí.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
wọ́n mọ̀ pé bí religion àwọn pastors yẹn àwọn religion leaders yẹn wọ́n ti mú wa àwọn àfa àwọn abaláwo yẹn wọ́n ti kánkọ̀ wa síbì kan àwọn náà wà lọ dáná sí wa nídìí níbẹ̀. kò sí nǹkan tó lè sọ náà tó bá sọ pé ẹ fẹ́ protest ẹ fẹ́ lọ block ibì kan náà the first thing tí pastor ẹ máa sọ ni pé ẹ fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ jẹ́ kọ́ lọ́n ṣèdájọ́.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ọlọ́run tó ń ṣèdájọ́ mi ò tí ì gbọ́njú rárá tí mo ti ń gbọ́ orin ẹ ẹlẹ́nu gàmá mi pé Ọlọ́run á ṣèdájọ́ Ọlọ́run ti ṣèdájọ́ ìwọ ló ní láti take action.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
ṣé gbà tó ní kí Joshua lọ gba àwọn ìlú fún Israel tó sọ fún wọn pé kí wọ́n máa pray sóhun ni ṣèbó ní ká lọ jà ní.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
kí ẹ fi ojú ìdá tí ẹ̀yìn ìdá pa wọ́n. kò sọ pé kí wọ́n dúró kí wọ́n máa pray sóhun. ìgbà tó wà ní tó ọmọ Israel wà ní Egypt kò sọ fún mi tó kúnlẹ̀ kán máa pray ó ní kán jáde lọ kán máa rìn sùn kán máa rìn lọ rírìn ara step ni ara action ni rírìn lọ ó dẹ̀ ń lead wọn. So this country religion is majority of our problem.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni òun náà là ń já wa kúrò lẹ́nu ẹ̀ báyìí táwọn èèyàn dẹ̀ ń béèrè wípé òkè táwọn ò bá lọ chọ́ọ̀chì mọ́. bẹ́ẹ̀ni òun náà la ṣe gbé ìfà fáwọn tó sì fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ìtorí ẹ̀ la ṣe sọ pé àwọn tó ń béèrè wípé táwọn ò bá lọ chọ́ọ̀chì mọ́ Rotimi táàdẹ̀ lọ mọ́ṣáláṣí mọ́ ṣé o wá ń sọ wípé ká ṣe ìṣẹ̀ṣe náà là ń sọ lẹ́ni wípé.
tọ́n máa lọ chọ́ọ̀chì mọ́ ọ̀hún tọ́n máa ń lọ chọ́ọ̀chì tọ́n dá offering mọ́ tọ́n san fún fruit mọ́ tọ́n san tithe mọ́ many people ló máa kó ní ìdíṣẹ́ pastor I'm telling you sir.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
gbogbo fídíò kan lẹ́yìn ní àárọ̀ yìí very annoying tí àdínà tó kàn gbégi nítorí pé pásítọ̀ yẹn ti sámọ̀ lọ́wọ́ ó kàn gbégi Ọlọ́run nǹkan tó ṣe tó fi gbégi kúrò tó dá padà pásítọ̀ yẹn láti máa sọ fún adínà yẹn asọ́nà yẹn pé ó ti forí ẹ̀ gbé kó pé kó lọ dúró síbi kan fọ láti táìmù yẹn di 6 ìrọ̀lẹ́ nínú kíkún yẹn tó lè rè kúrò lórí ẹ̀.
Imagine.
Àṣírí fídíò kan náà tún chọ́ọ̀chì tán rí gbogbo kíní ẹbọ àìkòkò oríṣiríṣi àfọ̀ṣẹ gbòǹgbẹ gbẹtúgbẹtú gbòǹgbò tó gbé sínú chọ́ọ̀chì.
It is well. Ẹ ṣé bàbá mi.
Ọlọ́run ti ràn wá lọ́wọ́ àwa la ní induction fúnra.
Action yẹn náà ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ díẹ̀díẹ̀ báyìí. It is well.
Oh, thank you, my brother.
You're welcome, sir. Sister Oliroti, on mute mic yín kẹ́ bá gbọ́ sókè. Káwọn èèyàn mọ̀ mistaking pé ẹ̀ tó ráwọn ò lọ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì àwọn ò lọ mọ́ṣáláṣí ọ̀dọ̀ babaláwo lókù táwọn ń lọ. Ìkan náà gbogbo wọn o. Especially àwọn tó ti wà lórí social media. Ẹ bá mi gbọ́ sókè.
Ẹ káàsán, brother.
Yes, ma'am.
It's been a while.
Yes, ma'am.
I've waited.
Yes, ma'am.
Jackie Koko, let me start from where this brother just rounded up. Israel àti Palestine tó ń bára wọn jà lẹ́yìn, wọn yọ Bible síra wọn, wọn dẹ̀ yọ Quran. Olúkálùkù ń take territory ẹni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Right?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Now, kíní religion, sharing religion, man-made ni religion. There is nothing to it than just man-made, and it's all about it's all about supremacist control. Unfortunately, now okay, slave trade of course, the whole thing about missionary and everything, it was all to indoctrinate and continue to suppress Africa and the countries that were conquered. But the colonial masters were clever. During the time of slave trade, kini cotton sheep, wọ́n gbé àwọn òòṣà, gbogbo àwọn ère wa and everything. Wọ́n kó wá, òun ló wà ní museum wọn lẹ́yìn. Now, gbogbo àwọn museums yẹn, gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó wà níbẹ̀. For instance, if you go to Liverpool, the museum is the African Slave Museum. I can't remember what it's called now. In the UK. Gbogbo àwọn ère yẹn, obviously, they were only bọ́ ṣe ń bọ wọ́n. Tábà lọ sí Kinonpolukwe, tábà lọ sí Transvaal Square, wọ́n ní ẹyẹlé. All of these things, if you look at the history of Africa, because I think it's important to like I always say to people, it's good you educate yourselves away from Western education. Let's go back to the nitty-gritty of education. Not just about reading and writing, but understanding our history, understanding the pattern of how we emerged. And it's very easy. Civilization started from Africa. Africa was not a continent that was struggling. It was always a well-grounded and thriving, economically thriving continent. Mm-hmm. But unfortunately, there was greed. During the time of slave trade, there was greed. And here we are today. I want African leaders to reject the slave trade. Of course, like Ovurame Ovoisi and many more like that. They paid dearly. Now, when we come to Christianity, all you need to do is read the Bible from Genesis to Revelation, or whatever it's called. From reading it, it's all about submission. It's all about subduing. It's just a case of just taking a step back to read. The same thing too, Quran, no, it aims at the same thing. You know? So, when you subdue people, you don't expect them to thrive. That is one. Then, Shawari, Christianity at Islam, I want to go in Africa. Wọ́n go láti for exchange of supremacy. But tó bá dé Africa, àwa sọ di business. Irú àwọn pastors kò sí in short, I always tell people there's no good pastor anyway. Gbogbo wọn fake ni wọ́n. Torí gbogbo wọn mọ̀ pé the only thing tó fi ní success ni pé wọ́n ta Jésù.
Ben.
Okay.
They were all failures in their careers. Exactly.
Now, for instance, like I always say, I can speak boldly of Oyedepo if I cannot talk of anybody. Oyedepo, I can say boldly.
ẹnu ara Oyedepo ló fi sọ fún wa ní Wolfby wípé architect lòun o but òun was successful in the architectural career. And Oyedepo became a billionaire or whatever they call him today by selling Jesus on the pulpits. That is how he became a billionaire. If you tell him to bring his CV for his normal career, what he trained to do at technical college, he was as poor as a church rat. He says it with his mouth.
Ben, we saw the whole videos of him.
Yes. So this is not me making claims. Is what he told, is what he said to us. You understand? Now, Adeboye, Oshe PhD, but when she need PhD mathematics, brother, Bishop, Canada lewa.
Ben.
I want to share PhD. She only pulpit not in sorrow. For you to have PhD, in case people don't understand, for you to have PhD, it means you have distinct a research.
Yes.
And you have a knowledge in that research of distinction. Okay? So Adeboye is actually a failure to have a PhD in mathematics. And he himself said it. It's very, very simple. And you know the interesting thing, my brother? These guys told us what they wanted to do. Awala afarabale.
Agbatio de farabale afaragbegba.
And they tell you, because what guys in shame to new. Because when you come to think about it, Adeboye our conductor, she be conductor no pay ashoto man won
Ben.
Our conductor, Daddy say
Be the
let everybody shout hallelujah. I want you now shout hallelujah. Adeboye kọ àwọn èèyàn jọ, medical doctor kó ogun wọn jọ. Olórí láyàwó sọ fún wọn. And the story Adeboye kò ever ní time and identification of area.
Ben.
Ode oni òun lo handkerchief, wọ́n praise the handkerchief.
Òkú ọjọ́ kọkànlá.
Ọmú yẹn kù padà.
Medical
doctors ẹ wà bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ó dín òkú ọjọ́ kọkànlá.
Kò tiẹ̀ kọ́kọ́ dúró ná. Medical doctor, àwọn medical doctor dẹ̀ wà nù hall yẹn. Tọ́ ṣe é mẹ́. Ontologist wà nù hall yẹn. Tọ́ ṣe é mẹ́. Ṣẹ́mọ̀, there are a lot of things there. Now, Oyedepo dé ọmọlọ́mọ. Ṣẹ́ni èmi kò tiẹ̀ like Oyedepo. Ó gbé business wá láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ni. Right? Now, MFM, ó ti mẹ́pọ̀ ogun ayé gbà àwọn èèyàn aláìkàmá wá ogun ayé tí ò lè wá káàkiri. Ìyẹn gbógun ayé ó ṣe Babalọlá remix. Ó go wipe everybody. Ó sọ àwọn èèyàn di mental health patients. Lórí káwọn èèyàn máa sọ my enemy fall down die. Àtàwọn àtìyàn gan tó yẹ pò ń fa rẹ̀ gan ni enemy ààrẹ. Torí kò sí enemy kankan lẹ́niwẹ̀.
Ben.
Ìyẹn lọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Now, àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe tá à ń sọ. Sherry, àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe ṣe mẹ́ pé they have ṣe mẹ́ pé Christianity àti Islam àti all the religions, they are all interwoven.
Ben.
And if people have the time, sharing things fall apart. Gbogbo wa kà ní, well, I'm assuming everybody read it anyway. Sharing things fall apart. Chinua Achebe. You know, in those days we read it to pass for GS3. I would beg that we go back. If you have copies of it, you don't even need to have the hard copy. Go online. Go and read Things Fall Apart with an open mind. Chinua Achebe, you know that Things Fall Apart no longer it is. Chinua Achebe's book literally was responding to the impact of colonialism and the damage it did that he has done to the African soil. So, you know, in those days, we read it to pass. The good old days of Okonkwo, Ikemefun, and everything. Go back and read it now that you're not doing exams. And you will begin to understand, you know, he played, you know, of course, he's a writer. So he created the role of Okonkwo. He created, what's the name of that son? What's his name? I forgot. Nwoye.
Yes.
Okay? He created those roles. But he was passing on a message about the impact of colonialism and religion, where he said the white man came and put a sword to cut us. So I can't quote it. No, now whatever has been, things fall apart. You know, we are no longer at ease with ourselves. I can't remember. I can't quote it verbatim anymore. But people should go and have copies of this book and read it. Now, Shawari and Woni Shashita, so brother, you asked a question. You said if somebody, so if you were having problem going to a church and then their pastor oníṣẹ̀ṣe yẹn náà ló ṣe
Iṣẹ́ fún.
kí ló korúkọ ẹ̀. Now ṣe bẹ̀ pé client ni everybody. Àwọn mi pa yín lẹ́nu client ni everybody. Èèyàn tó lọ sí church. Èèyàn tó lọ irú èmi báyìí jẹ́ kí tèmi ṣe example tèmi. I was telling somebody yesterday mo ní ìgbà tèmi máa lọ sí winners Catholic náà náà bẹ̀ mí sí. Ṣé ẹ̀ kí Catholic náà àwọn yẹn náà tún ní wèrè tí wọ́n láyé ọ̀tọ̀. Ìgbà tèmi máa lọ sí winners on the level pé yes I was young ṣe mo a máa lọ sí club Friday to Saturday winners ẹ̀ ní winners ìbá ijó wọlé ni. So of course gbogbo ijó tá a jó ijó tó kù lára wa ní Saturday young bankers ijó tó kù lára wa lọ́gọ́ Friday Saturday tá a jó tán tó bá dọ̀gọ́ Sunday anybody tó bá mọ winners wọ́n mọ̀ pé àwọn winners mọ̀ lùlù dáadáa.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So a lọ sí church lọ́gọ́ Sunday a lọ jó then of course you meet the high and mighty wọ́n máa fún wa l'account wọn wọ́n tún máa share account pẹ̀lú wa ní bank so it was a win-win game but the koko of the matter was client ni mi. Winners not Ibolo, clients no ni one because they needed young people to come to their church and brand them. Our young ones, no, we needed members in the church to open accounts in our church. So win-win in it. Now, our baba Oyedepo Adeboye gbogbo wọn àti Kumuyi, particularly Kumuyi tó jí láàárọ̀ ọjọ́ kan tó ń sọ holiness unto the Lord. Ẹjọ́ ṣebí wọ́n wá kọrin nínú church ẹ̀ ṣebí wọ́n lùlù recently táwọn èèyàn kì í jó mọ́lẹ̀ níbo náà ti mọjọ́ yẹn jó. Ìgbà tí ìyàwó Kúmúyì kú Kúmúyì ò lọ sí kò ṣe dúró láàrin àwọn sisters tó wà nínú church láti má rí ọmọ ọlọ́mọ ó yà gbọ̀nà abroad wá ó fẹ́ yàwó láti London ó sì kí ọ British citizenship. Okay?
Ó dẹ̀ ti sá lọ sí.
Ọmọ ọlọ́mọ àwọn pastors yín ẹjọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ ṣẹrí àti dé stage ẹ kó máa bá ara wa máa sọ tọrọ. Àwọn ọmọ Oyedepo school wo náà lọ wọ́n lọ sí ọ̀rá robots. So obviously if you understand immigration kò sí báwọn ọmọ yẹn ṣe máa lọ sí gbogbo àwọn school yẹn tó ní secure American passport pàtó wọn máa ṣe tán.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So ẹlẹ́jẹ̀ ìyẹn náà orthopedic doctor ó káwọn ọmọ ẹ̀jọ́ ó kó gbogbo wọn. Ṣẹ́rí at the end of the day we are where we are. Even babaláwo gan fún ara ẹ̀ gan because babaláwo ò lè máa wò kí pastor máa ra private jet kó máa gbé ní kí náà ń porúkọ ẹ̀ kó máa ra latest car kó máa ṣe ẹ wá ní kí babaláwo kó máa ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀fẹ́ ẹjọ́ ta ló fẹ́ jẹ́ client babaláwo tí ta ni babaláwo fẹ́ wá.
Ibi tí mò ń lọ gangan nìyẹn sísítà mi ẹ ṣe gan mi ìwà fẹ́ jẹ́ kán máa wá jáde mọ́ especially lórí ti social media kán máa wá ní ìṣẹ̀ṣe làgbà ó lè ní gbogbo wọn ó lè.
broda mi ṣe fẹ́ gbọ́ kò sígbà tó hàn ní jáde ẹ mọ rí sè ṣebí jẹ́rí aláriwo jẹ́rí ẹ̀sẹ̀ ṣẹlẹ̀ kó wá sí UK ọ̀dọ́ wa yìí ní last Saturday yìí
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
ẹjọ́ kí ni jẹ́rí ẹ̀sẹ̀ ń tà ìṣirírírì ìṣarabábábá ìṣẹrẹrẹrẹ àbí ọmọ ọlọ́mọ ó ń gbowó ẹ̀ lọ àwọn èèyàn náà ń ṣe amen tó ń gbọ́ nǹkan tó ń sọ tó dẹ̀ ń sọ amen right and you see the prosperity message works really well in Africa. You know why? Because
poverty.
We have treated ourselves as lazy. We want a fast result. We don't want to go through the process. Our Western country, even in UK, churches are fading away. Our white churches are fading away.
Ben.
Our Africans, our old church building. Àwọn jápa tó tún ṣẹ̀yìn jápa tó tún sọ pé àwọn jápa àwọn aláìní kan ṣe most of them tó ń jápa wá sí abroad ṣẹlẹ̀ kan tún jápa wọ́n tún bá wọn jápa wọ́n tún bá wọn gbé business center wọn wá. Anywhere in the UK now if you want to see where you have Africans you will easily know. Do you know how you will know? You will know by churches. By seeing churches in those concentrated areas you know that there are Africans there. And we are where we are today because we are so gullible. The church is tied, religion is tied to Kinam Porukwe, is tied to governance. Governance is tied to religion. If I want politicians to campaign, Ibo no church, mosque. Now, in rounding up, when we come back to Ìṣẹ̀ṣe, àwọn òyìnbó got answer pé kíni, ìgbà tí kú ìmáku, wọ́n gbé ewúrẹ́, wọ́n gbé wá. It was on the national TV. So they understand They understand tradition. Ìgbà tó máa crown Charles Chaliwa, wọ́n crown it openly. So it shows that they understand how to preserve tradition. And it's not just about... Okay, so, but sharing, the point I'm trying to make here is, our civilization, quote and unquote, we are throwing away what belongs to us. Everybody is into sleaze. Everybody wants to. What are we doing? We want to speak Fune. I'm a bit more. Come on, like they were. I'm a second, they were vernacularly, they were. And then we are wondering why we are where we are. Of course, the generation we are producing, what are they doing? They are learning their history from social media. They are learning their history from Google. And Baba Adeboye in rounding up, Baba Adeboye made a statement, I think some few years ago. He said, they have God. They have technology. We have God. Brother.
Yami. Alright, it's alright. My wonderful mommy, Baroness Lizzie.
Hello.
Hello, ma.
Hello,
Yes, ma.
Hello, beautiful ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, ma. Yes, ma.
Okay, so màá fi òyìnbó sọ̀rọ̀ nítorí àwọn tó jẹ́ wípé wọn ò gbédè ìlú wa. What I'm just trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, is that I'll be speaking in English for the benefit of the many members of the RD online family who do not
understand
speak
Yoruba,
and therefore, just to be fair with my presentation. If for any reason I have to interject it with Yoruba words, because sometimes it is only the Yoruba that can actually satisfy the sensitivity of what we want to talk about, I would also endeavor to make an interpretation as closely resembles to what I mean as possible. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have heard, and the bucket will never be empty. Well, the Lady Mary will be filling us with wisdom and knowledge and understanding, in particular, to understand our rules here. As I discussed with RD a few days ago, I said I would like to come on to discuss, because RD, if you recall, sir, you asked a question that what is it about all these pastors and women in particular, that seems to be causing the rigorigo. I will tell you one thing. Let us even just go. I will tell you of what I learned, in the past few weeks when I have been listening to people, and they are not religious people. I've been listening to people in the secular world who have been making rational, logical, as well as supernatural, what would I call it? Not investigations. I will call it reviews. They have been revising. They have been looking into the books. They have been understanding not just what is written, but also what is implied. Do you understand me? And by now, I'm definitely sure that all the ladies and esteemed gentlemen on this platform, we are not blue-nosed. What I mean is that we understand very well that there's a correlation between the relationship between the physical and the supernatural. Whether we like it or not, it exists. It would explain why all of a sudden, because this protesting, if you call the call, it's not only happening in Nigeria, it's not only happening in the UK, it's happening in countries all over the world.
Germany inclusive, yes.
Yes, it is like there's a unifying force which has been released, into the atmosphere, so to speak. So, and while I acknowledge, because it is clear, we have to acknowledge that the Bible was written mostly by men who are human beings and who are flawed, as well as all the other holy books. They are written by men. Some of them will tell you that they are writing under the instruction of God. When you read what they write, you begin to wonder what God they are under who's under instruction they are writing under, because it becomes very clear. If you read, but even not only the books that contradict each other, but also the books which seemingly agree concerning things, you will definitely see the influence of the author written there. One thing we know, the 10 tablets by Moses, which is supposed to have the direct writing of from God himself. Well, I don't know about you, but right now, I don't think we have an adequate location for it. I stand to be corrected if anybody has an adequate location for it. However, there are many scriptures, and there are many hadiths, and there are also many poems in the Buddhist tradition. There are many sayings in the Confucius tradition. But, how I would equate religion is this: I would say that religion is meant to be a tool which is supposed to use to enhance our faith. It is just faith. Faith is the essence of us as sentient beings. We have faith. Most of us on this platform, we know that we just have faith that we are going to take our next breath of oxygen. Many of us have an ingrained faith that we are going to wake up to, it is evening now in London. We know that we are going to wake up tomorrow morning. We just, that faith as to what is going to immediately happen, we have it. If you have been working all hard this August, you have faith. You know that within the next 2 weeks, on the last day of the month, definitely it is paying day. You are going to get your money. Because that is your faith. Which has, you have faith because you can see the evidence and the experience of what it is which generates that faith. And that was the main purpose of religion. That is what you're supposed to do. That the faith is there, and the religion was only supposed to be used as a tool to enhance and to encourage you in the observance of that faith. But what has happened in the hands of mankind, as in everything which comes within the preview of man, it has two potentials. A potential to be extremely good, like we're all here on the internet now, we're all talking to each other on social media. So we would say that this is very good use of the technology that has introduced social media to all of us. Through this avenue, I'm speaking from London. We are speaking to people as far away as Australia. They are on this platform. You understand what I'm saying? We're speaking to people from Japan. We're speaking to people from Nigeria. We're speaking to people from literally all over the world. People have access to this platform, and they may be here. So that is the good thing which you are using it, because you are using this platform to give ourselves wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Am I correct?
Yes.
On the other hand, using this same social media as a tool, there is something called the dark web, which I have never accessed it before, but I've heard about the horrible things which go on there. Do you understand? The things related to, I don't know, because I don't want anybody flagging up this program in discussing sensitive things, but we know that there's a lot of platforms where the authors and the creators of those platforms are not using them for anything which is going to benefit mankind. They are wicked areas. And some of them are areas of influence. And some of them, to make my point come around fully, are what we call these online churches. That is the fact of the matter. And they come here to influence the vulnerable. They come here to influence the desperate. They come here to influence the, I don't want to use judgmental words like silly. But you could actually say that because it could be that due to a number of factors, the people whom they address just happens to be silly. And another curious thing which I need to point out is that the majority of people who usually fall under this category are women. Women who, and usually I stand to be corrected if I'm wrong. A large percentage of these women are women who have no, shall I say, male covering, no physical male covering. So by vicarious responsibility, what they do is they turn the male pastor, you know, they turn him into the personage whom they are supposed to respect God with, and they turn him into the personage who they deem to be the male covering over.
Network. Flagging.
This is over here. This is the form of cups. One person's into this more than.
For your information, God is not there in the heaven.
All these old people, grandmothers, mothers, calling the pastor of their congregation daddy wa, you know, calling his wife mommy wa. In other words, they've already handed over, you know, the responsibility of ownership to them. So what we now have is that these pastors are now treating their congregants like their children. But unfortunately, they are not good parents. They are bad parents. Do you understand? Because all what they want to do, and what they do is that said children will be paying for their own upkeep. Such children will be paying for their lifestyle. Such children will be paying into their own life, so that the pastors themselves, their own lifestyle and their lifespans will be increasing, while they squeeze out the lifespan of their children. You could almost relate to their relationship like that of an orange. When you know, the children, they hand over an orange to the pastor. When you cut an orange open, you see that the orange is shaped round like the world. It has seeds and it has a center from which all the spores of the kernels go. You see, if you open if you notice, if you open an orange from the top, rather than cut it, you will see that the shape is shaped like a kernel. It's actually shaped like the fetus of a developing baby. Do you understand? And this is true of most citrus fruits, particularly orange, because I want to bring around the relationship between the orange, in particular, you know, to our traditional reverence of the ancestors, and relationship, how this is used between a woman and this so-called con men. Now, when these men, this is what I read, and if the next time we meet, if I need to find the links for those the information videos, I will look for them. When these men, from what I learned is that when they make up their mind, because usually they make up their mind, God is not calling any one of them. They probably would have tried their hands at secular professions, and they have failed woefully. And they've looked around and they've now told that, okay, you know, if you can't do it one way, we are going to try it another way. And religion has always been very, very, very attractive. You recall that the way, particularly females, the way we treat religion is not, it's never been frivolous. It's always been very exciting for females. When it comes to Sunday, you will notice that is when we put on the saliakoti, that we are going to, you know, the saliakoti means, you know, the best of our fashion, that we are going to go to church. You know, there is a kind of, and if we happen to be going to a church where in particular the pastor is very charismatic, he's handsome, he's charming, he's got the gift of the gab, he dresses well, you know, then all the reverence and the love and the excitement that we reasonably need to offer up to a Lady Mary directly, we will now do it vicariously through the pastor, because he just represents that which is good to us. Women are emotional beings. Men are more rational when it comes to spiritual forethinking. Women think along the lines of, we are soft, even though whether we put on hard appearances or not, we are internally soft. we like to think that there is somebody who really cares for us and somebody who is stronger than us that will care for us. So the kind of strength that we need to attribute to God, we attribute it to the pastor. And even if that behavior is not in the pastor, we begin to imagine, begin to delude ourselves that, oh, the pastor seems to be paying me particular attention. You see, many a woman has been very, very excited when the pastor in delivering a sermon just mentions, as you people can see, you, Sister Bisala is looking very nice today. I am telling you, Sister Bisala will be floating on air because she'll be thinking she's being singled out. I remember a long time ago when I was in my 30s and I used to attend one of these Pentecostal churches. You know, if I remember, there are so many. But okay, the one I'm referring to was I don't know if you are familiar with it, but it was called the Evangelical Church of Yahweh. That is what it was called. And I can recall that when the practically the owner of the church, whenever he used to come down to London in those days, and they had we had events or anything, they were those of us who were really, really, you know, we were really very eager for him to just mention our name, either to have a vision for us or either to have just say something positive to us, which would enable us to go home feeling high on goodness. And if he does not mention your name at that particular meeting, you will feel as if, yes, I definitely must have offended God. I have offended the heavens. That is why he did not mention me. Excuse me. Most of the time, they do know whom they want to manipulate, and they do know whom they want to influence, and they do know how to go about this. These are con men, and these are men who are very strong in intuition. They are logical beings, and so they can easily suss out the one whom they know is vulnerable, the one whom they know that if they pay a little bit of attention to, the one whom they know that all what they need to do is just offer them a kind word, the one that they know that if the one that they will say that you are selected for good things, just to the one whom they need to be charming to, and when they are charming, they come full force. Before you know it, those ones whom I have just mentioned are the ones whom they target in order to satisfy the supernatural element of setting up the business. Because that is the point of where I'm going to. And usually the traditional healer or the traditional babalawo, the Ifa divinator, not just Ifa divinator, but the traditional the wizard or a witchcraft carrier, these are people who are well versed in the conversion of the elements. And I'm talking about the elements of fire, of water, of air, and of earth, and also the elementals of iron in particular, and gold, because gold is actually it's the metal of the gods. You understand? So they know the relationship with all these things, and they want to use them. Now, the living organic factor that needs to be in place in order for all this to come to fruition has to be a woman. And if they preferably women who are not too far off from their menstrual cycle, or who are actually in their menstrual cycle, those are the women that they target. And those are the women, and they try to get them as young as possible, not because they are necessarily, what do they call it? What's the word for this? For men who who have predators, or I've forgotten the word for it. Somebody please remind me. It starts with a P. For those who are attracted to young children. But actually, their idea is that the younger the child, especially the girl child, the more likely that she's going to be pure. And by that, I mean that she is still physically a virgin. So, and that is the main reason why when they want to do this sacrifice or these rituals, which they need to do in order to round up the occultic requirements that is necessary to kick off all these colonies, so to speak, the preference is usually to choose a young girl, and for that purpose, because the woman, and I will tell in many creation stories. And even in the Bible, you will notice that there's a contradiction, because it was talking about when God created everything that He created, male and female created even. It was only at the end we are told that He made the man uniquely as a man, and then after consideration decided to create the female. But when we are told that when He created every other thing, He created them male and female. So why then did He make the decision that, okay, for man, the woman was going to make it his own image? There was no need at first for Him to create the female until he recognized, and this is God, He recognized the essence of the female. That the female who is responsible for shedding blood every month, after a certain age, a girl sheds blood well into womanhood. For some of us, it is we shed that blood for 40 years. For some of us, we shed it for a little over 35 years, but we shed it, we do, and we shed it every month. And there is essence and there is power in the blood, which is why these men, in order to finalize the rituals which is required in order for them to get the power, in order to carry out the so-called business, they have to go through what is essentially in the spiritual called the root of creation. And the root of creation is a woman's womb. So that is why a lot of them, if you find that they are in trouble, most of the trouble that they are in is sexual, is of sexual nature. It's either that they have been caught, sleeping with their congregants' wives or their congregants' children, or even in some cases abusing their own family members as well, in order to gain, the required power. And also, I don't know if it is right to bring it to this one, but have you noticed, in a lot of time, normally, in a real world scenario, listen, my mother, and she wouldn't mind me saying it, my mother is 92 years old, yes, and she's been married for, she did get married a few times, because my father died when I was young, and she got married again. She's been married 3 times. And her last husband, they were together for more than 30 years, and he is 7 years younger than her, and he still died before her. Do you understand? So normally, usually, men are usually the first to die. Not because of any, if they do all the science analysis and they do all the presentations here, we know that the expectancy has increased, but the life expectancy of the female is usually a little bit higher than the male. So the life expectancy of males in the UK, for instance, is supposed to be an average of about 82 years, but that's for females, it's supposed to be like 84 years. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, and the reason for this is quite simple, because psychologically and physiologically, men burn out pretty quickly. Testosterone does all the running up. So, muscles, everything burns up pretty quickly. And men are perpetual planters. Once a boy hits the age of puberty and he starts producing sperm, he shall produce sperm till the day he dies. The mobility and the strength of it may differ, but until the day he dies, a male produces sperm. Why? Because he is a planter, and he has to be ever ready in order to plant. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, and because of that, it means that because the sperm is produced every day it is produced. In females, on the other hand, the eggs are finite. So if you were born with 20 eggs, it is 20 eggs that you have. If you are born with 40 eggs, it is 40 eggs that you have. If you are born with 100 eggs, it's 100 eggs that you have. Once they are all done, they're done up, and that's it. Do you understand? So that is which
Thank
is
you,
why it is necessary for these guys, in order to carry out their nefarious activities, they need to attract as many females as they can to use for the required sacrifice. So, and as I said earlier on, it is usually ideal that the females that they get are usually either virgins, whom they will be responsible for breaking the inroads into the source of creation, or women who are experiencing menstrual flows. You will hardly, I know it happens, but you will hardly, it's very, very infrequent that you find these men sexually abusing post-menstrual women. They will exploit them for everything else. They will take their money, but it's very rare that you see them exploit them for sexual reasons. But some of them actually get specific instructions from their own churches and something to say, it is somebody who is old enough to be your grandmother, that is the one you need to go and sleep with in order for the medicine to work. Because that one would attract the demographic of the ancients on all kinds of nonsense or rubbish, which if you are a traditionalist, you will recognize that you cannot poo-poo it away. Do you understand? The knowledge that we have is in parts. None of us knows everything. We do not know. And as sure as we know that we have a shadow, and we know that we have a conscience, therefore, we are not going to understand, like I said, we are not going to understand all the implications of supernatural practices, traditional practices. We can't.
I was even going to, because of time today, I was even going to say that this particular topic you dived into that we discussed before, we still have to create time tomorrow, because I was going to make us have a show tomorrow, even if it is only 2 hours, where we're going to be having a, what do they call it, from the horse's mouth, because I have received a lot of voice note, and some people are really ready tomorrow, mostly ladies, to come and talk about their experiences. So I will leave room tomorrow for that big, and for so many people who are in the house who are wondering, I dropped a video about a few days ago, and that's the explanation Mommy is trying to make as to why these guys who are into these occultic religious practices, why is it that they are always using ladies, girls, for their ritual purposes? But tomorrow we will have a bigger discussion for that.
Can be expanded upon later. You know what I'm saying, Harry?
Yeah,
but the main reason why is because women are the root.
Yes, we would definitely. I hope you will be able to create time tomorrow, ma, for that explanation, even if it means to start at 5 p.m.
But I will definitely come on board around 8 o'clock.
All right, ma. All right, ma.
London time.
All right. Before I bring on my wonderful sister Moteleola, she's going to correct me. I quickly want to say this for the purpose of those that have been asking this question for some time. Some people have come to meet me in my inbox. I have said some things about prayers. I have said some things about the real prayers. I've asked them some questions too when they come to me with that question. And there is something that I found in the same Bible, because if they use the Bible to tie you down, it is the same Bible we should use to release you from wherever they tied you. Now, when you are used to these endless prayers, you are used to these endless meetings, which these mad, good-for-nothing men have created, and the problem is not going to go out in a day. I am telling you the truth. It's going to be more serious if we don't all rise up today and say enough is enough. Look at all their prayer camps, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Now, what exactly is prayer if you are addicted to prayer? I will show to you today within few minutes, so that I can bring on the other people that want to say, and we say bye-bye to today's program. Then we'll come tomorrow. When you say prayer, hey, Mr. Rotimi, are you saying we shouldn't pray? Are you saying we shouldn't pray? Let's look at something. Please quickly open with me Proverbs chapter 30. Proverbs chapter 30. From I will take only 3 verses so that we don't waste our time. If today, after today, I can have only 5 people that will be delivered from all these endless, useless lies that they make us to live, that we don't even have anything to show for it, I think I am fulfilled as a person. Okay? Now, the person who wrote this part of the Bible is called Agur, A-G-U-R, but if the Yorubas will go and come back, they will say, Iwoma Agur, yi o tie lopolo lori. But if I can do a direct translation, because I have learned some things from Baba Deboye being a mathematician, there's what we call substitution method in a simultaneous equation, if you remember those topics. Now, the same person that we can say Agur, the person who doesn't have sense, look at what he wrote in Proverbs chapter 30, verses 7, 8, and 9, which I want to use to deliver us from the bondage that God never placed us. Verse 7 of Proverbs chapter 30 says that, 2 things I have asked of you, O God. Please, if you have your Bibles there, you can even go online and open so that it won't be as if I'm paraphrasing. Now, in our church setup, in our mosque setup, in our Isheshe setup, immediately somebody says, Aveshe Wure, or you want to pray. As an average Nigerian, the first thing that comes to our mind is, we want to gbadura ota. We want to pray for our enemies to die, and after enemies prayer, the next thing they lead us is owo, ogo, and if you remove glory talk or ogo àti ọ̀rọ̀ kí n má kúkú òjijì àti ọ̀rọ̀ enemies fall down and die, tell me what your gospel artists, what do they sing about? What exactly is left for your pastors to talk about? The Muslims are not behind now. They have their own camps where they conduct these mentally derailing programs that they say they are doing. It doesn't leave out the Isheshe too, so that you won't say, I am leaving one, I'm preserving one. No. Now he says 2 things I am asking of you, oh God. He says, number 1. Okay, before he goes ahead, he says, do not deny me them before I die. In méjì kan tí mò ń bẹ̀ ọ́ fún tí mò ń gbàdúrà ẹ̀ láyé lọ́run yìí. Jọ̀ọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run, má fi kankan dùn mí, Ọlọ́run mi, má fi kankan dùn mí kí n tó kú. And you'll be thinking, maybe the guy will be asking for money, riches, or the enemy fall down and die. Let's go into this journey. Verse 8, and look at what the guy asked for. Ẹ̀yin àgbàdúrà jagun, àdúrà jogun omi, àdúrà ògo, àdúrà kógo lulẹ̀ kó tó dìde. We want to deliver you today. Now he says, keep deception and lies far from me. The Yoruba version says that mú irọ́, èké àti àgàbàgebè kúrò lọ́rọ̀ mi. If you are the person that will make me to survive in a day, if you are my breadwinner all my life, what the Bible is saying here is, irrespective of the fact that you are the one that is feeding me, as important as daily food is, if there is anything you might have done that is not good, the Bible says that I am expected. It is a prayer that we have to act, not what we kneel down to begin to disturb God for. Ìwọ lágbájá, nǹkan tó ṣe lánàá kò dá. Kẹ́ni ẹ wá ní èmi mà ló ń bá wí. Èmi tí máa fẹ́ ló jẹ́ wo oúnjẹ ló máa mú dání, òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ti délẹ̀ ká sọ. Now look at the caliber of the people behind our pastors today. Because when we are talking about Baba Adeboye, Kumuyi, Oyedepo, or Lukoya, none of them who had the good-for-nothing entities that surround these men who are also mentally derailed. tí wọn lè sọ tọrọ fún wọn pé bàbá Adébóyè lè tẹ́ ẹ sọ yìí kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀. But what they do is they come under our post, say you are talking to elderly men anyhow, you are disrespecting them. What iota of respect do they deserve? I need an answer. He says, please, he says, keep deception and lies far away from me. Irrespective of who that person is, let me be able to open my mouth and tell them the truth. Oníṣẹ̀ṣe, wọ́n máa pààyàn, wọ́n máa ṣe nǹkan. Let me be able to tell them the truth. Unfortunately, how many of us that are calling Jesus is powerful? Ó lágbára, Ọlọ́run mi lágbára, ó lágbára, ó lágbára, ológun lolúwa, ológun lolúwa, olúwa ni orúkọ rẹ̀. You now found out that your pastor in Ibadan is sleeping with small girls, but all of a sudden, the secret God has revealed to you, that God is not powerful enough to save you from the hands of that pastor if you call out his name. You need Holy Spirit discernment. I am telling you, you know, say, the God you serve, your God is so powerful. Some of you said such stupid comment under my post. I just look at you. You say, hey, God will arrest you. Jesus will do this. All of a sudden, of recent, I realized that anybody they call Antichrist means the person is awakened. The person is now using his IQ. And I've accepted those, that the names. I've accepted the qualities of an Antichrist. I am telling you the truth. Go and look at the people they call Antichrist. It means you are asking tangible questions that they can't answer. So when you come out and say, hey, you are not expected to understand the things of the spirit with the physical kidney, I just look at you as a waste of sperm and egg. I'm telling you, I had simple questions from the same Bible. You cannot provide answer, but the Bible is big enough. It's good enough for you to be making free money. Anyway, he says, take away from me lies and hypocrisy. Now let's go to the second prayer point. So when you consider this, is it a prayer? How many of you going to church up and down? You found out that a pastor in Ibadan told me weary. Oh, the Lord, pray. What other prayer do you need if not speaking out or calling out a spade a spade? If that child, that guy, that pastor is molesting, if that child happens to be your own child or happens to be your relative that you love so much, are you still going to be defending him? Now let's go to the part B so that I will deliver us from these endless prayers. I want Taiwo Ojo and Co. Samojo, Odekunle Epaphras, all the way to the southeast, Ebuka and Co. Say they are praying, they are praying. What is prayer? Some people have said that maybe I should use this passage and do a short video so they can share. I will do it after this live video. He says, number 2, give me neither poverty nor riches. Ma fún mi ní òṣì. Ma sì ṣe fún mi ní ọrọ̀. Do not give me. Don't let me be, this another translation say, don't let me be too poor. Don't let me be too rich. Do you know why that guy is saying so? He says, so that I will not only give me neither poverty nor riches. Feed me with the food that is my portion. Oúnjẹ mi fi fún mi. Ẹ̀yin wèrè tẹ́ lọ sí church káàkiri. Ṣé kìí ṣoúnjẹ 10 years lẹ wá káàkiri? Ṣé kìí ṣoúnjẹ 20 years? That Oyedepo, in all his madness, in all of his being like an animal, in all of his being an ashiere, could tell the people behind him who cannot even feed once a day. He told them, he said, what his 4th generation will eat, he has in store. Oyedepo ò ní wá mọ́. Mo tún sọ pẹ̀lú agbára tí Ọlọ́run fi ń jẹ́ Ọlọ́run tí ò sẹ́ni tó mọ Ọlọ́run yẹn. Ní agbára tó fi, Ọlọ́run tó ń gba agbára lọ́wọ́ alágbára, tó ń fún aláìlágbára lágbára, tó wá ń ti alágbára lọ́kànrin kése. Oyedepo kì í ṣe ọ̀rẹ́rẹ́. ìrandíran ẹ̀ àní gbòòrò wọn mọ́sẹ̀. They're in the presence of those that are finding it hard to have a daily food, 1 square meal. You could tell them that you have in store. What your fourth generation, that even the generation that you have given birth to, no more paruni. Oyedepo, David Oyedepo of Living Faith ni mò ń sọ. Kọ́mọ́ dà ìgbà tó pé mò ń pé ọ̀rọ̀ sọ. David Oyedepo. Irrespective of who you are, irrespective of agbára burúkú tó ń gbé fún ẹ, because if it is Jesus that you morons and you olórí burúkú, if it is Jesus you have been preaching, that money will not be in hiding, will not be in safe when your members, even your own family members, are still hungry. And you are sharing radar. Bible is saying that give me neither poverty or need, just give me the food that is my portion. Hold you, Johnny. And do you know the funniest part of this? He says, feed me with the food that is my portion, so that I will not be full and deny you and say, who is the Lord? Pé kí n má bàa yójú. Kí n má bàa yójú débi wípé màá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní béèrè pé ta lọ́lọ́run gan. Ṣáwọn Adébóyè Oyèdépò wọn ti máa béèrè pé ta lọ́lọ́run. Johnson Suleiman ṣé kò ti máa béèrè pé ta lọ́lọ́run. Èmi àti yín dẹ̀ la gbẹ́ wọn léyìn dé level yìí. Tí Adébóyè ò bá ṣe, tí ì bá ṣe sí finish, Adébóyè ò ti yójú débi kó ń béèrè pé ta lọ́lọ́run. A máa wá sọ fáwọn tó ń tata, tó ń tarú, tó ń ta ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀, tó fọ́gá, ẹni tó lọ gba márùwá installment. Kádébóyè lè lanu sọ fún wọn wípé tí wọn ò bá san ìdá mẹ́wàá yẹn fún wọn ò ní lọ heaven. Adébóyè wá dẹni tó ń ta heaven, ò ní jèrè. Àwọn èèyàn lè máa wọ ẹ́ńtà pé bóyá o make ẹ̀ kì í ṣe ọ̀rẹ́rẹ́. Kó kújọ́ kan tí wọ bàbá Adébóyè ó kù, àfi tó o bá túbá fún humanity ló yá kù. Àfi tí bàbá Adébóyè, mò ń sọ mi ìbojú sọ, ẹ rìkọ́dì ẹ̀ tẹ́ bá fẹ́ rìkọ́dì ẹ̀ kẹ́ post ẹ̀. Àfi tí wọ bàbá Adébáyà Yínà Kadéjàre Adébóyè, àfi tó o bá repent láti lórí statement tó sọ yìí, tó o fi di àwọn ẹni ẹlẹ́ni mọ́lẹ̀, nìkan nìrandíran ò ní parun. Ṣùgbọ́n tó bá kújọ́ kan tí wà kú tó òdẹ̀ túbá níwọ̀ bàbá rádaràdà ẹ̀, kì í ṣe ọ̀rẹ́rẹ́, ó mọ kákùnrún ni lórí ọmọ àtàwọn ọmọ. Lẹ́yìn èèyàn rádaràdà, adìẹ ló ń bá yín fẹsẹ̀ tọ́ tẹ́lẹ̀, ewúrẹ́ gan ti débẹ̀ báyìí. Ẹyẹlé ló ń bá yín fi ẹsẹ̀ tọ́ tẹ́lẹ̀. Lórí pé àwọn èèyàn ò ní bọ́, àwọn èèyàn máa bọ́ lọ́wọ́ yín sẹ̀. Àwọn èèyàn wọ́n máa bọ́ lọ́wọ́ yín. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin pẹ̀lú àwọn babaláwo tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ burúkú, iṣẹ́ gbóná, iṣẹ́ burúkú, tí ò jẹ́ kẹ́ yóò ké bí ẹyẹ, kéko ké bí eku, kọ́mọ ènìyàn mọ̀ fọhùn bí ọmọ èèyàn lórí pé à ń sin Ọlọ́run lábẹ́ yín. Àtẹ̀yìn àtàwọn babaláwo yẹn ẹ mọ̀ kákùnrún ni, aṣọ yóò ní pé méjì. Kí wọ́n mọ̀ kó mílíọ̀nsì fún yín báyìí, pépà ni ó mọ̀ jọ lójú yín. Lẹ́yìn wèrè aṣèrè burúkú yìí. Say so that we not say, who is the Lord? Ṣé Oyèdépò kò tí máa bùwà yẹn pé ta lọ́lọ́run? Nǹkan tí bá ṣe mo ṣe gbé ni. Ẹ wá wo gbogbo àwọn ọmọ tó wà lẹ́yìn wọn. Olúkọ̀yà ń kó. Olúkọ̀yà. Bóyá ọmọ kan péré tiẹ̀ nìwọ ni, kì í ṣe ọ̀rẹ́rẹ́. Níbi tẹ́ ẹ ti gun àwọn èèyàn gàlégàlé dé. Ẹ máa kákùnrún lórí ọmọ níṣẹ́. Ẹ̀yin àtàwọn babaláwo yín. Ẹ̀yin olòṣì tí wọ́n lè fi irun funfun yín tọrọ yìí. Look at what he's saying. Ṣé mi ni mo kọ́? Ṣé mi ni mo kọ́? I didn't write it. It is in your Bible. That is prayer. Má dẹ̀ jẹ́ ń tòṣì jù débi wípé màá lọ jalè láti jẹun. I will now bring a reproach to your name. Ẹ ń ṣe Jésù, 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 Jésù. Yet the qualities of that Jesus written in the Bible, ẹ jẹ́ kẹ́ yóò ké bí ẹyẹ lórí ẹ̀. Ẹ wá sọlé ayédègún ẹ̀ ń kó billions. Wọ́n wá ń sọ the richest men in Africa are the pastors in the same continent that we are dying of hunger. Ẹ ní ṣí oríire. lẹ́yìn wèrè aṣèrè rádaràda ẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ̀dẹ̀ ṣe ń lọ sọ́dọ̀ wọn sẹ́ tẹ́ ń sọ wípé shut up kìnìkan ṣe rí ìyí tó wá sọ́ndà kọ́mẹ́ǹtì mi ìmí ti forí gba èpè àyàfi tó báyìí pé mò ń ṣe torí owó torí fame torí follower who follower help ẹni tó ní 5-10 million followers lánàá dà mí ìrí wọn mọ́ náà I'm looking for them today. I've not seen them. If Abiola were to be alive today, were to be in this time and season, do you know how many followers he will have both online and offline? Even back then, how many did he have? Where is he today? ẹ̀yin afọ́fúngbẹ́mu kan tó tọrọ bá ti wá dùn yín ẹ máa wá bọ̀ tẹ́ máa ní ẹ you cannot be like them your father cannot be like èmi Adébóyè àjẹrù bàbá tèmi á dẹ̀ máa parú rọ́bà ẹ̀ máa dẹ̀ sì dúró bíi lékè Adébóyè mo rò pé orí yín burú. That is prayer. So many of you that have been asking me, hey, what is now prayer? This is prayer. You don't need to kneel down and pray it. You need to be acting it. There are some things that have happened in the last few weeks. Even my own siblings say, oh, ra moto gidi. When I came to Nigeria, May/June, Mongo Okada káàkiri now. So I'm not telling you what I'm not doing. I have evidences. I have human evidences on my apps. Go and ask them. If they are here, they will be putting it in the comment section. It is what I act that I say. Kakatima fini mo save owó síbì kan torí oúnjẹ or pé torí ọ̀la and everything. I would rather give somebody who doesn't have anything today. What is prayer? What is prayer? Àwa múlẹ̀ ayé asọ́dógún. Amúlẹ̀ ayé asọ́dógún. Kí ló dé? What's making noise? Ọ̀rọ̀ tó tọ̀rọ̀ ti délẹ̀ wọ́n ti ń flag ẹ̀ ní wá mọ́ lẹ́nìí. Yes, they are flagging. Please help me power tap on TikTok. Please help me power tap. They are really flagging. What is prayer? Hey, ma tún lọ bí ìpàdé àdúrà, a tún lọ bí ìpàdé àdúrà, a tún lọ bí àdúrà wo lẹ ń gbà? Thank God for Tani Eshu that spoke before. That's why I said, don't touch where I'm going. Don't touch it yet. You see? Please let me power tap. I can't even control my own screen again. Lẹ́ni òótọ́ yẹn máa jáde. Help me power tap, please. Mo tẹ́lẹ̀ ọ̀la. Okay. Thank you so much, my mommy Baroness Lizzie, for the gift. Apostle Temitope Samuel, thank you so much, sir. Miss, my sister Motele Ola, please. Okay.
To my brother.
Yes, ma.
It's really interesting. Last year, no, àwọn babaláwo máa ń wá sórí platform mi.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Mi ò lè gbàgbé pé àkàrà ògùn níjọ́ tí mo bèrè pé èèlò ni tíyàn bá ṣe consultation.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Níjọ́ yìí tí wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní kígbe mọ́ mi tí gbogbo wọn sọ pé
mo rántí.
Bóyá mi tó pé mi ò gbọ́ Yorùbá dáadáa kìnìkan. Bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́kọ́ wà tí mo fẹ́ sọ fáwọn èèyàn. You need to discover your yourself. Spirituality is very, very important.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Even though ẹ mọ̀ pé a lè máa lọ sí church, a lè máa lọ sí mosque. The thing about all these things is it doesn't develop your spirituality. And in kọ́kọ́ wà tẹ́mi discover, mo rántí nígbà tí mo kọ́kọ́ sọ pé mo fẹ́ ṣe, ẹ mọ̀ pé lórí platform yìí náà ni ẹ kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní fún wa ní a bit of exposure nípa ìṣẹ̀ṣe.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àti mo kú lórí WhatsApp kìíní tàdá, àwọn èèyàn bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní sọ̀rọ̀, wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní share ideas.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
But mo kọ́kọ́ wà tẹ́mi kàn fẹ́ sọ briefly fáwọn èèyàn. Mo try numerology. Nínú numerology yẹn máa sọ fún èèyàn nípa what your characteristics are. Some of us ọmọ òrìṣà ni wá, whether we want to accept it or not. Some of us ìdílé tá ti jáde ìdílé òrìṣà ni. It might not affect our parents, but it might affect any one of the children. So the one thing, the thing about mo irú èèyàn téèyàn jẹ́, for example, mo rántí years back, mo máa ń rí omi. Àwọn afáyẹn máa ní a máa pẹran ní o, a máa pẹran ní o, a ṣáà pẹran, àrójú tú ọ̀rọ̀.
Ẹ̀yin gan lẹ jẹ́ kẹ́ran wọn.
Nígbà tó máa ní pé ìní pé ó máa pẹran ní kọ́, ẹ mọ̀ pé nígbà tí mo wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní mo máa listen sí platform títí, there was another brother, Femi Jaba, òun náà máa ń sọ nípa discover yourself and understand what numerology is. Even tí wọ́n bá tiẹ̀ sọ nǹkan fẹ́yàn nínú, ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe yìí lójú ti tèmi mi sọ pé gbogbo wọn o.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Because mo mọ̀ pé a lot of them wọ́n lè wà ní VIP kan máa gbọ́, but 99.9% of them, they don't have understanding.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
It's mind game not tún bá wa play.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
And one thing is, ẹ mọ̀ pé mo rántí sister kan wà, sister yẹn sọ pé when you want to speak to oníṣẹ̀ṣe, you first ask the person questions. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí, ẹ mọ̀ pé if you don't listen to their responses, you won't be able to find out the truth.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
But if you're the one speaking continuously, if you don't mama get information from you nìyẹn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
And one thing tẹ́mi máa sọ nípa Ifá lílé, èmi ò lè sọ nípa ẹlòmíì o, nǹkan tẹ́mi ti ṣe lèmi sọ. Ifá tells you what is going on. But it depends on whether that Babalawo now actually understands how to convey the message. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, because nígbà tí ẹ mọ̀ pé after tí gbogbo àwọn Babalawo tó máa wá sórí platform máa ń sọ oríṣiríṣi, none of them, but sister kan wà, sister nígbà tí a wà lórí platform kan fún àwa tó ẹ pé a fẹ́ mọ̀ nípa ìṣẹ̀ṣe ní sister wa ní àwọn náà ní certain challenges pẹ̀lú àwọn babaláwo pé wọ́n máa ń gbowó, and ó dẹ̀ ṣì ń ṣe lórí TikTok.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So I would keep saying to people, ẹ má lọ béèyàn kankan lórí TikTok. If àwọn tí ẹ rò béèyàn ni wọ́n kì í ṣe èèyàn, I'm sorry to say. Because 1 minute they will say one thing, but when you call them for personal consultation, they will be speaking another language. So therefore, for me, so when I now got linked, the sister was now telling me, you first need to listen, speak less, and that's what I did. And if I am obeying, tó bá ń kí Ifá fẹ́yàn, nǹkan tó bá ń ṣẹlẹ̀, wàá máa gbọ́ ẹni tó bá gbọ́ Yorùbá a little bit. Some of these babaláwo lè sọ fún ẹ pé kò ń ṣe dandan ni kò fún wọn ní £1,000. Kò ń ṣe dandan. Even ẹ mọ̀ pé nínú numerology, even àwọn òyìnbó tá à ń bá gbé nílùú òyìnbó yìí, àwọn náà lo herbs now. The only difference ni pé àwọn òyìnbó wọ́n pariwo títí wọn. Àìmọye àwọn òyìnbó tí mo ti ń bá pàdé nínú ìrìn àjò ayé yìí sí pé they use this herbs, they use this crystal. Gbogbo wa la ní spiritual issue one way or another. And tó ẹ pé ẹ̀sìn Islam àbí Christianity ó ń resolve problem yẹn. Wọ́n ẹ̀ jẹ́ pé àwọn òyìnbó náà wá ń ṣe wọ́n ti padà sí spirituality.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So àwọn èèyàn wa, we don't want to work it. Spirituality is personal work. You need to discover who you are. But even when you go to Babalawo, he will still tell you, we ask you, kí ló ń rí nínú àlá? Àlá atọ́nà ni àlá. So many things lèèyàn lè máa ṣe fúnra rẹ̀. So ẹ pé until when you now understand who you are, tó bá tiẹ̀ máa bèrè lọ́wọ́ Babalawo, tó bá sọ nǹkan kan fún ẹ tó mọ̀ pé this one I don't believe it. You keep that one to yourself. You know this Babalawo that pele yo mọ̀ kankan tó ń ṣe. Another thing tí mo tún fẹ́ sọ fáwọn èèyàn ni pé ẹ má go to babaláwo through ọ̀rẹ́ yín àbí family members yín, because àwọn náà ti máa ń fún ẹ ní low down information about you. So one thing I would say is this: for me, believe in yourself, discover who you are. Once you discover who you are, then nobody can actually bamboozle you.
Thank you so
And
much,
like I
Sisi.
said, numerology. If numerology, ẹ mọ̀ pé tó bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn star signs, a kàn máa ń fojú kíní wo ni.
Mọ nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sister mi ṣé ẹ rí gbogbo ti numerology o, Islam o, Christianity o, ìṣẹ̀ṣe o, it's like the university level, and if somebody doesn't know much about primary school, high school, báwo lè fẹ́ lọ university? That is why tí mo ṣe, for example, all this numerology, whatever religion, whatever beliefs, there is no God that can reject truth, love and humanity. Ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti bẹ̀. Torí tẹ́ bá tún dá numerology lẹ́sìn, you are asking some people to go and start looking for what is not lost, ma. Wọ́n tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní sáré káàkiri from babaláwo lọ numerology. There is no God on this planet Earth, ma, that can reject truth, love and humanity. And this truth, love and humanity must start from our homes first and foremost. Ẹ jẹ́ kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀. Let's go back to the drawing board. Kí ni nǹkan tó ń jó wa lọ́wọ́ gan tá a fi jólẹ̀ tá à ń wá nǹkan tí ò sọnù kiri? Ẹ wá dúró àwọn tó ti kó sọ́wọ́ babalá. That was why tí mo ṣe make submission yẹn gbà pé I am not directing you to any babaláwo. Lẹ́nìkan fi lọ kó sọ́wọ́ babalá 1.something million within 2-3 days 500,000 ni mo rí gbà padà ń bẹ̀. Ìtorí ẹ̀ ni mo ṣe gbé platform, ni mo ṣe gbé live video tèmi ìkalẹ̀. Àná ń terrorize èèyàn sẹ́, torí ẹ̀ ni mo ṣe ń pariwo wọn jáde lénìí. Wọn ò lè wá nígbà tán ti mọ̀ pé nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ máa ta bá wọn. Ẹ jẹ́ kó jẹ́ pọ́rọ̀ pásítọ̀ kan ni mo gbé sílẹ̀ lénìí. Ẹ ti máa rí gbogbo wọn tán máa wá sọ̀sọ̀kúsọ tó wà lẹ́nu wọn.
Bàbá mi, àwa fúnra wa a lè máa ṣàkíyèsí nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wa through àlá wa. But some people are lazy. They don't want to do anything. They don't want to do anything because àwọn ẹni náà sọ pé ọmọ òrìṣà ni wọ́n. And there's nothing you can. I know our obìnrin particularly we're susceptible to all these things. Ọkùnrin mi lè máa notice, but àwọn obìnrin Ọlọ́run fún wa lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ àlá àti ìran. But if you cannot understand what you yourself are seeing, you're going to somebody else. You're open to manipulation. Ambition for love is the beginning of all things.
Ẹ jẹ́ kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ jẹ́ kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti love and humanity and truth. Ọkọ, how much love do you have for your wife? How much love does a wife have for the husband? It is at that time they can begin to tutor their children. It is what the children will now take outside. But when we neglect the basic things of life and what the true God wants, you think if there is love and humanity in churches, somebody, a GO will have 3, 4, 5 private jets. Yet, you are dragging the people that believe in you, you are dragging them like mad. Táyé wọn ti bàjẹ́ sórí Lagos Ìbàdàn Express Road. There is no love and humanity.
Age 14,
exactly.
Because society was destroyed because everything we preach is money. It's all about money. I want more. I mean, I want to come to see Nigerians sing you. Money is everything.
Oh, okay. Ẹ jẹ́ kí wọ́n sáré sọ, ẹ sáré round up, Mrs. Ẹ sáré round up kí n gbé lómi wọlé Mrs. Motelela. Ẹ on mute. Ẹ sáré round up so that my gbé lómi wọlé. I will bring up all last.
WhatsApp it was love and humanity. Kama support around us, and I think that's what we need to go back to.
Thank you so much.
So it's not all about big money. It's not about big. Even any don't be like belly. Only one cup of. Even in share back, but in your body the color to move wale. all these issues about religion is subsided. Nílò ìbò táwọn èèyàn mélòó ló lọ sí church.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àdúgbò táwa ń gbé ẹ mọ̀ báwọn Nàìjíríà tó bá ti gbé placard àti micro àwọn òyìnbó yẹn máa pọlọ́pàá ni pé no we don't want it here. We don't want it here. Ibi táwọn dúdú tó yẹ pé wọn ò níwèé no cost làwọn pastor yìí máa lọ dúró sí. But we're in a different environment. We can enlighten ourselves. So gbogbo issue tó náà ní Nigeria kò sí ní Western world now. So why are we having more churches here? Because our people actually do not believe in themselves.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
That's another issue. Atuni. Ẹ ṣé my brother.
Thank you so much, ma. Kàṣẹ pápápá because ọ̀la tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ work and random thoughts. Ẹ jẹ́ sáré bá wa gbóhùn sókè. Ní pápápá, yes sir. Yes sir.
So point Simon try láti make lẹ́ǹkan ní pé Ìṣẹ̀ṣe is still under religion, and we have all agreed that religion is a fraud. I was trying to make a point that the weapons fashioned against humanity is actually religion and politics. But for this discussion, let's just stick to religion. Now, religion is about division and confusion, which is not even different from politics.
Yes.
The basis for the ideology of world politics is actually divide and conquer, divide and rule. And I can tell you honestly that politics was actually brought out of religion. Politics was brought out of religion.
Barely.
That's why you see that
True.
No difference between religion and politics, because the same rule that applies to politics applies to religion. Let's look at it. That's why we have so much denomination, from the Catholic Church to the Episcopalian to the Methodist to the this. It's all about division. Even when you talk about the same, like let's talk about Pentecost now. Even within the Pentecostal church, maybe let's take Redeem for example. Inside Redeem now, you have men's group, you have women's group, you have children's group, you have Dorcas, you have Rebecca, you have this. All these things are one of the reasons why the human race because of this division and religion. There's so much lies, so much deceit, that it is almost impossible for us to speak with one voice. Now, we know that spirituality, people have different means to access the spiritual. Now, under religion, we are all learning, and the only thing that can set us free, truly, is Tenuaba Ko, and we know the actual truth about the world that we're living in. It is so deep. Like we're saying, the governments of the world are actually the people who are running the shows and everything about this world. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Now, this same religion is what is being used to exploit the human race. It's all about lies and deceit. There's no two ways about
Yes.
it. Now, let me jump to the one issue that me and Rotimi that you mentioned in this thing, which is what is the way out now? Because you said you have not told them. You because
Barely.
about religion is seen carefully. We know that the most prominent or popular religion around the world is Christianity. Every other religion comes after this. And the Christianity that they're also preaching to us found out the truth. I had a special encounter where God showed me a lot of things about this world. You understand? And I've come to that conclusion and that knowledge that religion and everything about church is a lie. The church is actually the churches that we are talking about are actually shrines. That's what they are not. If we look at the beginning of religion and we go to issues and we go back in time to places like Rome, or when Emperor Constantine brought about the Nicaea conference in 325 AD, which was the meeting where they chose the books that would make it into the Bible. And there are so many other books that were left out of the Bible. Who were these were human beings who actually chose that, okay, these are the books that will make it into the Bible, and these are the books that will not make it into the Bible. I'm sure you can remember when I was telling you another thing about this same Emperor Constantine, who actually started Christianity, which was to the effect of that a lot of people don't even know what it means to be a Christian, for starters. Now, for you to actually understand what it means to be a Christian, I will refer us to go and look for what is called the Constantine Creed. It's a document or a covenant that binds you once you call yourself a Christian. And what does this document say? This document simply talks about that if you call yourself a Christian, you are to do everything against the teachings or the doctrine of the person called Yahusha HaMashiach, which is the real name of Jesus Christ. This name was put in capital letter while Jesus Christ was put in small letter in this document that I am saying. A lot of people do not know this. Just Google what is called the Constantine Creed. Emperor Constantine, the same Emperor Constantine that convened the Nicaea Conference in 325 AD to choose the books that will make it into the canon that we have as our Bible today. What I want to say in terms of what the way out is that Jesus is the true way, but the Jesus that they are preaching in that church is totally different. I was going to say something about what Baroness was saying about the feminine. There's actually something called the divine feminine. The divine feminine. The last is called the only begotten daughter of God. All these topics are not taught about God. The person of Jesus in his second coming is actually going to have a wife and children. Because why would the Bible say that he who finds a wife has found a good thing? And the person that we're looking up to, who's a role model in Jesus Christ, when he comes, he would not marry. And the Bible says he will become a king. He will be the judge of the earth, and he will be a bridegroom. This church, to build the churches and to regulate what they talk about. There are certain things that you cannot talk about. If you talk about the issue of the fact that Jesus Christ in his second coming is going to have a wife, they'll tell you this is heresy. But they have told us this in history over the years, in so many songs that we listen to every day that we don't even know, that we call worldly songs. They're actually paying homage to the person of the bride of Christ. And this woman is duly represented in every religion. In the second coming of Christ, religion is going to be just my own submission.
Thank you so much.
I know a lot of people are going to argue against this, but I am telling you, the only way we can survive this thing is for us coming together. And let us find out what the truth actually is. People have, the devil has done so much in terms of deceiving people, creating multiple layers of religion, people with different concepts about religion, about spirituality, that the confusion is so overwhelming. And this is the work of the devil.
It is well. Thank you so much, my brother. Olas is gone. Before I bring on Apostle Temitope now, I want to make this submission.
I think I'm the next person.
I brought up Apostle Temitope before I brought you up. Sorry about that. But don't worry, it will be fast. What am I trying to say here? Some of the topics that we did when we were in primary school, we carried the topics over into secondary school. We started applying them in our higher institution courses and everything. What is that topic? It is called the highest common factor. Now, what is highest common factor? HCF in our elementary mathematics, you will remember. They'll give you 2, 3, 4 set of figures. They will ask you to find the highest common factor of all those given figures. And you work it out, you break them down into their lowest common factors. You write them, then the one that is common to all of them is you multiply together. If it is not only one, you multiply and you get your highest common factor. Now, in all of these religions, in all of these experiences, in all of these findings, please, I am begging us today, is it possible that we realize that in all of these religions, in all of this whatever, can we make truth, love, and humanity to be the highest common factor? Is it possible? Because if it is possible, or if it is what we have been doing, we will never even have had this kind of live video in the first place. Somebody who says Isheshe Lagba, who is Babalawo on social media, will not be scamming or putting people in more bondage. We will not see online woli all these prophets or want to sue me. And I still think I need another group. By God's grace, I will work on the existing group already, because some people are already silent on that group. We need to start going on these pages to report them. How many of you remember the woman that is always bringing this boy on social media? Nǹkan tí boy yìí ò sọ, á ló sọ. Àwọn bàbá wa sọ pé ọmọ tó ní cerebral palsy, ọmọ tó jẹ́ imbecile, tó wà nínú ìnira. So I had to do a video for the woman. Ẹ̀yin ìjọba ṣe ní gbé woman yìí, and that was when the woman, I think for some time, she has not come online. So when we have such group, we have to kill the pages. We have to take out the pages of these people. They are taking our space that we should be using for productive thinking. Ọmọ tí ò lè sọ̀rọ̀, tí ò lè ṣe nǹkan kan, àwọn bàbá wa sọ pé, and you will see people that are sane, who claim to be sane, under the live video. Daddy mi ẹgbẹ́ mi sókè, daddy mi ẹ pray fún mi. Ọmọ tí mo wá sọ fún wọn yàn mo ní, ẹ pray pé kí Elédùmarè jùrú ọmọ ológo báyìí sí family yín, kó jù sí nkí àyín, kẹ́yìn náà máa wá fi pawó báyìí. Ẹ kọ́kọ́ ṣe prayer yẹn kẹ́ ẹ ṣàmì, kẹ́ ẹ gbé tó àdúrà mi. I am telling you, that is how damaging religion is. And that is why I will continually preach the highest common factor, that there is no God anywhere that can reject truth, love, and humanity. And look at the biblical God. If truly the biblical God knows the end of a thing from the beginning, then why did he create only one language until the whole universe started building Tower of Babel before he disorganized their languages? And just like my brother just said now, if we truly love, if we truly understand one another and we love one another, that is when we can have a headway. Unfortunately, what is currently happening in our homes, churches have scattered so many homes. Afa has taken somebody's wife several times. Uncle Wansile won't be more fool. And when you look at what is happening. We should wake up. You don't need a book. You don't need anybody to tell you that you should go and love your wife, love your children, build love and humanity. You don't need any book on this planet Earth. Uncle Apostle Temitope ẹ jẹ́ kí n fún yín láyè kẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀.
Á dára fún gbogbo wa o.
Àmín sà.
Láti bí mo jẹ́ ẹlẹ́sìn mi nípa ti Christian, ṣùgbọ́n àwọn nǹkan kan yé mi ló jẹ́ kí n fúnra mi close church. Mo ní church tó yẹ kó ti grow, ṣùgbọ́n mo wò pé church yìí ò ran àwọn èèyàn yìí lọ́wọ́. But mo ṣe ń ṣe church tó bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo ń ṣiṣẹ́ ọwọ́ mi. Owó tí n bá rí inú iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ mi torí Ọlọ́run fún mi lórí ọ̀fẹ́ láti give. Òun ni mo tó wá fi ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́. Mo wá wò pé kí láǹfààní church tá à ní. Ìgbà yẹn ni mo tún wá bẹ̀rẹ̀, eléyìí mú mi ní ọ̀tá débi pé èmi tí wọ́n bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí, mi ò ní ìyàwó mọ́, mi ò ní ọmọ mọ́, wọ́n ti kú.
Wow.
Ṣùgbọ́n màá sọ̀rọ̀ fún yín lẹ́yìn pé ìfẹ́ inú rere sí ènìyàn, kí ni Olúwa dá wa wá sílé ayé fún? Àkọ́kọ́, ó dá wa pé ká lè máa nu omijé nù kúrò ní ojú ara wa. Àti gbàgbọ́ àti mùsùlùmí àti gbogbo ẹ̀sìn pátápátá tó ń bẹ orílẹ̀ àgbáyé wọ́n ti fail torí man-made ni wọ́n, títí kan Christian. Ṣé ẹ sáré apostle lórúkọ mi? Kì í ṣe pé mo méfò. Mo wà ní wàhálà tí mo ń bá wọn fa wàhálà gidi pé ìwọ tó bá gbèjọ kalẹ̀ tí omijé nù kúrò ní ojú ẹni tó wá bá ọ pé ebi ń pa òun,
tó wá ní pé Olúwa máa bless ẹ tó sì lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ tó sì ló jẹ́ lé kò ní dáa fún ọ.
àmín.
wọ́n ní ìwàásù tèmi le mo ní mi ò kí ń sára yín tán bá lè máa gbọ́ kán máa gbọ́ báyìí. nọ́mbà àkọ́kọ́ ni pé kò sí ẹni tí Ọlọ́run dá tí kò ní ẹ̀bùn àmútọ̀run wá tiẹ̀.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni preach it sir.
kò sí ẹni tí Ọlọ́run dá ṣùgbọ́n àìkíyèsára àti pé ṣé rí mo fẹ́ sọ àṣírí kan fún wa. ekòló tẹ́ ń wò yẹn kí ni èèwọ̀ ẹ̀ iyọ̀ ni.
iyọ̀.
níjọ́ tí a bá fi iyọ̀ àti ekòló tàbí ìgbín wọn máa kú.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni àwọn ènìyàn tí Ọlọ́run dá sórí ilẹ̀ ayé a ò ní ìkíyèsára nípa àwọn àlá tí à ń lá. ẹlẹ́dàá ò jìnnà sí wa o.
kò jìnnà.
ẹlẹ́dàá tá a dẹ̀ ń sọ ẹ̀ náà ni wọ́n ń pè ní ìfẹ́. kò sí Ọlọ́run kankan bí kankan bí kò ṣe ìfẹ́.
ìfẹ́.
àti ìdásí àìní ọmọnìkejì. ẹjọ́ ayé yìí bá dùn tá a bá ń fi fúnra ẹni nípa ìmọ̀ràn nípa ìfúnnilóúnjẹ nípa ìrànlọ́wọ́ ta ni a ò rí Ọlọ́run ṣùgbọ́n a rí Ọlọ́run nípa ìfẹ́. ṣé ìfẹ́ ń bẹ nínú nínú church tó dá yunifásitì sílẹ̀ tí ọmọ ọjọ́ ò lè lọ. ṣé ìfẹ́ ń bẹ nínú ẹni tó jẹ́ olórí Rìdíìmù Adébóyè tí ò lè acknowledge bàbá tó dá Rìdíìmù gangan sílẹ̀ ẹ lè gbọ́rù bàbá yẹn àtàwọn ọmọ ẹ̀. ṣé ìfẹ́ ń bẹ nínú Oyèdépò tó máa rìn majestically bí Ọlọ́run. mo wo fídíò kan ó fún ọmọ kan ní ìgbájú ó wá gbéra mi sípò pé tẹ́bàjẹ́ mi mo bí ọmọ yẹn kọ́ ó ní àjẹ́ ni sọ wọ́n lè gba ọmọ tiẹ̀ lójú. ẹ má jẹ́ kí n tàn jẹ́ ní platform yìí Ọlọ́run kó bless alàgbà yìí Mr. Rotimi Ọlọ́run ló ràn. mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ fi dá lójú pé bí mo ṣe wà yìí mo ti pull out mo ti lọ church ní ó ti lé ní 15 years mi ò lọ anywhere mo sì ń ṣe ìrìn àjò mi. nípa platform báyìí àti ọ̀rọ̀ tá à ń sọ ojú ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ máa là.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
orí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ máa pé wípé ìgbàlà kò sí nínú ẹ̀sìn. àti ìgbàgbọ́ àti mùsùlùmí àti oníṣẹ̀ṣe àtàrí krishna torí oúnjẹ àti torí ìfẹ́ ni torí ìfẹ́ àtàrà wọn ni. ìbá má jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ wò ènìyàn ní pé ìgbàlà ń bẹ lọ́dọ̀ òun mọ̀pọ̀ ló yí káàkiri àtàwọn sójà yìí ó sì ń fún yín ní wristband. ó ń fún yín ní ẹlòmíì tí momi ayé ẹ̀ ti ta. sọ̀rọ̀ mi ò yé. ẹ jẹ́ ká fúnra ní brain. pílàfọ́ọ̀mù yìí tí irú èmi dá sí mi ò dá sí pé pásítọ̀ ni mi ẹ gbàgbé. mo pásítọ̀ tèmi láti lọ lé àwọn aláìní ni. èmi tí mo dẹ̀ bá yẹn sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ physical challenge man ni mi but I don't see myself like that. nígbà tí mo ní accident tí spinal cord mi ní problem kó tó di pé èmi fúnra mi mo fi ewé àti egbò tí Ọlọ́run fi hàn mí àti tí mo mọ̀ lọ́dọ̀ ìyá mi mo fi tọ́jú ara mi ewé àti egbò ẹ má máa gbé síra ewé àti egbò yàtọ̀ sí pé yẹn jẹ́ babaláwo o lè mú ewé àti egbò láti fi tọ́jú ara rẹ ṣùgbọ́n kí ni àwọn kírísítẹ́nì ṣe ń pè wọ́n ní oògùn ni.
ó ń ṣe ẹbọ ṣíṣà bí abọ̀rìṣà.
àwọn Chinese wọ́n jẹ́ kó yé wa pé ewé àti egbò tó ń bẹ lọ́dọ̀ tí wọn kò lágbára tó ti àwa tá a wà ní Áfíríkà mo sì ọmọ born again a máa kiri tiẹ̀ ń ṣìn á sì máa kọ̀ndẹ́mù ewé àti egbò ti wa nílẹ̀ Yorùbá wa. ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ fún yín náání ohun anílà náání ọmọ àgbẹ̀ náà ní ọkọ ọmọ àgbẹ̀ náà ní àdá ọmọ alápàtà náà ní egbògi tó bá ti discover rẹ nípa tara mọ rẹ nípa ti ẹ̀mí o lè bá Ọlọ́run sọ̀rọ̀ pé Olúwa mo fẹ́ mọ ara mi báwo ni mo ṣe jẹ́ báwo ni mo ṣe wà àwa yìí náà ní ìgbà kan rí ṣé ń gbọ́ tá a wà lọ́dà tírénì àti tàn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ jẹ ṣé ń gbọ́ àti purọ́ fọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ nígbà tí bíbá pa pásítọ̀ mi ló máa dédé rí ikú.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
yóò sì wá ẹ̀wà kó owó kúlé á sì fowó yín á fi ṣe ìmúyò. bàbá kan wà lórí bàbá kan máa ń ṣe kí wọ́n rò pé wéèrè ni bàbá ọba Solomon yẹn.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
ó tún máa ń tọ́ wà sírí ó ní irọ́ ni tó bá ti máa fi owó àwọn wèrè jẹun ó dẹ̀ máa ń dùn mí pé bí irú Awíkókó ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ tọ́ba Solomon sọ̀rọ̀ lóòótọ́ àwọn ò jáde much àti ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ míì tí wọ́n ní ẹ̀yin ènìyàn kò sí nǹkan kan bí kankan jẹ́ kó ju yín là bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àwọn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tó ń pọ̀ sí láti máa bọ́ sí ní ìgbèkùn. ṣùgbọ́n mi máa pé nípa akitiyan arákùnrin yìí
àti àwọn ènìyàn tí ò yéye mo mọ̀ ẹ̀fọ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ abọ́ nínú ìdè.
Lágbára Ọlọ́run.
Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ respect wọn fún Adébóyè àti Oyèdépò wọn lè fún bàbá àti ìyá wọn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ló ń jẹ́ pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tó ń fún pásítọ̀ rẹ̀ kò lè fún ọkọ ẹ̀. Sọ̀rọ̀ mi ò yé.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ẹ má jẹ́ ká tara wa jẹ ìtànjẹ ní ẹ̀sìn. Ìfẹ́ àti ìṣerere sí ọmọlàkejì bí ń pa tí ìyà ń jẹ. Mo wá rí pé àwọn tó gba ẹ̀sìn jù ló burú jù.
Ló burú jù bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
When I was young, I gbé pẹ̀lú àwọn deeper life. Ohun tí wọ́n fi ojú wa tẹ́ bá kí wọn ogun ni. Bẹ́ẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ ni ẹ wo ti Muslim àwọn tẹ̀blíkì oníṣòkòtò pépé yẹn wọ́n lè pààyàn wọ́n bá ká ẹ̀mọ́ kọ́nà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Wọ́n sì dáríjìyàn. Mo wá rí i pé àwọn freelance àwọn tó yẹ pé wọ́n ṣe gbàgbọ́ wọ́n ṣe mùsùlùmí wọn àwọn gan ló tètè máa ń forgive ènìyàn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Torí pé wọ́n ti rí ìrírí wọ́n sì ti mú ayé bíntín. Tẹ́ ẹ bá wẹ tó bá mú ayé bíntín tàbí ọ̀gá tó gentle tàbí ọ̀gá tó farabalẹ̀ tàbí ọ̀gá tí ò ka nǹkan kún ẹ rí i pé kò gbé ẹ̀sìn kárí ẹ lọ tọ́ born again Christian tàbí ẹ lọ tọ́ agbẹ́sìnlérí Muslim tàbí ẹ lọ tọ́ oníṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ tó gbóná. Kí wá ní a sì ń pe Ọlọ́run ní ìfẹ́. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi ò pọ̀jù pé pílátífọ́ọ̀mù yìí ó wà fún láti jẹ́ kí ojú ènìyàn kí ó là. Mo máa ń béèrè lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn ní gbìyànjú láti mú ènìyàn kan rẹ́rìn lójúmọ́. Nípa ọ̀rọ̀ nípa ìwà nípa ìṣe.
Thank you.
Gbogbo àwọn tó ń kọrí pé mo fẹ́ dàbí Jésù èṣù gangan ni wọ́n. Mo fẹ́ dàbí Jésù nínú ìwà pẹ̀lẹ́ wo ǹjẹ́ ìwà pẹ̀lẹ́ wo lo ẹni tó sẹ́ ìkọrin yẹn tán ó máa ṣépè. Mo ti rẹ́ tó ti ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì bọ̀ tó dé ilé tó fi èpè jólẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ẹ lọ wọ àwọn tó gbẹ tán láwọn gba ẹ̀sìn ẹ lọ wọ ọmọ tó ń fi sọ́dọ̀ wọn wọ́n máa ń fi ìyà pa orí ọmọ ọlọ́mọ ni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ẹ lọ wọ ẹ tó bá gba ẹ̀sìn yóò kówó jẹ a máa fi ẹ̀sìn bojú mo tẹ máa hẹ́ẹ̀tì kankan àti sọ̀rọ̀ méjì pásọ̀ lèmi o èmi sì ìwà rẹ yóò sọ orí yẹn tó jẹ sọ̀rọ̀ mi ò yé.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
A gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ kí ojú wa kó là a gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ kí ọkọ wa kó jí a gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ ká mọ nǹkan tá à ń ṣe lẹ́yìn náà ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ fọwọ́ fa ogun tí wọ́n rò pé ayé kan sí àwọn wọ́n fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ lórí eléyìí ẹ jẹ́ sọ fún yín bí Ọlọ́run ṣe dá àwọn èèyàn sórí ilé ayé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Ọlọ́run dá àwọn èèwọ̀ kan fún wa a gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n ti fi ẹ̀sìn parẹ́.
Oh my God.
Let them say that
Really?
another.
Really?
Rotimi Daniels. Olúwa Rotimi o, àwí kọ̀ọ̀kan máa.
Ọlọ́run alààyè ó wà pẹ̀lú wa.
Àmín.
Bàbá wí kọ̀ọ̀kan.
Sá.
Mo gbàdúrà fún yín ní agbára Ọlọ́run ètò gbàdúrà o ní agbára Ọlọ́run asẹ́ni lórí kan wọn tiẹ̀ lágbára ẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Nítorí pé òtítọ́ ṣòro palẹ̀nu mọ́. Bí a bá mú lọ́tìkọ́ kan tá a bá rí mú nípa ìfẹ́ nípa pé àkókò rẹ̀ tó olótìtọ́ méje máa dìde.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Whereas you are a very young man and you are still have a long way to go for more captivities
To be released.
to get freedom.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ọlọ́run alààyè tó dọ̀run àtayé tí a ò rí ṣùgbọ́n tó ń rí wa ó máa fún ilókun àtagbára.
Àṣẹ Èdùmàrè àmín.
Àṣírí àwọn òkùnkùn àṣírí àwọn páírì mo fẹ́ sọ àbí mo rìn ìrìnàjò kan gbà tí mo sì bí mo ṣe ní ìrìnàjò kan mo lọ sọ́nà Ìjẹ̀bú mo bá àwọn kan pàdé ntẹ́ bá rí pásítọ̀ tí mo bá pàdé ń bẹ̀ lára àwọn olókìkí ẹ̀rù bà mí ẹ̀rù bà mí mo àwọn oníbọ̀ ṣe ń wá nìyẹn oníbọ̀ ṣe ń wá nìyẹn ó ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ̀yin ni wọ́n ń tàn jẹ kò sí kò sáwọ́ kan láwọ̀ ẹ̀wà bàbá tó ń pè ní ọlọ́lá ẹni mímọ́ jùlọ ọ̀kan lára àwọn ex-man ẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ẹ̀tọ́ máa ń pè ní ẹni bí ọkàn Ọlọ́run ìyẹn bàbá Redeem sọ̀rọ̀ mi ò yé yín.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Mò ń sọ ẹ tó bá lè kó wá já mi tí wọ́n bá ní Ìjẹ̀bú Ìwòpin níbẹ̀ yẹn
alárìnkalẹ̀ mi o torí pé nígbà tá à ń ṣe ẹlẹ́mìíràn bá mo ṣe rìn lọ èmi náà àwa náà máa rìn tá a bá fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ wòlíì wa tá a bá ka àwọn nǹkan kan a ó sálábàápàdé àwọn tó jẹ́ babaláwo á tó lọ wádìí kí lẹ́ni ṣe fún yín kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ we are working hand to hand I have to tell you the truth èmi ò láti hide ṣùgbọ́n nípa tí n táwọn bá lọ ni pé ọ̀rọ̀ ẹni yóò jẹ mọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ti Jésù Kristi ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ jẹ mọ́ ìbílẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ètùtù fún oyè ẹja lọ ẹja àwọn baba ló máa ṣe yẹn wọ́n láti gbé ètùtù fún sọ̀rọ̀ mi ò yé yín ibẹ̀ ni mo ti bá ọ̀kan lára àwọn olókìkí nínú ìjọ ìràpadà yín wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe confession wọn ó ní omi tó fi máa ń wọ́n lẹ̀ tí ó fa èrò wá bàbá wọn sì ní láti fi ẹsẹ̀ rìn barefoot fún òru méje omi tí wọ́n gbé lọ yẹn nígbà tán bá mú omi yẹn wọ́n á gbígbẹ́ ẹsẹ̀ tó kútó wọ́n á fi ẹsẹ̀ rìn olóyè jẹ́ pé wọ́n lè ṣe convention wọn bò mí àfibẹ̀ yẹn. mélòó aláìsàn tó ti wọlé síbẹ̀ mélòó ẹ̀mí òkùnkùn tó ń bá dá májẹ̀mú tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n ń gba àjọ lórí àwọn tó ń travel ní ọ̀nà yẹn ọ̀nà èkó jẹ́ ọ̀nà tó léwu jù ẹni tó bá lè já mi kó já mi gbogbo ìpàtẹ òsì tó pàtẹ sọ́nà ọbẹ̀ yẹn àti Christian àti Nafati àwọn ni wọ́n ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ fásilẹ̀ torí gbẹ́ndà was young accident tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́nà èkó kò tó bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
sọ̀rọ̀ mi ò yé yín
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
ẹ máa bá wọn lẹ lọ́ máa tẹ̀síwájú torí pé bí agbóyanú odó tá a ṣe bẹ̀ ní ìpè ìpà tó máa yọ ayọ̀ òtítọ́ dùn Olúwa yàn án mo sì ń wò ní ọjọ́ kan iná máa bọ́ tó máa jọ ogun káàmpù yẹn run.
lágbára Ọlọ́run
máa gbé iná dìde àjò wọn run.
àmín.
torí pé tí wọ́n bá ti fẹ́ ṣe convention wọ́n máa mú àwọn èèyàn tó bá ń kọjá torí ẹ̀ tó bá lọ lọ́nà Èkó kó fún àdúrà dáadáa. gba àdúrà pé Olúwa ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi mọ̀jẹ̀ kan fi ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi jayé mọ̀jẹ̀ kan fi ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi rúbọ. ẹ má jẹ tẹ̀ ń jẹ èyí tí wèrè kan wá kọ́ sí Abuja tó ń pè ní Dome tó wà ní Abuja Express. mo fẹ́ sọ fún yín pé tí ènìyàn bá jẹ́ látọ̀rí scaffold tó bá fi orí la ilẹ̀ wọ́n á ní instrument kan sọnù. ṣé ẹni tó fọ́ lórí dànù tó fọ́ lórí mọ́lẹ̀ yẹn sẹ́niyàn kan ló bí ṣé kò ní ambition ṣé òun náà máa rò pé wọ́n á dá fóun láyé wọ́n lọ ń wọ́ṣẹ̀ fún bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n kọ́ pọ́ sọ̀bẹ̀ ní Dome ibẹ̀ lọ́mọbìnrin kan ti kú tó máa ń kọrin ó sì náà ṣe àbíkẹ́rẹ́ ti ń pè.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Osinachi Nwachukwu.
wọ́n wá lọ kó crunch jọ wọ́n làwọn ń ṣe miracle ìgbà tí bàbá Oyèdépò rí yẹn òun náà ní kí ló ṣubú tẹ̀hún èyí tó pàtẹ sí ọ̀tà òtítọ́ ó lóun náà fẹ́ kọ́ hack lọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí o pẹ̀lú tata ó níwọ̀n ṣe láàánú bó ṣe jẹ́ pé nílùú ìbò àwọn ènìyàn tí wọ́n ta pè ní ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ wọ́n ń wọlé ní wọ́n lọ ń gbé palliative fáwọn èèyàn ẹgbà ẹ̀fẹ́ lè ṣe o agbọ́dọ̀ tọ́jú yín o ọlọ́pàá ìlú ìbò fún yàn ní palliative ọlọ́pàá wọ́n kó palliative jáde wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí for trumpet wípé ẹ̀yin England by then ní 15 AD pẹ̀lú Roman Catholic jásẹ̀lẹ̀ òun ló fi dá Anglican sílẹ̀ Baptist ẹ̀ ń wò yẹn Amẹ́ríkà ló dá sílẹ̀ business empire ni torí ẹ̀ ní tí mo mọ̀ ni mo ń ṣàlàyé èmi náà sì ti ń wà nú ẹ̀ mo sì ti jáde kúrò níbẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ mi ò yé yín.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà.
torí díẹ̀ yìí ẹnikẹ́ni tó bá rí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí torí gẹ́gẹ́ bíi pé kí ni torí pé ọ̀rọ̀ òtítọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ bí wèrè ni lójú wèrè.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
platform yìí máa ó ti kọ́ ọ̀pọ̀ dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ stand.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni lágbára Ọlọ́run.
any fund of torí mo lẹ́rẹ̀ kàtà flag ẹ̀.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni
wọ́n fẹ́ burú ni torí pé wọ́n máa ṣègbè dànù.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni lágbára Ọlọ́run.
ọlọ́run tó máa tẹ̀ wá síwájú.
àmín.
ẹnikẹ́ni tó bá dẹ̀ jẹ́ gúlíbù òun ló máa jẹ́ kí àwọn ẹlẹ́sìn kò gbá òun.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
tí wọ́n fúnra bá mọ irú èèyàn tó jẹ́ mo tún fẹ́ sọ kan kí ló tún máa ń ran èèyàn lọ́wọ́ náà ni ìfifúnni àti ìṣoore.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ṣíṣoore bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
nínú ìfifúnni ìṣoore àti ìfẹ́ o ò lè kó sọ́fìn ọkàn máa ń free ni tó bá ṣe rere ibo tí àdánwò bá dé kàn wá wò pé níbo ni mo kù sí
wàá lè bọ ọlọ́run sọ ọlọ́run mo gbìyànjú níwọ̀n bá tèmi.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
sọ̀rọ̀ mi ò yé yín.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
ẹlẹ́sìn religious born again mo gbẹ̀sìn scam ni olè ni àwọn ló burú jù. Ẹ jẹ́ kówó pẹ̀yìn àti redeemer pọ̀ tàbí kówó pẹ̀yìn àti winner pọ̀ tàbí owó pẹ̀yìn àti deeper pọ̀ ẹ mọ̀ pé wọ́n ní ẹ̀mí ọlọ́run. Gbogbo ọlọ́tọ̀ ti pa náà ló ń já ìnà o.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
Ẹbí Kúmúyì sọ pé tẹlifíṣàn ò dáa. Nínú dọ́kítà Kúmúyì ó ní ọkùnrin tó bá tóyàwó ẹ bá ti kú tó bá jẹ́ kó ṣe white wedding ó ní ọkùnrin ò gbọdọ̀ níyàwó mọ́ tó bá níyàwó ó ló lọ sí hell. Ó ní obìnrin kò gbọdọ̀ lọ́kọ mọ́ tí ọkọ ẹ bá kú tó bá ṣe white wedding ó ní ó ń lọ sí hell. Ní ìsìngbà tó ń kú tíyàwó tiẹ̀ kú lẹ́yìn oṣù mẹ́ta ó fẹ́ virgin 62 years. Tí wọ́n dẹ̀ ráyè láti lọ rí gọ́fà àti pírẹ́sidẹ́ǹtì wọn lè sòótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ nígbà tí Nàìjíríà gbóná wẹ́ẹ̀ Kúmúyì náà ó ti ń gbé UK. Wọ́n sọ pé Nàìjíríà ìwọ tó bá wọ ṣòkòtò ọ̀run àpáàdì ló ń lọ ìgbà tó lọ́ọ́ máa mú wọn ní convention ní Amẹ́ríkà àwọn tó wá pàdé àwọn delegate Nàìjíríà tó wọ́n wọ skẹ́ẹ̀tì tí wọ́n wé skáàfù àwọn tó wọ ṣòkòtò ni kò dẹ́ kì í dẹ́ sàkókò òtútù ní tó jẹ́ dickness yẹn kú òde níní ó lọ wá ń bí baba lè pé dádì ẹ condemn ṣòkòtò fún wa ní Nàìjíríà pé tó bá yóò máa kú dànù ó pé yóò máa lọ́rùn àpáàdì ṣùgbọ́n ṣòkòtò náà fi wá ẹgbẹ́ nǹkan tó wí ó ní protocol tí wọ́n yàtọ̀ sí ti Nàìjíríà.
imagine.
Bàbá tó mẹ́fẹ́ ṣe wẹ́ẹ̀dì tó jẹ́ pé aṣọ tó sẹ́ẹ̀sì lọ́mọ ẹ̀ wọ̀.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni ó tún ṣe make up.
kankan lẹ́nu ìṣẹ́ bá rí irun tó ń bẹ lórí ìyàwó lékè.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni a rí bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
àbí kẹ́yìn tí wọ́n ṣe àpọ́ǹtì ẹ wọ́n mi jọ́wọ́ làwọn èèyàn fẹ́ gbọ́n ṣé a máa la orí wọn wọ́n máa kó ọ̀rọ̀ sí ni. mo dẹ̀ tún rí nígbà tí mo dẹ̀ tún rí àwọn kan tó tún site tó tún comment tí wọ́n tún site tó tún justify bàbá yìí.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
kí n lè fún àwọn mìíràn láti sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀yin ará mi ẹ jọ̀wọ́ ẹ̀yin tójú yín ti là tójú wa ti là a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run ẹ̀yin tójú ò tí ì là ẹ kéde kójú ó là ṣùgbọ́n tí bàbá yìí ń tẹnumọ́ ìyẹn Rotimi Awukonko ni pé ẹ jẹ́ kí ìfẹ́
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
àti ìfẹ́ náà máa la kejì kó jọba kò sẹ́ni tó máa tàn wá jẹ.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
àwọn akọ́lára dátà fún Ọlọ́run ló wọnú rẹ̀ láti gbé ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ jáde gbogbo oore sọ̀ká kọ́ ní speaker náà o.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
I back this man and this program 110%.
Thank you so much, sir.
Ó sì máa tẹ̀síwájú lágbára Ọlọ́run.
Amen, sir.
Bó ṣe jẹ́ nìyẹn.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I'm so happy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ọlọ́run á túnbọ̀ bá mi lọ́rẹ̀ mi yín fún wa. Máa send the chat sí yín.
Gbogbo wa ni o lágbára Ọlọ́run.
Àṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Ẹ máa tẹ̀síwájú ni ọ̀tá wọ́n tún máa gbọ́ta dìde.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ṣùgbọ́n ẹ máa borí.
Àmín.
Kékeré lékejì òṣùbàtà ní
lékè odò.
Ẹ borí gbogbo wọn.
Àmín.
Wọ́n máa lù mí àlùbọ́ lẹ́ni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àlùdẹ̀ lórí àwọn èèyàn ti ń wake up o.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Wọ́n ti ń wake up.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Mo ní revolution religion ló máa kọ́ ṣáájú.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Thank you very much,
Thank
sir.
you so much, sir.
Yes, sir.
Àpótù tèmi tó pẹ́ sà, Ọlọ́run á máa gbà fún yín o.
Àmín.
Àmín, sir. Àmín, sir.
Really appreciate gbogbo
Àmín, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Yes, sir.
sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Olúwa máa fi yé wa, sir.
What you are bringing, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, ma. You are welcome.
Yeah, ibi tèmi àti contribute ni pé Mr. Rotimi mi ní take time yín cause mo kàn stroll náà ni.
Okay.
Mo come across the content so and I found it so interesting. Ló jẹ́ kí mi pack sí ọ̀dọ̀ yín. So bàbá tó sọ̀rọ̀ last year, àpòsù tó sọ̀rọ̀ yìí, wọ́n answer àwọn questions mi kan. There are some questions so but wọ́n ti answer most of those questions.
So
ẹlẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ pé téèyàn bá ń gbọ́ nǹkan tó ń fọpọlọ gbọ́ tí ò fi ẹ̀tanú kó àbí kan ó máa kọ́gbọ́n gan. So àwọn náà dẹ̀ sọ àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ kan tó jẹ́ pé èmi náà ń provide answer fún wọn sìn tí gbogbo àwọn náà máa wá comment section wọn ń gbọ́ wa báyìí. ṣe rí kò sí bá a ti fẹ́ ṣe ìlú tá a wà yìí. trade yìí àwọn tó ń gbé wá wọn wá bá wa ṣeré rárá.
Wọ́n ṣeré o.
tó fi jẹ́ sọ́dẹ̀ gbé wá yẹn kẹ tó lè bọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ tó bọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ó máa le díẹ̀ ó máa le. So to be honest, when you come to Bible or Quran or any book, they are colonization manual. Tó bá ní nǹkan colonization manual pé ìwé tá a fi bẹ́ẹ̀ máa colonize ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú bá ṣe anything yóò colonize as manual sí. So ó dàbí pé tẹ bá fẹ́ yọ ẹ̀sìn kúrò lára àwọn èèyàn ó dàbí pé fẹ́ yọ ẹ̀jẹ̀ kúrò lára èèyàn ni. Ó difficult though. You want to separate the gene from somebody, it's very, very difficult. Kò sí bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe kò easy. Get trade yẹn ti ń lọ no be today, it's more than 200 years, more than 500 years the trade yẹn ti ń lọ. Àwọn tó dẹ̀ gbé wá wọn ò bá yín ṣeré gbàtà wọn kọ́ gbé dé ẹ̀rì kan gbé wá pẹ̀ lọ́fẹ̀ẹ́. Ọ̀fẹ́ sponsor àwọn èèyàn gbà ìgbà tó yá náà sponsor lẹ̀ ìgbà tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sponsorship ẹ̀ ìgbà ẹni real bọ́ǹkì wá tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣe fake
miracle bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
So they funded it. Tóyìnbó bá fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan èmi náà ṣe mo ṣe ń bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ yín sìn I'm an entrepreneur mo wà into app development tí máa fẹ́ ṣe any app mo fẹ́ design app màá throw it market màá wá kó àwọn èèyàn síta kán ló máa bá mi promote ẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So that's exactly what the pastors did for them. They just advertised it for them. Ṣẹ́gá tí mo sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ṣẹ́gá ní bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ sí lónìí dọ̀la láti confuse èèyàn ó máa le díẹ̀. Ní 2012 Adébóyè ó gbé àwọn èèyàn sẹ́yìn ó ní kán protest against the subsidy. Pẹ̀lú Tinubu ó dàsìkò Tinubu ń sìn máa yẹn gbà yẹn 7% péré ló fi sórí epo. Now Tinubu fi 342% sórí ẹ̀ sìn more than that in some areas. Ó ní kẹ́ mọ́ jáde protest. Bàbá yẹn tó yẹ kó lè lo influence yẹn láti protest ó wá kó àwọn èèyàn jáde àti ẹ̀rọ gbọ́n fẹ́ protest ni ó ní wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe work. Ṣé báwọn yẹn ṣe pọ̀ nínú àwọn èèyàn yẹn bá protest ẹ̀rú máa ta gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì náà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ọ̀tìyà tó ń jẹ àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà ò tí ì dojú ẹ̀.
Kò tí ì dojú ẹ̀.
Tá a bá ti fowó sí ránṣẹ́ sílé mọ́ tí ìyá wo ọmọ ẹ̀ báyìí tó dẹ̀ mú ọmọ ẹ̀ tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ ìgbà yẹn gangan lẹ́tọ́ máa mọ nǹkan tó ń ṣe yín lu yẹn. Because mi ò mọ tó ṣe le fún yàn láti mọ ìyàtọ̀ láàrin A àti B. Gbogbo kìíní yìí wọ́n kó wá fún yín ni. Àwọn ancestors wa ní ẹ̀sìn tó ń ṣe wọn bá wọn ní òwò. Gbogbo nǹkan tó kọ sínú Báíbù yẹn wà láì wọ́n mọ nǹkan tó ń ṣe ọlọ́ngbọ́n. Nǹkan tó ń ṣe wọ́n mọ̀. Wọ́n ní pé Adam was naked. Ẹ̀yin ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ ara yín pé fún ni Adam ta ni Adam. Adam is simply Africa. Naked because àwọn náà wá dá sọ́bù yìí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wà yín sì tẹ́ bá yọ nǹkan òyìnbó tó wà nílé yín kúrò ẹ̀sà tẹ̀ drop fún yín yẹn ẹ̀yọ fáànù kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ̀yọ gbogbo nǹkan tó jẹ́ nǹkan òyìnbó kúrò nílé yín ẹ̀ rí pé ẹ̀ ní nǹkan kan mọ́. That is just the simple illustration of there was an Adam and he is getting naked because they take away clothes from ọmọ pé yóò ló wà. And that's the reason why they say an average African or a Nigerian person kò lè produce nǹkan kan. Bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ ẹ̀ rà ni bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ ẹ̀ rà ni ẹ̀ import ẹ̀ ni. Àwọn bàbá wa dẹ̀ ní iṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe nígbà kan tó dé bá ẹmọ nígbà yẹn gbogbo ní tó ṣàgbẹ̀dẹ wọ́n pàgbẹ̀dẹ ẹ̀rún. Nítorí wọ́n fẹ́ wọ́n fì wọ́n gbà wọ́n parun gbogbo àwọn iṣẹ́ yẹn pátá gbogbo wọn náà níṣẹ́. Gbogbo nǹkan tó máa ń jẹ wọ́n máa ń gbìn ni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Gbogbo tó ń lò sà wọ́n máa ń wà á ni. Ẹni tó bá níwèé ògùn lélẹ̀ ni kó make sure pé òun lọ ń ra ó lọ ń wò dáadáa ìwé ògùn àwọn bàbá yẹn. Because àwọn tó ń fún yín ayé táwa lónìí bó ṣe ń kó àìsàn wà náà ń ta solution tẹ̀lé.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni bí COVID náà ni bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Wọ́n fi ń lè kówó ni. Ó máa ń dùn mí tẹ́tẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn sìn ẹlòmíì inú máa bí gbogbo náà sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́nà yìí inú máa bí burúkú àríyá ẹ̀ẹ́dùn bú dáàdi wa. Kẹ́ ní respect fún nínú comment section náà mo ti rí pé nìkan sọ pé respect dáàdi yẹn pé kẹ́ respect ọjọ́ orí ẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
You are respecting somebody that is killing you. Àwọn táwọn ní pé ti pa they are more than you can imagine. Gbogbo àwọn àmọ̀ pààyàn tó wọn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
We are saying it. Ó rẹ nìkan ẹ̀ ń tẹ́ máa fly abroad kó lọ tẹ́tọ́ bí ìtọ́jú ìbọn ẹ máa gbé òróró fún pé lórúkọ Jésù máa lọlé pẹ̀lú òróró yẹn ló máa lò tó fi máa kú. Àwọn àgbọ̀ gbogbo wọn yẹn àwọn èèyàn kan dẹ̀ sì tún tò sẹ́yìn wọn náà go online oríṣiríṣi nǹkan so if you want to go ibi tẹ́tà ẹ̀ka bá fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí náà ibi tẹ́ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ náà láti máa bẹ̀rẹ̀
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni
mo ṣe appreciate the content we need to start sensitizing the people àwọn kan create ẹ̀bùn sọ́dọ̀ tiwọn wọ́n wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sínú fire
Hi.
wọ́n pèsè fún yín pé ọ̀run eré ń bẹ́ẹ̀ nìkan o tẹ́ bá ti tì àlàyé ẹ̀yin máa lọ gbádùn lọ́rùn tó bá ti pé 50 lamẹ́ríkà o ò ṣiṣẹ́ mọ́ wàá wà ní retirement o wàá máa gba owó wàá máa gba oúnjẹ wàá máa gba everything is that no paradise? wọ́n wá sọ fún yín pé ẹ̀yin ẹ̀ kọ́kọ́ jìyà náà tẹ́ bá ti jìyà láyé ìgbà yẹn ló máa yẹ kẹ́ gbádùn lọ́rùn nǹkan táwọn parents ti wá gbọ́ nìyẹn tó fi di pé life wọn.
tá a fi wọ wàhálà tá a wọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
wàhálà tó tún wọ̀ so it is not today ló ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ nǹkan tí mo dé àti jẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ nìyẹn.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
bàbá fẹ́ sọ̀bẹ̀ náà díẹ̀ báyìí ni ẹ wo life yín sìn ẹ̀rí yẹn 83.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
go to life salo life DJ Chicken 5,000 people looking. báwọn ọmọ tó ti sì lọ́nà tó ti da ọ̀rọ̀ wọn tó ti ta ọjọ́ ọ̀la wọn wọ́n ti ta tọmọ wọn o àwọn tẹ̀sí wá bí tó ti ń ṣe give me one rose give me kinní kan kò sí kankan ní religion ìmọ̀ ní ẹjọ́ mo fẹ́ béèrè ìbéèrè tó wà lọ́jíkà lọ́wọ́ yín sìn tó bá yẹ pé lóòótọ́ religion exist ẹ̀sà kí ni sẹ́yìn rò pé ọlọ́run ló kiri ètò owó ọlọ́run mọ̀ kankan gba owó náà money is just an idea.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ṣebí trade by barter là ń ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀.
Ada fún yín gbàtà àjẹjẹ bàbá ta yẹn ayé máa lójú.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
gbàtọ́ ti ìjà ìjà owó ní 1965 tó discover pé kó wà Nàìjíríà wọ́n wá bá àwọn pípù yìí wọ́n rẹ́ kó àwọn tó rí wọ́n pé díẹ̀ táláwó torí àwọn pé wọ́n ní pé ẹgbẹ́ resources yín fún wa a máa fún yín ní pépà ìyẹn dọ́là wọ́n dẹ̀ fún wọn dọ́là yẹn náà fún wọn dòní táyé ikọ̀ Nàìjíríà fi bàjẹ́ ibi tó dé. ẹ̀ ń ta owó ẹ̀dẹ̀ ń tẹ̀dí báàlù owó àti báàlù pépà lásán ẹ̀ ń gbà yẹn oh God nǹkan ti dàrú òun máa ń dùn èmi bọ̀ tí mo bá ti pàdé báyìí platform táwọn ẹ̀ bá ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́pọ̀lọ́ báyìí inú mi máa ń dùn.
ẹ ṣe sàn.
inú mi máa ń dùn gan-an.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. bẹ́ẹ̀ni. bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
àwọn kan parí mọ́ wọn lọ́wọ́ tó ní irọ́ ìtẹ̀sẹ̀ làwọn ń ṣe é kó làwọn ń gbélé wa nígbà fún yín wọn ọ̀dẹ̀ gbàdé ní olónìí. àwọn yẹn ọmọ kọ́lé ọmọ ara mọ́tò.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
kò bá tẹ́ tó sọ fún wa tí church kan wá dàgbà lẹ́mẹ̀wàá. so we have to think like human kò sọ́jà ń bì kankan àwọn colonizers yìí àti wọ́n ti ń tú ojú òtí ẹ̀wà tí wọ́n mọ́ ń sìn. bí ìlú kan bá ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kó fẹ́ gbéga báyìí wọ́n lọ bẹ̀ wọ́n lọ bọ́ọ̀mù ẹ̀ nìyẹn.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
nípa Gaddafi kí ni Gaddafi ṣe Gaddafi nípò òwò lè tẹ́ gbogbo yín dọ́là pé kí gbogbo àwọn Áfíríkà kan jọ yàrá wọn káwọn náà kírètì dọ́là.
wọ́n dẹ̀ pa máa yẹn dànù.
wọ́n pa bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn dànù gbogbo àwọn tó bá ti lóun fẹ́ gbérí tó fẹ́ lọ níbi àwọn èèyàn rẹ̀ wọ́n á padànù ló fi jẹ́ pé gbogbo president ẹ̀ ní Nàìjíríà wọ́n máa kọ́ lọ sọ́dọ̀ wọn náà. ẹ lọ ká Carton House àbí Charting House náà ń pè ní London bẹ́ẹ̀ àbí Britain.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
ibẹ̀ náà ti máa ń ṣe gbogbo president tó bá jẹ next lẹ́yìn eléyìí wọ́n ti yàn rẹ̀ jì ẹ̀yìn sì wá ń bi pé ẹ̀ ń fòtì irọ́ burúkú ni náà wọ́n parọ́ fún yín ní kò sí tó ń fòtì Nàìjíríà ìjọba ológun náà ọpẹ́tì ọkọ̀ gbàgbára lé lórí ni olóbi jẹ́ pé tẹ́lá fẹ́ protest wọn á pa yín dànù wọn dẹ̀ ní free jet wọn ní free mọ́sù ẹ bá yà wọn tọ́pa nínú ibi ní protest tó ra ṣẹlẹ̀ ní nǹkan tó mọ̀ pé tó bá yọ ó máa ní àwọn èèyàn lára ìwọ ẹjọ́ ní 2012 torí pé wọ́n wà ní Orlando òun rí owó burúkú ń bẹ̀ òun rí owó burúkú ń bẹ̀ ó jáde ó pa àwọn èèyàn wọ́n bẹ́ gidi náà ni mo wà Nàìjíríà ní 2012 wọ́n bẹ́ gidi náà àríbíṣẹ́ lọ ó wá di táìmù tiẹ̀ ń sìn oníkan ṣe sùúrù pé ìwọ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ débẹ̀ ni. ẹ lọ wo record tó àtẹ̀jọ́ èmi ń sọ̀rọ̀ without findings o 2.8 billion epo ni bàbá yẹn gbé lọ sí Malta ní last year lásán.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni níbi tí rìfánárì bàbá olórí ibú ìwà.
ó gbé lọ bẹ̀ tán ó dẹ̀ tún sọ 5.8 trillion lórí sọ́sìlì tó sọ pé ó yọ. ẹ wá pẹ́wò yẹn láàrin ara yín ó fáwọn gómìnà díẹ̀díẹ̀ owó mẹ́nu mọ́ ẹ wá ṣe àwọn èèyàn báṣubàṣu àwọn èèyàn wá sọ pé ibi ń pa wọn ẹ bá wọn lóúnjẹ wọn wá jáde ẹ tún ní kọ́ kó bàbá lọ bá wọn kọ́ lọ pa wọn dànù ṣé ìlú bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn lè pásítọ̀ kan ṣé ojú wọn fọ́ àti pásítọ̀ o àti ìmáàmù o àti oníṣègùn o gbogbo àwọn tó náà ń gbòòrò yẹn ṣé nígbà tó bá tó táìm alára ò ní rárá mọ́ gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń sọ yìí àti ẹ̀ ní máa sọ mọ́.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
ọmọ tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ lamẹ́ríkà láti last 2 years tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ lamẹ́ríkà iye tó ń gbà náà ló ṣì ń gbà bọ̀tẹ̀yìn ti bà kọ́rẹ́nsì nàìjíríà jẹ́ tó yẹ pé tó bá sẹ́ndì iye tó ń sẹ́ndì tẹ́lẹ̀ kíákíá làwọn òbí àti sọ pé ibi ń pa wọn o owó yẹn ò tó mọ́ nísọ̀wọ́ tẹ̀yìn ṣe ń ja olè burúkú oṣù mẹ́fà péré lẹ lò ní báwà wọ́n ní mínísítà kọ́kọ́ ó lọ ra ilé 3 sí Canada ń bíbá ẹ̀.
ó tún wá fẹ́ rà kẹrin.
ó tún wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ kẹrin ẹ tó fẹ́ bàrà ní arákùnrin kí ló dé lẹ́nu oṣù mẹ́fà. so if we are saying things ẹ jẹ́ ká máa ru ọpọlọ religion yẹn wà láti sí òṣèlú náà ń lò òun náà ẹni tó sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan tó ní politics ni ó mọ nǹkan tó ń sọ.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
tó mi níbẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ kí
ẹ ṣe.
mi níbẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ kílẹ̀ kí lè round ẹ̀ up èmi plead pé nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ̀ ṣe ẹ continue ẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ̀ ń jẹ́ sí mo sọ sà. ọlọ́run á dẹ̀ máa fi okun àtagbára láti máa ṣe gbogbo àwọn ọlọ́tọ̀ ń pa wọn díẹ̀ ó máa ká lójú àwọn
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
sọ fún yín pé inú ẹ̀jẹ̀ ló wà.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
ó ṣe nǹkan tó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn so a ní láti máa ṣe èmi náà mo ṣe ń bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ mo lè ṣe anything sẹ́ni tó bá sọ pé kí n má lọ kírun mọ́ kí n má lọ jíjímọ̀ mo lè ṣe anything fún bọ̀gbà tí mo find out pé okay nígbà tẹ́ sọ pé kí n máa kírun sìn ìlú tẹ̀yìn bẹ̀ yẹn ìlú yín wà òkè ẹni ìyàwó ó gba sálárì ọkọ olówó tó ń gbà ọmọ skul ọ̀fẹ́ ló ń lọ báwo ló lè fẹ́ ṣe ṣìnà ẹlẹ́ni tó bá ṣe ṣìnà kọ́ pa ṣèlé àlọ́ sọ́ńṣẹ̀ yẹn Nàìjíríà they don't do it so fẹ́ practice ẹ̀sìn tó yẹ kó o mọ̀ pé ibi tó wà ò gbà ẹ́ láàyè láti practice ẹ̀ ìyẹn ò sẹ́ẹ̀sì mọ́ náà ẹ mọ iye owó tí àwọn èèyàn tó ń gbà ní tó ń kó lọ sí Saudi every year tó tún débi pé Tinubu tó ń mú 90 billion lọ́dọ̀ fi subsidize ẹ̀ 90 billion ẹ mọ iye ọsibítù tó máa kọ́.
or even farming equipment.
táwọn èèyàn dẹ̀ ń kú every day mo yẹn bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ nísìnyẹn 3,000 ti máa kú ní Nàìjíríà.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
due to insurgency due to bad health facilities ẹ jẹ́ kí n gbé yín débẹ̀ kò sí nǹkan kan tó lè pa ọmọ èèyàn tó bá ti l'accident.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
tó bá sìkì insurance kọ́ bá ń bí báyìí tó yẹ kó gàgán ló bàjẹ́ wọ́n ti bẹ́ẹ̀ yọ wọ́n ti fi mí sí.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Nàìjíríà tó bá gbé l'accident tó ń gbé lọ hospital wọn á kọ́ máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ police report yìí o ibẹ̀ ló máa kú sí o.
ẹ̀rọ ta ló wà ń sálẹ̀ yìí tó ní leave Tinubu ọ̀gá you just hate Tinubu.
tó bá ní mo hate Tinubu wàhálà.
Are you serious right now?
Tinubu ń fún lóúnjẹ àwọn tí Tinubu bá dé fún lóúnjẹ bó ṣe máa ṣe nìyẹn gbogbo àwọn ọlọ́tí gbowó.
Abiola, are you serious right now?
ẹmọ ìtàn ná lórí pé àwọn èèyàn pé tó máa protest ẹmọ ìtàn ná lórí owó yìí wọ́n á lè ti yọ ara yín tí ò balẹ̀ yẹn. wọ́n ná owó pé káwọn èèyàn máa protest you are spending money pẹ̀lú spend owó yẹn náà lẹ́ tó ń pa àwọn èèyàn. ṣéèlú gidi nìyẹn ṣéèlú tó yẹ kí máa bímọ sí nìyẹn. tó kéèyàn bá ti rò lọ síwájú tó rò lọ sẹ́yìn àwa náà ò ní kú sí àjò ilé yẹn ń wọ àwa náà lọ.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
because tó bá dọ̀la lónìí sè tí irú nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní UK yẹn bá ṣẹlẹ̀ ń bíbá yìí kí ló máa sọ kó ṣẹlẹ̀ wọ́n mọ̀ pé ẹrú ni wá la ṣe wá bíbá yìí tó bá sí peanut sí wa wọ́n ti bà kọ́rẹ́nsì ìlú wa jẹ́ pé ó máa níyì ìlú wa certificate ṣe.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
tó bá fẹ́ $2,000 ó ti mọ̀ pé ètò bá fi gbé ṣe Nàìjíríà rèé tó wọ́n ti bà kọ́rẹ́nsì ìlú tì í yẹn jẹ́.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
tó owó tó dẹ̀ ń gbà ẹ́ tó gbé 2,000 ẹ̀ kò ní ìtumọ̀ sí ọmọ tó jọ ọmọ onílùú olófa ìjà ní UK o.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
wọn gbà wọn ṣiṣẹ́ mọ́ náà.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
cheap labour ti wà around UK ti wà over populated pẹ̀lú àwọn tó ń wá ọrọ̀ àti jà tunu. so you deliberately created money and you want people to adhere to your laws and policies. ẹ mọ̀ọ́mọ̀ ṣe ni kò sí nǹkan tó ń jówó Ọlọ́run mọ̀ ń pa ẹ̀. so pásítọ̀ á gbọ́ lórí pé wàá di olówó sọ́dọ̀ ń print owó ni.
ó sún mi.
kọ́lẹ́ǹtì wo lọ́lọ́run náà náà ẹ̀yin gbọ́dọ̀ ronú so when you drop religion you now reason with your knowledge Ọlọ́run fún àwọn èèyàn lọ́pọlọ láti ronú.
ẹ ṣé bàbá mi.
tó dẹ̀ drop fake education tá a lọ nìyẹn torí tí o bá ṣe fake education a country of 230 million people kò sẹ́ni tó lè ṣe paracetamol ni wọ́n dẹ̀ ń produce pharmacists every year. ordinary fáànù lásán tá a fẹ̀ sí ara nínú ilé kò sẹ́ni tó lè ṣe Nàìjíríà.
kò sí.
Is that now how that education now working for you? Is education yẹn ti ṣe fún yín bẹ́ẹ̀?
Education wa náà slavery ni.
Findings ni knowledge ni ìmọ̀ tí bá sọ ní èdè tá a máa understand ìmọ̀ lẹ́bí tètè rí ìmọ̀ lẹ́nìkan fi ṣe mọ́tò ìmọ̀ lẹ́nìkan fi ṣe platform tá à ń lò yìí tá a fi ń bára wa sọ̀rọ̀ ìmọ̀ ni. Some years ago kò sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ báyìí pé mo lè máa báyọ̀ tó wà ní Amẹ́ríkà mo wà ní London mo lè máa bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ lójú àyè kan ìdí money. So you rather seek for knowledge kó drop education orí burúkú àti èbó tó ń kó ẹyẹn kó drop ẹ̀ dànù. Èbó òṣì yẹn drop ẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà ń bíbà tó pẹ́ àwọn èèyàn lọ school àwọn ọmọ èèyàn ń kàwé kàkọ́ṣẹ́ ẹsẹ̀ kìíní kan àwọn ọmọ China àwọn ọmọ Bangladesh àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà àwọn ọmọ India náà wá ń tìtì wọn bẹ̀ náà wà nínú lecturer tó pọ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ tẹ̀rẹ̀tẹ̀ that's why àwọn ọmọ believe in education but ìmọ̀ tó bá ti nímọ̀ lórí nǹkan o lè build lórí ẹ̀ ìgbà kan títì la máa ń wà ìgbà tó yá náà bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣe gbogbo àwọn mọ́tò tá a lóde òní ìmọ̀ ni ìmọ̀ máa ń dàgbà ni so ìmọ̀ wà lára àwọn bàbá wa yẹn bọ̀ wọ́n pamọ́ wọn lára.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
ewé àtẹgbọ̀n làwọn pípò yẹn ń jẹun ló fi jẹ́ pé àwọn ń pẹ́ láyé jù wá lọ a lè pẹ́ báwo la fẹ́ pẹ́ nígbà tó yẹ pé nǹkan tá à ń jẹ kẹ́míkà náà fi gbìn nítorí fi kẹ́míkà gbìn wọ́n á ti fi oògùn burúkú wọ́n á ti fi tọ́jú yín tó ní side effect kò sóògùn téèyàn ṣe láyé yìí ó máa ní side effect àwọn bàbá wa náà kọ́ sínú ìwé ń bẹ̀ tẹ bá gbé ìwé àkáǹtì dáadáa wípé òkè tó bá ṣe oògùn òkúta sí ṣọ́ọ̀bù èèyàn kan repercussion ẹ̀ lélẹ́yìí o that is side effect tó bá lò fún malaria ó náà ní side effect so people need to be start thinking theoretically and be practical.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni. ẹ ṣé bàbá mi. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
That's the best thing.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for that wonderful contribution. Unique Nations, ẹ sáré bá a ṣe pápápá ní 2 minutes story time tó rà ṣe máa wá lọ́la.
Okay, sir. Ẹ kálẹ́,
Ẹ
sir.
kálẹ́.
Ohun tí ẹ lè appreciate gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́yìn bọ̀ ti sọ láti àtàrọ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ṣe ohun ti ẹ̀ gan. Actually, ó ń ṣe wáyé. Ó rẹ̀ ti pẹ́ tẹ̀jẹ̀ lóko pé mo jẹ́ inclusive kan pẹ̀lú pé John kan àbí náà John kan. Àdéhùn ìṣẹ̀rí láìkí ara ti bàí síbẹ̀ yẹn. Though I'm a Muslim, but once in a while, man, Lord, don't want to kiss me, take me my lucky, but it's only by choice. And the reason is that, my own view is that slave trade, you know, go and first one, like the suffer. Second one, only religion. Third one is education. Africa in Bari, because there was a time, but my well, some of my colleagues here, they will not remove this 10% or maybe this type of invitation. I'm going to go to church from pastor. Mama so for prayer. How far? Babana, this example is applied. I'm going to say maybe 50,000 naira. Why 5,000 naira? Calculate like maybe 100 of us 5,000 naira. That's a month like maybe 500. That was like I don't know. What is always my portion? I want to go passport. Abi ebe kon yẹn máa fi ṣe yàrá máa jẹ́wọ́ ẹgbẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ tí mo tún mọ̀ sọ ẹ sà.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So from there ẹ ti máa ń reason to the pé all this religion of it itself everything na scam everything na scam ọ̀rọ̀ tí ẹnì kan máa kọ́ sọ̀kan lẹ́ẹ̀kan ní the Africa the Adam in the Bible talk about the African. I think I read it more we man one scholars official to ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn bẹ̀. So ọ̀rọ̀ yìí pé ma religion o kini wapata ẹnìkan ṣe wíwé kún ilé kan ṣubú lé ilé kan ṣubú lọ́la ìgbà kan kọ̀ ẹ̀ sáà nípa fún everything na lie.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Everything na lie. Pásítọ̀ kò lè sọ fún mi nísìnyí kó sọ fún pé ìyá mi kan abẹ́wà mi kan ló ṣe ìyàtọ̀ tó ń ṣe láti kékeré tó ń ṣe láti mo fi dàgbà àwa dé sí ló fi máa pọ̀ fẹ́ pa mí dànù it's not possible sir. So bí nǹkan ṣe rí pé nígbà wà fún wa àárín kò rí ó ní ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn sà.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
And tí bá ní àpàní àti jẹ́ president in country àbí bí high post kan I swear to God Almighty I will eradicate all the religion especially all these especially churches.
kó ní kálukú lọ máa sin lọ ní ọ̀nà rúfẹ́ nílé ẹ̀.
ṣẹ́rí church yẹn ó ti ẹ̀ will be in Africa now we have many religious centers than the infrastructure and less complaint. Nígbà calculate complaint tó wà lápẹ́ especially Nigeria ìtàbá capital times 10 kò tí tó church tó wà Nigeria rárá. Nígbà lọ sí kọ́nà àgbọ̀ church nígbà lọ sí kọ́nà àgbọ̀ church nígbà lọ sí kọ́nà àgbọ̀ mosque lè rí complaint kọ̀ọ̀kan but all these churches stand up ṣe complaint ṣe wọn pé rate of unemployment ó máa reduce in Nigeria. Ṣé ọ̀rọ̀ mi sí èyí sá?
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
But they are there ọkọ̀ fi religion yẹn ọkọ̀ fi gbà wá
There was a time on issue come back on to go to church Baboko church church Timothy our oil cover on all this anointing oil. But the last school secondary school be last school because it go every day. Okay, no doesn't want
oníkálukú abẹ́rẹ́ sí ní speak in tongues nínú ilé yín ni.
So ṣé ọlọ́run sọ̀kalẹ̀ òróró ni ẹ̀kọ́ ló sky ti but ẹ̀bọ̀kẹ́ mentality tó ti gbé fún àwọn ọmọ àti gbé fún àdáni wa ẹ̀ ọmọ especially this our own generation like this our own generation àti wise as in àti wise ẹni kọ́ ni wọ́n fi nǹkan kọ́ máa tọ̀ wá mú ara àti ara. So I really like this program. I swear.
Thank you so much, Baba.
I wish speaker will shaking me call wise up.
Thank you so much. Ni dákẹ́, a máa ṣe by none. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Free thinker, you said you wanted to say one or two things before we round up. Free thinker, unmute the speaker. Free thinker, okay. Yes, Baba.
About the religious stuff, tí máa ń sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan ẹni. Ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn pípín yẹn náà wọ́n deliberately náà wọ́n plant religion yẹn sí Africans lóòótọ́ ní bí wọ́n bá wò dáadáa because hardly lè máa yé African country kan tí ò gbé religion sórí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Mi tí mọ̀ in the whole of the 54 African countries jẹ́ máa sọ pé country kan wà ní gbogbo African countries sí o tí religion ò thrive níbẹ̀. And the more tí religion dey thrive níbẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni poverty level yẹn náà ló ń increase.
Òun ni wọ́n fi ń ráyè kó resources wa lọ sọ́dọ̀ wọn.
Penetrate àwọn èèyàn yẹn ti díẹ̀ díẹ̀ because ní ìsìn báyìí ní ìsìn bá wò wọ́n ti colonize wa even economically wọ́n ti colonize wa because we can't even produce anything.
Not even toothpick, bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
They produce everything for us. So now Africa is now their own market. Táwọn bá ti produce níbẹ̀ yẹn, you know they have all these factories where they produce. So wọ́n ráyè láti employ àwọn èèyàn níbẹ̀ yẹn, wọ́n employ àwọn citizens tí wọ́n láti ṣiṣẹ́. So when they produce, they now bring it for Africans. So now àwa ní sinmi we need to pray to God láti fún àwa lówó láti ra nǹkan tí wọ́n produce tán wá tà fún wa yẹn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
And the same thing is happening to our oil sector, oil and gas sector. With Dangote, we have 4 refineries in Nigeria. None of them is working. A businessman now single-handedly built a refinery. Now, he only expose everything by before he completed that refinery, then once of one we pay oil was refinery to share, but there is crude oil, but no working refinery. Now there is working refinery, there is a refinery, but crude oil. So because what the plan here is like one enslave every aspect of our life. Now, any African leaders don't pass over one day to buy this on my part because maybe don't want long way anything one day because the police everywhere go the whole world.
Then
all the Middle East, they police everywhere. Americans, the Europe, want the police everywhere, want the station, military base. See almost every country.
Do you know they even have a very big military base in Ghana and Benin?
Yes, now. So that one Ghana and Benin. She want to go to America and Nigeria. No.
For the queen.
Ọlọ́run ṣàánú wa lórí àwọn àtàtì liberate àwọn àtàtì understand ní pé religion yìí psychologically wọ́n kàn fi ń enslave wa ni so àwọn àtẹ̀sí kọ́kọ́ scale through aspect yẹn náà so àwọn tó ṣì wà lẹ́nu ẹni kọ́ náà bá wa kó yọ báyìí nìsín.
Àmì ní dákẹ́ di díẹ̀ ni.
Kọ́mọ́ wa convert àwọn churches yẹn sí factory at least ìyẹn máa rí nǹkan ṣe ń bẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ó sì jẹ́ plastic ó jẹ́ pé plastic chair náà bá ń produce ń bẹ̀ ní àbí ike ìbò.
Àti bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn.
Àbí mattress náà bá ń produce àwọn èèyàn ṣáà máa survive wọ́n máa rí tó
Ríṣẹ́ ṣe.
wọ́n dẹ̀ máa ṣiṣẹ́. Àwọn churches àti àwọn religious wọ́n ti jẹ́ kí ilé wọn. Tẹ̀bítẹ́ ń sọ pé kìnìkan báyìí wọ́n ti débẹ̀ wọ́n ti gba gbogbo building wọ́n ti ṣe everything. So everything kọ́nà ṣàánú wa ni. Ẹ wọ́n sọ pé scam ń pọ̀. Àwọn tó ṣe scam yẹn náà ṣe bí wọ́n kó passport ṣe passport bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti rówó lọ́wọ́ wọn kó tó gbowó lọ́wọ́ wọn.
Wọ́n béèrè
Very gbogbo yẹn na we are just deceiving ourselves. Ta ni ẹni tó lè bọ́ta kó wá sọ fún mi pé báìbù náà fi gbàdúrà fóun tàdúrà wọn fi gbàdúrà yìí kó bọ́ta kó wá sọ àbí kúrò náà fi gbàdúrà fóun tàdúrà wọn fi gbà kó bọ́ta kó wá sọ. Why are we just deceiving ourselves? Tẹ́ bá tún wá bá wọn sòótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n máa mú yín wọ́n máa wò yín bí ẹni pé èèyàn burúkú.
Antichrist.
They will now start praying kí nǹkan burúkú ṣẹlẹ̀ sí yín. So wọ́n ti sọ fún yín pé torí pé ẹ̀sìn Ọlọ́run wọn yẹn nǹkan burúkú fi ṣẹlẹ̀ sí yín. A lot of them on my WhatsApp group, tí máa ti post sí orí WhatsApp page, tí máa ti post sórí WhatsApp mi báyìí, tí máa ti wo báyìí, a lot of them nǹkan tẹ̀ ti block mi. Mo dẹ̀ notice pé majority of àwọn tó block mi ní WhatsApp yẹn, bàbá àwọn pastor ni wọ́n, ọ̀kí àwọn jẹ́
ìyá àjọ
evangelist àbí nǹkan nínú church. So, ẹ mọ̀, they are earning their living from that system. So wọ́n máa hate the fact pé èèyàn castigate nǹkan tí wọ́n believe nínú ẹ̀.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
kọ́nà ṣàánú wa.
àmì bàbá mi thank you so much.
kọ́nà ṣàánú wa everybody mo ṣàmọ̀ pé pẹ̀lú generation ilé tó wà yìí àti help of social media yìí àṣírí wọn ti tú.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
kò sí in place kọ́kọ́ fẹ́ anybody wọn àṣírí wọn ti tú.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
tó bá ti yá nìsín irú bẹ́yìn náà ṣe ń ṣe yìí nìsín mọ̀ káwọn kan náà máa ṣe padà dìde tó bá yá nìsín.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
wọ́n lè sponsor program ti yìí gan ní TV táwọn èèyàn máa wò.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
challenge pastor kan ní TV bí wọ́n ṣe ń challenge ara wọn àti àfa àti pastor kan ṣe ń challenge ara wọn àwọn tó jẹ́ kí la máa ń pè náà ṣé humanitarians ni máa ń pè ní àbí àwọn ṣé philosopher ni àbí atheist la máa ń pè.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
àwọn náà máa ṣe podcast bó jẹ́ podcast náà máa ṣe tó jẹ́ pé everybody máa wò báyìí wọ́n máa challenge wọn.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
pé báyìí yẹn wá sí gbòòrò mírèkù yìí tẹ̀ ń bá àpọ̀ tó yẹ pé máa ń fẹnu sọ nínú chọ́ọ̀chì àti àwọn fẹ́fẹ́ kìíní yẹn pẹ̀lú gbogbo wọn náà kó tó di pé TV.
ẹ mọ wulẹ̀ wọrí nígbà tí ṣe káàkiri ẹ mọ wọrí nígbà tí registration wa bá yanjú sìn a ní pílánì fún wọn ṣe ẹ mọ wọrí so that kò ní jẹ́pà kan sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ enlightenment nìkan la ṣì ń ṣe látijọ́ yìí nígbà tí NGO registration wa bá fi máa rẹ́dí ẹ gbélé gbọ́ a kàn máa mú bí àwọn lọ́ọ̀yà tó dángájíá sára sí tó táwọn náà ní the same mindset pé bí liberation wa ẹ máa rí lẹ́tà táwọn kọ sí wọn ẹ má wọrí registration yẹn ti fẹ́ rẹ́dì ó ti fẹ́ rẹ́dì àmì a ti san gbogbo owó tó yẹ ká san wọ́n ń ṣe lọ́wọ́ ni.
báwo ni ṣe máa lọ sí church ní àárọ̀ ọjọ́ Monday kí ẹ máa lọ sí church láàárọ̀ Monday àárọ̀ Tuesday.
Existence èèyàn ṣe ń gbọ́ existence èèyàn lórílẹ̀ ayé is number one thing is survivor.
Survivor
làwọn bíbù yìí náà wá tọ́bi kó gbogbo kìíní yẹn wá fún yín ẹ tó fẹ́ lọ sínú gbọ́dọ̀ gbé ìbọn lọ́wọ́ bó dira.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni àwọn fẹ́ gbẹ́lẹ̀ àwọn ìkókó
Sá.
àwọn tó ṣe báìbù fún wa pé báìbù ló máa gbà wá là wọ́n tún ṣèbọn àwọn náà ṣèbọn lọ́dọ̀ wọn o àwa ń ṣe ayẹta ń bíbà yìí.
hello.
yes.
ṣé ẹ rí gbogbo irú àwọn pásítọ̀ yẹn ó mọ wo irú àwọn awíkókó pé àwọn fẹ́ kó kú.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
wọ́n ti robi sí wọ́n tẹ̀lé mú píjọ rẹ̀ lọ́lẹ̀.
wọ́n ti mú wọ́n fún mi lẹ́fídẹ́nsìs ìṣe.
orí ẹyẹ ni ò pẹ́ yẹ.
àná fún mi lẹ́fídẹ́nsìs ìṣe.
àníṣe
ó láwọn kankan tí mi lè máa sọ mo kàn máa ń yan bọ̀ bí mo yẹ yan yẹn ó yé wọn. Ma.
They offer to make you a multi-millionaire. You said no.
Ní Júùnù yìí ṣẹ́ṣe bí mo ti sọ wọ́n gbọ́ mo wá sọ fún ọ wípé tá bá tó bẹ̀ ẹni tí wọ́n bá rán sí mi kán má hide nọ́mbà pè mí mọ́. Ní Júùnù tó lọ yìí iwájú Excellence Hotel ni mo wà ẹni yẹn dẹ̀ pè mí anonymous call. Awíkókó ẹ̀rù yín bà mí o mo ní ṣé kò sí ota ni mò ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ní àégún mọ́ ni èèyàn ò mọ́ mo ní ẹjọ́ kí ni mo lè ṣe fún yín torí ibi tí mo wà kán má lọ já fún gbà mọ́ mi lọ́wọ́ gan. The next thing pé ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn bàbá yìí tí mò ń sọ pé mo ti try o wípé bọ̀ ṣé mo mọ̀ pé gẹ́gẹ́ bí àgbà kò dárúkọ ètò àwọn tó ràn wá o toró ti mọ̀ pé ọ̀ká lè fò wípé mo tiẹ̀ ti try wípé in fact òun appreciate pé kí n lè mọ̀ pé òun appreciate mi pé òun máa send email address kan sí mi pé kí n send any account details anywhere in the world pé wọ́n máa kọ́kọ́ fún mi ní 200 million naira náà. Meanwhile ṣẹ́ni ní tẹ́bá wà níwájú Excellence Hotel ní ọgbà níkẹjà roundabout káwọn bẹ èèyàn máa yà báyìí àwọn onímàrúwá tó ń gbèrò ń bẹ wọ́n wá gbọ́ torí mo fi sí speaker torí ariwo wọ́n wá gbọ́ nǹkan tẹ́mi àtẹ nígbà tí mo wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní bú èpè jọ láìfẹ́ nìyẹn bó ṣe sá lọ nìyẹn mo ní àjọ òtí ẹ̀ lé ẹ lọ gbowó yín fún Daddy Freeze òun máa ń gbowó ń tiẹ̀ èmi ò ṣe torí owó 200 million mo ní tí n bá ra common data 10,000 naira bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣé 200 million ni mo ṣì máa ní èló náà ń ta G-Wagon èló náà ń ta lé mo lórí yín ò bú nígbà tí mò ń jẹ gàrí àtepo tán fi yọ̀ mix papọ̀ láyé Sango high school mo ní tẹ́lọ́rùn a tó bọ̀ sí ìgbà tó pé nǹkan tó bá wù mí gan-an mo lè jẹ́ ń sìn a tó bọ̀ sí pé ẹ́ẹ̀tì gan ò gbé jíjẹkújẹ mọ́ níbi táyé yẹn useless dé ní gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń gbọ́ mi tẹ́ ẹ bá jẹun jù during the day tẹ́ ẹ wá fẹ́ sùn nírọ̀lẹ́ digestive system yẹn wá impersonate ara ẹ̀ á wá jókòó sórí ẹsẹ̀ yín èdè tẹ́ gbọ́ ló máa sọ fún yín pé tán bá bí ẹ̀dá lọ sùn tán bá bí ẹ̀dá lọ sùn that is how useless this life is. ẹ fẹ́ mi ní 200 million mo ṣépè gidi fún màá yẹn kúkú mọ́ mi ó wá sá lọ ẹ fẹ́ mi ní 200 million ẹ lọ sọ fẹ́ tó ràn yín wá pé gbogbo yín ò mọ̀ kákùnrún lórí ọmọ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ fún mi 1 billion mi ìgbà ṣe àdí liberation yìí for the purpose of the coming generation he said they cannot suffer the same fate we suffered it is not possible. Ma?
If they are willing, they are going to offer you as high as 200 million. Can you then imagine what it is they are stealing?
They are stealing from the masses.
Which they want you to stop talking about.
200 million. Mi kò tiẹ̀ mi lára mo ní. Ṣé ló sọ bí ìgbà tó yẹ pé 200 kọ́bọ̀ ló sọ. Mo ní èmi 200 million. Tílé oge tó ge jẹ. Anyways, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run for the purpose of those people that have sent voice notes to me. Fóònù mi ti kún lórí from the horse's mouth series tí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀. However, tomorrow by 5 p.m. Nigerian time, we will have a live video. It may not be more than 2 hours tomorrow. Torí máa lọ bí iṣẹ́ Monday. But please, if you are a victim of any pastor, àfáà, or babaláwo, tomorrow we will open the ground for you. And also, you may not be a direct victim. You may be a witness to victim. Please, we would also want to hear your story because by sharing those stories, we will be using the stories to liberate others that are about to enter into their covens. However, if you also have your proofs, your evidences with you intact, you will notice that the ones I've posted, we couldn't mention the names of the pastor or the church. Because these people, it has happened to them, some still have the proof, but because of their family, because of family reasons, there is one I will post today from the Horse's Mouth season 5 or part 5. Hey, the pastor is in Ibadan. Olórí ibú èèyàn kan ni. The lady said kò síbi tí ò ti bá òun sùn. Kò síbi tí inú mọ́tò ni o, ìta ni o, inú ilé ni o, orí igi ni o, inú omi ni o. Ó dẹ̀ sì ń ṣe pastor dènyẹlé ni. Mo wá ń bẹ lady pé jọ̀ọ́ influence daddy gan ti tó lọ́tọ̀. Jẹ́ ká pé bọ̀bọ́ yìí síta ẹ jẹ́ rán ọlọ́pàá sí ẹ jẹ́ rán sójà sí. Ó ní Mr. Rotimi ṣé mo mọ̀ wípé kíní kan ní okay send the voice note sí mi. A máa post àwọn èèyàn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yẹn. Ṣùgbọ́n Ọlọ́run ti deliver lady yìí. Thank God she's married, she's doing well with her husband. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin obìnrin àtọkùnrin wọ́n ti sọ lórí platform yìí lénìí. Ẹ ò fẹ́ marry lásán lọ sọ fún pásítọ̀ tó pọ̀ nǹkan fún rẹ̀ ń wú ẹ̀ pé kó yí ẹ láta. Ó ní kó pray fún ẹ. Ó ti gbàgbé pé ó ò lè kúrò nínú ata tó ń fọkàn yí ẹ mọ́ yẹn. A máa sọ fún ẹ pé òun ń pray. Ó nífẹ̀ẹ́ èèyàn. Ẹ ní mutual respect fúnra yín. Ẹ dẹ̀ love ara yín. Ẹ dẹ̀ ní companionship. Pastor wèrè wo ló tún wá káàkiri kó pray fún ẹ. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ torí ọ̀la tomorrow is going to be the D-Day and again. Àwọn èèyàn ti ní kí n ṣe ti pẹ́ bọ̀ kò sáyé but tomorrow you are a victim, a witness to victim. You have evidences to be more and you are not afraid. Don't even be afraid. We will supply you protection. Ṣé ń ṣeré ni? We will supply you protection. Tẹ́ pé ẹni yẹn gan tí nǹkan bá ṣe wọ́n á gbé. Ongo ò ní fẹ́ jẹ́ kí nǹkan ṣe ẹ́. Ṣé for example sí ṣe Jeremiah ó lè gbàdúrà kí nǹkan ṣe very dark man báyìí. Tọ́lọ́ ti mọ̀ pé wọ́n máa lòun ṣe. And the time we begin to speak up, that is the time the true liberation starts. The liberation is here to stay, not only because of us, but because of our children and because of the coming generation. Let's make it a date tomorrow, 5 p.m. Nigerian time. We will start, we will open the ground. Awikoko is not going to be talking much. Just be ready to share your experiences. Timmy, tomorrow come and share your experience with us. We want to hear from everybody, so that others will have the strength and the courage to come out of it and be liberated. And until tomorrow, that we come together again. My name remains Rotimi Daniels. Awikoko lójú ọlọ́rọ̀ tí bàbá ọlọ́rọ̀ bá gbọ́ kí ló fẹ́ fi wá ṣe gan. Kò sí náà fẹ́ fẹ́ Elédùwà rè wà pẹ̀lú wa. Ṣé gbọ́? Till tomorrow. Thank you so much, everybody. Yeah. Thank you so much.